The story begins with us seeing a small explosion in the middle of the night. A blue glow, which meant a strong blow to some kind of monster of enormous size. The guy stood right on top of the monster and looked at it while it screamed in pain lying on the ground. The guy raised his head slightly and looked thoughtfully into the distance. He jumped down from the strange creature onto the ground, making sure it was unconscious. The glow and rays began to spin around the guy as if they were returning back to him. This guy's name is Yan. He's an archer, and at his age, he's already reached level 93. Jan received a notification that he had killed an ogre, for which he received almost 6,000 experience. The guy said that he would definitely take a break after he got about 100,000 gold. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, his gaze changed dramatically, and he walked forward. He walked straight into the thick fog, pointing his bow in that direction so that he would be ready if anything happened. The fog began to clear little by little, and through it, Jan saw 2 pairs of red eyes. 2 heads appeared, and seeing the guy, they laughed loudly, realizing that he would not live. Ian lowered his head and realized that it was one 2-headed creature, after which he tensed up greatly. He looked at them again cautiously and clenched his teeth with all his might. The monster swung a huge mace with sharp protrusions at him. They were very surprised when they realized that the blow had only hit the ground, and the boy had jumped out from behind them. Yan was also a little surprised that he only survived thanks to his acceleration ability. He received a notification that he would only be able to activate the acceleration ability in a minute, which made him very nervous. The monster kept trying to hit the guy, but Ian deftly dodged all of its attempts, only repeating to himself that he needed to be finished off in 1 minute. An interactive window appeared in front of his eyes, causing him to become slightly distracted. The monster was approaching him with incredible speed. At that moment, Jan turned sharply and began to look it straight in the eyes. He panicked when he realized that he only had 1 trap left, but he also knew that he had no other choice and needed to act. Jan was thinking about how to get the timing right, because if he was off by even 1 millisecond, it would be the end for him. The monster was already very close, almost right in front of his face. He carefully watched its every action to understand at what moment he should use the trap. The guy managed to jump back just as the monster tried to kill him again. Ian activated a high-level stun trap. It stuns the target for 5 seconds, after which it will be vulnerable. Seeing that everything worked, he was very happy, realizing that he had bought time and was now ready to do damage. Yan activated the critical damage boosting skill, and both precision shot and focus were activated immediately to ensure he didn't miss. The arrow was fired with great precision, and the boy watched its swift flight with a smile. He fixed his gaze on her, making sure she would kill him. The arrow pierced the monster, which, from such power, flew off to the side with a loud roar. The roar was almost deafening, and the echo of the roar could be heard over a great distance. He received a notification that he had defeated a 2-headed orc, for which he was awarded almost 100,000 experience points, which, of course, made him very happy, and he decided to see what kind of items he had received. Yang was shocked when he saw that he had received 2 items, the Ogre Warrior's shoulder guard and the Ogre Warrior's boots. He knew that if he sold them, it would be worth at least 5 million won. But his face changed dramatically. He was even more shocked when he saw that this was not all. He began to examine with wild interest what else had fallen to him and seemed to notice something familiar. Jan received the Mayulan crystal. It sparkled very brightly. The guy couldn't take his eyes off it. He couldn't believe that he got this crystal. The world's best VR game, Kylan, which was released 6 months ago and has more than 10 million users. It is an incredibly popular game that completely dominates the gaming industry. Ian bought himself a virtual reality capsule to play Kylan, using the money his parents gave him for school and all his savings from his part-time job. Then absolutely everyone who found out about this told the guy that he was just crazy. Despite starting playing 2 months after the game's release, he leveled up an impressive archer in just 4 months. Hunting monsters as an archer earns him around 200,000 won per hour, and he has already earned several million won playing this game. He had a problem because they had just recently announced a major update for the game. The update will add a new region and 3 new classes. Everyone who plays this game was very happy about this news, including Yan. Yan has a very good friend from long ago, Yu Hyun, who also plays Kylan with him. He told him that they needed to delete their current character because they had already gone too far. The Mayulan crystal, an item that can unlock a hidden class, is an incredibly valuable item. In other words, Ian was very lucky to get it. But the problem was that it could only be used by characters below level 10 who had not undergone a class change. Ian knew he would have to delete his character if he wanted to use the crystal, but he couldn't bring himself to do so, knowing how much money he had already made from the game. He was deeply confused, not understanding what to do and how best to act in this difficult situation for him. When Yu Hyun found out about this, he thought that Yang had simply gone crazy because it was a great loss. He kept repeating that his character was one of the best in Korea. Yang was in the top 1,000 players and in the top 100 among all archers. Yan responded to this by saying that this was a chance to unlock the first hidden class among the new classes, and he couldn't just throw away this item. Yu Hyun asked if he knew that there was a player with the sniper class in their guild. Ian said that there was quite a big difference in their levels, but he understood that he definitely had an advantage over the archer. He said that their attack range is incredible and their attack power is very high, but their rate of fire is quite lame. Ian suggested that he has the hardest time fighting a large crowd of weak mobs. Yu Hyun said that even if it's a hidden class, it doesn't mean it will be significantly better. He still couldn't understand why Jan wanted to lose everything and start from scratch. Yan found it funny that the guy was so worried about his character and his, perhaps to some extent, stupid decision. Yu Hyun cried out that he could easily earn $1,000,000 a day just by hunting. Ian asked him why he was playing this game, although it sounded strange, but he expected to hear an answer. Yu Hyun looked at the phone screen in surprise, not understanding why he asked that. He replied that he had fun when he played. The guy responded to this that this was the most correct and important answer. His friend did not quite understand what Jan wanted to say by this. A smile spread across Jan's face, and he said that he thought the new hidden class would be even more fun. Yu Hyun called him an idiot and agreed with him, adding that he would not try to stop him anymore. He looked at him with a smile and told him to definitely try his best. Jan winked at him and simply remained silent in response. After the conversation, he spent some time thinking about whether this would be the right decision. It was already getting dark. There was a beautiful sunset outside. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. Jan went to the city. His task was to find someone who would help him reset his level. An old man was sitting on the floor with his arms folded across his chest, looking as if he was puzzled by something. Jan came to him. He swallowed loudly and took another step forward. The old man noticed the guy and began to smile very strangely. He looked at him from head to toe but remained silent. Suddenly, he sharply asked Jan what he wanted from him. Jan also folded his arms across his chest and firmly said that he was looking for the rebirth potion. The old man's eyes seemed to light up. He laughed ominously and said that the boy was lucky and had come to the right place. He held out a small bottle filled with red liquid and said that he had just gotten it. The old man squeezed the bottle tightly in his hand and handed it to Jan again. As soon as Jan took hold of the bottle, the old man suddenly grabbed his hand, which frightened the boy and made him scream. He asked in a quiet voice if he knew that once you drink it, you will lose all your strength and it will never be returned. Ian chuckled and said that was exactly why he was going to drink it. It was already deep night. The light was falling from the bright full moon. The guy was thinking about how this was the most expensive potion of rebirth. Looking at the bottle, he thought that maybe he would even have better attributes. If, of course, he was lucky. This potion was brewed by ancient alchemists, after consuming which the character will be reset, as well as all attributes. Jan had in his mind the thought that he would earn even more money with his class. A notification came that he drank the potion of rebirth. It was not the same as usual. The sound was amplified. Something strange started to happen to him. His vision became cloudy and his head began to spin. His attributes and level were completely reset. The next day, the guy arrived at the training center in the city of Trambon. In a small fenced area, there were dummies on which the players practiced their shots. The man, who had been watching everyone closely, suddenly cried out in surprise. Jan handled his task deftly. Notifications came one after another that he had increased his agility, vitality, and intelligence attributes. The others began to discuss him, saying that they had never seen such a diligent student before. While training was going on, Jan kept in his mind that the long-awaited update would be released tomorrow. After a hard workout, the guy went home and immediately sat down in a virtual reality capsule. It was all quite serious. First he had a retinal scan, and then he was greeted by the game of Kylan. He appeared in the city with a loud cry of joy. Ian decided that first he needed to find a summoner's guild. After wandering around for a bit, he came across a rather distinctive building, and he realized that this was the guild. Jan opened the door hesitantly and asked in a quiet voice if anyone was there. Without waiting for an answer, the guy went inside, heading toward some room. Jan realized that there was absolutely no one there and decided that he would be the first. After thinking for a bit, he decided to go to the second floor and look there. He rose very slowly, still trying to listen, thinking that someone must be right there. Having climbed up to the second floor and entered one of the rooms, he came to the Summoner Class Change Center. Yang said with a slight smile on his face that he wanted to change his class to a summoner. The Guildmaster said thoughtfully that the path of a summoner is not at all simple and that not everyone is given the ability to control furious monsters. The guy responded to this by saying that he knows and believes that this class is as powerful as it is difficult to master. The master thought about John's words for a moment and said that he thought he was a suitable candidate. He decided to ask him one last time if he really wanted to change his class to a summoner, to which the guy, of course, agreed. Ian looked at the crystal and decided that he should give it to the master right now. The master took the crystal in his hands and could not believe his eyes. He even cried out in surprise. He looked at John again and said that he was much more interesting than he had imagined. Jan said with a smile that he was pleased and said that it was time to give him a hidden class. The master asked him if he could do him a favor, to which Jan said that he could ask for anything. The master said that a blue-eyed wolf had recently appeared in the removed plains. His son had recently changed his class to a summoner and said that he wanted to make this wolf his familiar. He said hesitantly that he really wanted Jan to grab him. Yan thought about the fact that the blue-eyed wolf was a rare monster above level 40. He didn't understand why such a strong monster was involved in a quest to change the class of a level 10 player. The master said that he would give him 5 magical scrolls of binding. He needed to tire the wolf as much as possible and bind him with these scrolls. He also added that the wolf that appeared in the removed plains is still young, so it should not be too strong. Jan has a quest to capture a blue-eyed wolf, for which he will receive a summoning class. After reading it carefully, he noticed that he would receive the hidden class of Monster Tamer for it, which surprised him greatly. He thought for a moment and said with a smile that he would bring him the wolf at any cost. The Guildmaster thanked him and said that he hoped he would return with good news. He also added that if this does not work out, he can return immediately and he will give him help. The guy thought about his words and realized that the quest would not be lost if he failed it. He went to the removed plains and walked with the thought that the monsters here were on average level 10. Ian decided that even if it was a blue-eyed wolf, it shouldn't be too strong since it was still young. Jan understood that even though he was level 10, his attributes were closer to those of level 30 players. So he decided that he should succeed. Jan stopped, deciding to take a look at this stallion, and after spending a little time, the wolf was found. He saw that the wolf was level 20, but immediately decided that its attributes were high and it didn't matter to him. The guy understood that at least he wouldn't have to worry about killing him with one hit, because that could have happened if he was level 10. Seeing him in front of him, Jan pointed his bow straight at the wolf and decided it was time to begin. The arrow flew out with incredible speed, heading straight for the wolf. She pierced him right in the back, causing the wolf to howl loudly and even start twitching in pain. Turning his head towards the guy, he growled loudly, getting ready to attack him. Literally a second, and the wolf was already practically in front of Jan's face. Jan thought that the wolf might die if he continued shooting at it. The wolf was already very close, and Jan was thinking about how best to proceed. He turned sharply and aimed his fist straight at the wolf's face. The blow was strong enough that tears and saliva flew out in all directions. The wolf did not expect such a blow. The fist flew into his mouth. It was strange that his teeth remained in place. The guy thought about the fact that he even forgot that he could swing his fists well and told the wolf that he would beat him first and then tie him up. Jan received a notification that the monster's health had to drop to a certain level before being bound and continued to hit it. When he tried to tie it up, he failed, but he was sure that if he hit him again, the wolf would die. He decided that he needed to be treated a little first so that he wouldn't die, and then he looked at him and said that it was time to get back to beating him. The wolf lowered his head and tears almost flowed from his eyes. All this happened for quite a long time, and Jan himself managed to get pretty tired. After some time, he decided that now was the best time to tie up the blue-eyed wolf. He received a notification that his attempt was successful. The blue-eyed wolf was tied up. Looking at another scroll, he said with ease that he could finally bind it completely. Pride in himself simply overwhelmed him. Ian thought about the fact that he had spent quite a lot of time and that probably many users had already changed their class to Summoner. He sped up and returned back to the Summoners Guild, where the Master greeted him warmly. The Master said that this was probably not an easy task, to which the boy replied that this wolf turned out to be quite stubborn. Yang raised the scroll above her head. clutching it tightly in her hand, and said that he had successfully tamed it. The master cried out in surprise, not understanding how he had managed to tame the blue-eyed wolf. The master thought that the first quest of the monster tamer should have been a failure, but he succeeded and repeated to himself that it was simply incredible. Yan asked the master if he could now become a monster tamer, to which the master replied that being a monster tamer was not suitable for him. The guy raised his head and asked to repeat what the master had just said. The man cried out in admiration, wondering if he wanted to follow in the master's footsteps. The boy received a notification that the guild master was impressed by his potential and wanted to guide him on the path to becoming a master. The second notice was that if Yan accepted his offer, he could become a taming master. Yan thought that the taming master must be much higher in level than the monster tamers. He said loudly that he wanted to become a master. After his agreement, he was given new attributes such as attraction, taming, and leadership, and he also received 500 reputation points. He received a loud notification that he had become the first master of taming. At that moment, the entire house outside was covered in glow. Joy and pride in himself filled him. He repeated the same thing, that he had become a master of taming. Ian decided that the first thing he had to do was tame the summoned beast. The guy studied a lot of information and decided that he would tame the blood wolf like in the trailer. Once he went outside, he decided that he had to be the first in everything, including the game of Kailan. Without thinking twice, she immediately set off in search of the blood wolf. Suddenly, the guy stood up abruptly as if he saw someone in front of him. He noticed people. Coming closer, Jan decided that there were already those who transferred to a new class. He thought that it looked like they were trying to capture the blood wolf. Jan was a little upset because he didn't think that anyone would be faster than him, but he decided to check out the situation. Girls and boys used various powers to tame the wolf. One of them shot a flame at him and the wolf began to howl and growl. One of the men shouted that the wolf's health was almost at 0, and the second guy shouted that now was the time to seal him. A girl ran up to the wolf and screamed loudly that she would take this upon herself. A blue glow appeared around the wolf. He did not understand what was happening and looked in different directions. The bloody wolf suddenly seemed to fly upwards and everyone started shouting that they should not let him go under any circumstances. The wolf managed to escape through the smoke. Everyone just stood and watched him go. Yan thought about how good it was that he had managed to observe everyone. He realized that capturing high-ranking monsters was indeed difficult. He decided that he should probably start by catching any monster he came across. Jan went off to search. The guy had been walking for quite a long time and was already tired. He was curious about how many wolves he could capture with his leadership stat. Looking down from the cliff, he noticed a small pack of 3 wolves below. Jan decided that this was a good opportunity. Turning her head, examining the situation, she realized that now was the time to start and aimed an arrow at one of the wolves. The shot was successful and the wolf fell to the ground. The guy activated the binding and happily said that the first extraction was successful. Yan managed to capture a level 12 wolf, considered a common one that lives in the grasslands and has fast legs and sharp fangs. Reading the information about him, he was slightly surprised that even a wolf had a personality. Looking at another wolf who was furious, he decided that he shouldn't stop, but needed to continue. Terrible sounds of roars and growls could be heard over great distances. Having caught another wolf, he decided to see what kind of personality it had. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. He was shocked by something. He managed to capture a nimble wolf of the 12th level. His personality was witty. Although the wolves were of the same level, their attributes were noticeably higher, and it was called differently. It was then that he realized that monsters of the same type and level could have different attributes. Seeing another pack of wolves, he decided to see which of these wolves had the highest attributes. The guy became enthusiastic about fishing and set himself the goal of catching them all day long. He decided that he would capture those wolves that would have the highest attributes. He received a notification that his attraction attribute had been increased by 1 level after a series of successful captures. He also received the title of Wolf Specialist for capturing a large number of them. He received a notification that, thanks to his title as a Wolf Specialist, he would be able to identify the strongest wolves without capturing them, which definitely made his task easier. It was slightly compensated. Why couldn't they do this for all monsters? Without thinking twice, the guy immediately decided to take advantage of his title. The analysis was successfully activated. Looking at the pack of wolves, their level began to appear above their heads, which would make his hunt much easier in the future. One wolf had the text highlighted in gold, which made it look special. They stood opposite each other and looked intently into each other's eyes. Suddenly, the wolf jumped up from his place and growled loudly, already preparing to attack Jan. Ian giggled loudly, asking him what he would do with him and whether he should be afraid. After these words, the wolf rushed at the guy, continuing to growl just as loudly. Jan quickly grabbed the bow and pointed it at the wolf. After some time, Wolf suffered quite badly, having a lot of abrasions, wounds, and bumps. The guy laughed, saying that it seemed like he now knew his place for sure and used the hold. He immediately received information about him. It turned out to be an ordinary wolf who was at level 11 and his personality was courage. The guy was surprised, because his attributes were much higher than those of even level 13 wolves. He also read that this wolf could evolve and released the other wolves, deciding that he needed to focus on training this one. Jan sat down next to the wolf and, looking into his eyes, decided to come up with a name for him. He said that from now on his name would be Lai, after which a notification came that Lai liked his name. Ian also learned that their closeness had increased, and the wolf's loyalty had also been increased by 5. They ran forward together somewhere, saying that it was high time to hunt. At this time, Yu Hyun was saying that the Lotus Guild had become much weaker after Jin Song left. He was quite interested in how John was doing and was waiting for him to return. He decided to look up the information about the summoner class and didn't understand what was wrong with the headings. There was a lot of information written there about the fact that there is a very big drawback in that the experience gain is very slow and the summoned creature takes part of the experience. Yu Hyun decided that this was just the beginning and it was completely natural that there would be a lot of complaints, but everything looked rather sad. He was even a little upset that Ian had finally dumped his character for this. Yu Hyun thought that it might take him a long time to reach level 20 and join a guild. Meanwhile, in Keilan, Ian and his wolf continued hunting. They had already become quite close-knit and were doing much better together. Yan shouted at Laius to attack after his arrow hit. They were hunting a fox, and as soon as Lai noticed that the arrow had pierced it, he rushed to attack. His eyes were filled with rage, and he growled loudly. He was already next to the fox, who looked at him in fear, because the wolf was quite larger than her. Lai opened his mouth, growling loudly, which looked very scary, even for Jan. Lai successfully grabbed her and bit her back. The fox also began to growl, hiss, and make a bunch of different sounds from pain, and Lai only howled slightly, from joy for a successful hunt. Jan decided to run up to them and saw that the fox was still standing. Jan shouted to Lai that he had done well enough and praised his pet. To finish off the fox, the boy drew another arrow and fired. Even though he was an animal, Lai understood everything and growled quietly in response. Lai noticed how the fox fell from being pierced by an arrow and rushed at it. Jan received a notification that he had killed the red fox, for which he received 265 experience, but his pet Lai also received the same amount of experience. Yan realized that their experience was divided equally and decided that he needed to level up the bark to at least level 15. He decided it was time to get down to business and activated the ability to train beginners. Notifications came one after another that the pet was improving with each training session and the current bark potential was already 65. The girl also managed to activate first aid, for which the pet received 45 health points. After some time, Lai reached level 15. Ian was a little disappointed that they were swinging slower than he had expected. He assumed it was because the experience was divided equally, but he had a lot of fun training with Lai. The guy hugged him and understood that the wolf was becoming much stronger with each level increase. He looked at his screen and suggested that the bark go bear hunting. Jan looked at Lai and said that they could now move on to the next hunting location. Appearing in a new location, 3 huge bears appeared in front of them. Standing before them, Ian said that now was the time to see what new abilities they had discovered. He learned the first ability, which bestows the blessing of the Berserker Warrior on his comrades for 20 minutes, increasing their attack power by 30%. The second ability has the leadership and taming attributes increased by 10%. He looked at the bears and said that it was worth trying to catch them. He wondered if there was anyone stronger than Lai here. One bear was successfully captured with almost no effort. Jan was glad that everything worked, and his lead increased significantly thanks to the newbie tactics. The guy decided to compare the bear's attributes with those of his pet. When he compared, he saw that the bear was already at level 38, but the wolf remained at the same level. He understood that barking could evolve. He was interested in when this would happen and decided that for now he would let this bear go. Jan touched the wolf and said it was time to farm. The two of them rushed forward and ran straight towards the bear. Jan ordered the bark to attract the attention of this bear. The bark ran away from him in different directions, since the bear was many times larger than the wolf. In just a second, the bark managed to grab the bear right by the head. The bear began to squeal in pain, bleeding. The wolf ran around him so quickly that the bear could not keep up with him. Jan liked the fact that Lai was handling it so well and told him to continue. Jan decided to use the newbie's tactics and realized that it was really good, because the bark perfectly understands what it needs from him. Lai rushed at the bear as if it were an inanimate creature. He was not afraid of it at all. A few minutes later, the bear was successfully brought down and Lai stood with his head held high and looked at his owner. Jan received a notification that his pet had been promoted to level 19, which he was very happy about. He walked up to the bark and began to pet and praise it. He told him to keep growing and very soon he would have no equal. The guy noticed that they were leveling up too slowly and decided that he would need to take quests as soon as he reached level 20. He decided that would be enough for today, because the life of a nerd required careful planning. Night had already fallen. The lights were on in the house and Jan had already managed to take a shower. After getting out of the shower, he decided he needed to check the forum before bed. Turning on the computer, he thought that some losers would probably start complaining again. He stared at the screen as the forum loaded. Jan understood that in order for a summoner's skills to improve, he needed to reach at least level 15. He was surprised when he realized that there was no one who had reached level 15, and Jan was already almost level 20. He noticed that there was a level 13 person and wanted to check on him. He realized that the wind blessing capture and first aid were the same as his. The guy noticed that there was also an ability that Jan did not have. He realized that this ability was good and could be said to be the bread and butter of summoners. And since the experience was not fragmented, leveling up was much faster. After studying everything, Jan realized that even the level of the summoned beast did not increase. He did not have this ability, but he did not really want it. He was slightly surprised when he noticed that the abilities of normal summoners were different from his. At that moment, he became thoughtful and began to reflect on this for a long time. Jan thought he had an ability that normal summoners didn't have. He was deep in thought, but he didn't have much information to study everything. Jan concluded that a taming master has fewer combat abilities than a regular summoner, and it's easier for him to level up his pet. He looked at the screen with a smile and realized that he was moving in the right direction. The thought occurred to me that I should try to capture a monster of a rare or unique class. Ian woke up very early. It was 4 in the morning, and he decided to go to Kailan again. He decided that he absolutely had to get his bark level up to level 20 before the sun rose. The guy appeared together with Lai in some forest. Looking into the distance, he said that they simply had to do it. He activated the wind blessing and beginner training and sent the arrow into the distance. As soon as Lai noticed a bear ahead, he immediately rushed towards it, and Jan activated the vulnerability search. The arrow pierced the bear right in the chest, and from such intense pain, he screamed throughout the forest. At that moment, the bark jumped high into the air, preparing to attack him. Like the first bear, he grabbed it by the neck, squeezing his mouth tightly. The bear was defeated, and John received a notification that they had defeated the moon bear, for which they received 545 experience. Jan was slightly surprised that they had done it so quickly, and realized that his farming speed was significantly higher than back then. They decided not to stop and continued on, and when they saw another bear, they also decided to conquer it. They became very close-knit during this time and worked very harmoniously. Something caught Jan's attention and he stopped abruptly. The boy saw 5 bears in front of him, but one of them looked bigger than the others. He decided to activate the analysis to understand what level he was. Above his head appeared what appeared to be a coal-black moon bear, which even growled several times louder than the previous ones. Jan cried out in joy that this was simply a unique monster, and that this was a great opportunity to conquer it. He knelt down and wondered if he could capture it. But suddenly, he received a notification that his leadership was too low to catch this creature. He decided that it was not yet time, and decided that when he was in the city, he would need to buy more magical binding scrolls. They, together with Lai, rushed to run away from such a unique monster. Jan deftly fired an arrow to buy time to escape. The arrow pierced the bear in the chest, and from the way he growled, saliva flew in all directions, and the echo could be heard over a long distance. Lai was already ready to attack, waiting for the right moment. He howled loudly and opened his mouth wide. But the bear was no slouch. He also tried to strike Lai. Yang thought that now that Lai was fighting almost as well as him, a level 38 monster wouldn't be a problem at all. The bear smashed everything in front of him and intended to bite out the wolf's throat. But the bark was no less serious, and having stopped, he was about to attack. Of course, he succeeded in doing this very easily, and he gnawed through the bear's neck. Jan received a notification that they had slain a coal-black moon bear, for which they had received 1,045 experience points, and Lai's pet had increased its level to 20. Ian said that the full capabilities of Kailan are only available after reaching level 20, and that registering with the guild, dungeons, imperial quests, and so on also require level 20. Jan became curious about what items he received after such a battle. He received moon bear meat, a bear hunter's warhammer, and a jet black necklace. Ian was surprised, as he had never seen similar items before, and decided to use the identification scroll. He decided to examine it and find out more information about the jet black necklace. This necklace is of unknown origin, crafted from obsidian as black as the depths of the sea. He told the bark that he had some good items and decided to see how much the bark's attributes had increased. He was puzzled by the fact that the monsters became significantly stronger as they leveled up, and he began to think that something didn't add up. He realized that the growth rates were not consistent, and asked himself if they had done this by chance. He sat there deep in thought, realizing that he needed to find out how it worked as soon as possible. It suddenly dawned on him that everything depends on potential, and now everything became clear. The secret is all in the attribute of potential. Training a beginner increases the barking potential. Every time the potential increases by 10, the attribute's growth rate increases. Ian thought that he was right, that the hidden class had unique abilities, and each monster had a potential attribute, and it determined the rate at which their attributes grew as they leveled up. In other words, the monster's class increases due to potential. The beginner's training ability increases it. He decided to spend all his skill points on training. He felt pleased that he had solved this riddle and understood that Lai's potential would soon become 100. He noticed that he had spent almost an hour on all of this. They went on to move on and told Lai that they needed to gain experience as quickly as possible. The boy began to think that if he had been as diligent in his studies, he would probably already be a doctor or a lawyer. He understood that there was no point in thinking about it now. His attention was drawn to the video of the Dark Sorcerer, which surprised him greatly. While watching this video, he noticed some rather cute skeletons. His phone rang sharply, and he thought about how no one was supposed to call him. Taking the phone in his hands, he saw that it was an unknown number. When he picked up the phone, someone asked if it was really Mr. Jin's son. The unknown person said her name was Lee Ji-hyun, and that she was a teaching assistant in the virtual reality department of a Korean university. She asked him if he knew Professor Lee Jin-wook. She said he asked Ian to call him and assumed it was because of his grades. Yana was overcome with panic and became very nervous, thinking that he would be expelled. He decided to ask Miss what would happen if he didn't call the professor. Lee Ji-hyun said that she would send his grades to his home, and of course they are not talking about his place of residence. At that moment, the boy thought that if his father saw his grades, it would definitely be the end for him. He understood that he would be immediately forced to return home at the peak of his youth. Jan said anxiously that he would call him and said goodbye to Miss. Holding the phone in his hands, he understood that he had to call and tried to find his number. He quickly found the phone number and immediately called, greeted the mentor, and said that he heard that he was looking for him. Jan said that he would like to ask what he wanted from him. Lee Jin-wook asked why he wasn't involved in the faculty life at all, and how he managed to find himself on the verge of expulsion at the end of the first semester. Jan said that this was possible due to 2 consecutive failures. The coach said he was considering giving him a 3rd fail. Ian was furious, not understanding why he was threatening him and why he was doing this. The guy asked what he needed to do to prevent this from happening. Lee Jin-wook said that first he needed to figure out how to get away from the fact that he wasn't involved in the life of the faculty. Jan knew he couldn't say it was all because of the game, but the idea immediately popped into her head. He said the reason is that he is not impressed by the unlimited potential of virtual reality. And one of the reasons for the popularity of virtual reality is the player. He said that's why he decided to study virtual reality from the inside. Ian added that he had been exploring the incredibly detailed virtual world available in Kailan, to which his mentor asked him what his level was. Here Jan thought that if he had not deleted his level, he would definitely have believed him. Almost with tears in his eyes, he desperately said that he was originally level 93, but because he recently reset his character, he was now at 20. The mentor asked if he really thought that if he said this with confidence, he would be able to avoid problems. Jan challenged him to a bet to prove whether he was lying or not. It was clear from the man's face that this proposal interested him, and he told him to continue. Jan suggested that he try to reach level 93 before the start of the next semester. adding that if he could reach that level before the semester started, it would prove he had it. The mentor said that he himself sometimes plays Kailan, and if he succeeds, he will solve his problems with his studies. But if he fails, he will not only go to retake the test, he will also talk to his parents. Jan understood that he had no choice and, of course, agreed to these conditions. Lee Jin-wook said that if he wins the bet, he will give him credit for his classes regardless of attendance. At that moment, Jan's eyes lit up. It was the perfect opportunity to close his problems. Clenching his fists in joy, he thanked the teacher and said that he would try his best. He immediately went back to the capsule. They appeared in a new location, where Lai was acting strangely for some reason. Stroking his head, Jan said that they would have to work hard. Now Jan had a big goal, because he had avoided a retake and would be able to do this, and would also get a pass without attending. Approaching some building, he decided that he needed to go inside first. He told the man that he wanted to join a guild. He asked him which guild he would like to join. Yan, his eyes shining and anticipating, said that he wanted to join the Lotus Guild. The man said that the desired level for entry is 60. Ian understood that the guild leader was his best friend, and he was close with all the main members. The man said that he had placed his request to join and that he would be automatically registered when the guild master accepted it. At this moment, Yang wondered if he should message Yu Hyun to accept the request. He saw that his friend was offline and decided that he was not in such a hurry and that he would still accept him. He decided to go to the auction house to buy himself some equipment. He knew he had an advantage in being a successful newbie. He simply decided to change all his equipment to the best items he could find. Ian noticed that the class's bonus attributes were not added to his combat attributes. He was curious if there was anything there that would improve his pet's attributes. Something caught his attention strongly enough that he was even a little surprised. It was Mother Nature's headband, which gave all pets a 20% bonus to survivability and 15% attack boost. He decided that he would definitely take it without any doubts. He also discovered that summoner items were finally starting to sell and speculated that there might be other Mother Nature items for summoners. Suddenly his expression changed and a smile spread across his face as he had found what he was looking for. He came across Mother Nature's staff, which grants all pets a 30% attack boost and increases their critical strike chance by 15%. He decided that he would buy it because he couldn't use the bow forever. He understood that it was still quite early, but it would be nice to have a different style of this battle. As soon as he picked up the staff, he realized that it was very strange for him. Jan told Lai that medium training works even in cities, and it's best to use it during times when abilities are waning. Jan hugged his pet and happily said that it was time for quests. Walking through the city, someone shouted out to Jan that this was the same guy who summoned him. Player said that his pet was a pathetic wolf and was probably low level. The guy decided that he would take on a quest to clear out the goblin camp. During this quest, the experience from the goblins doubles. Walking into a small square, he met an NPC for the quest. Ian was worried that the NPC might forget him after the reset. Jan noticed that his attitude towards him had not dropped, and this was good. He asked how Raphael was doing. Raphael said that he had been having some trouble with the goblin camp because their cleanup team had failed to deal with them, and he believed that Ian knew a good mercenary who could help. Jan said that he would take care of it personally, after which Raphael even became somewhat worried about him. He got a screen about a quest where Raphael, the leader of the vigilantes of the city of Lucan, is looking for people for a cleanup team. Ian thought about what he had read, that while the quest was active, he would receive double the amount of experience for killing a goblin. But he was a little upset when he realized that this was a group quest and didn't know who to invite, since it was unlikely that there were any newcomers below level 40 in the guild. Raphael said he would postpone the cleanup until Ian found the group. Ian knew the round trip would take 30 minutes and it made him a little angry, but he had no choice. He decided to check if Yu Hyun was online and saw that he was online. They had an active correspondence where his friend was surprised that Yan was already level 20. The guy decided to ask in the guild chat and understood that it was better to find an assistant from the guild than someone random. He asked there if anyone by any chance knew who had reached level 40. Ian didn't understand whether everyone would be shocked if he told about the goblin quest when he was at level 20. He wrote that he is level 20, but he has a very strong pet and therefore he is confident that he will be able to complete the quest more accurately. The pet will do everything for him. Everyone started writing that apparently luck was on his side, and now it explains how he got to level 20 so quickly. Carvin wrote to him that he had a friend who was about level 45, but she was from the production class. Ian knew he just needed someone to start the quest, as he was going to do everything himself. Jan decided he needed to sort out the previous quest before Carvin wrote to him. He went with Lai into some forest, and after some time they came to a beautiful waterfall. A pack of tigers sat by the water, and Jan watched them from behind a tree. After conducting an analysis, he realized that these were monsters of as much as level 30. He knew that getting hold of the Korkan would be a good idea, since this ball of fur was a bit lacking in coolness. Lai took a loud step, which caught Jan's attention. He slowly turned his head and looked questioningly at the wolf. He understood that the bark could not hear his thoughts. Jan stood in front of him and began to ask if he knew how dear he was to him. Lai closed his eyes, as if a silent threat had appeared in him. Jan was shocked that Lai was actually upset. Something strange began to happen around Lai. A blue glow appeared. Jan was shocked, but he didn't understand what was happening and couldn't even move. He stared at the wolf, keeping it in his sight. But it wasn't as scary as he initially thought, because his pet had simply evolved. A smile appeared on Jan's face. He understood that he had been waiting for this for a long time. He did not understand why he evolved at this particular time, and did not understand what requirement was needed for evolution. The guy discovered that his potential had reached 100 and his appearance was about to change. Jan thought that it would be great if it became bigger so that the guy could ride it. But suddenly the blue glow changed to a bright red. It was hard to look at. The fur around Lai's head turned bright red. Jan looked at him and couldn't take his eyes off him. He was in admiration. A notification came that the wolf had evolved into a wolf with a blood-red mane. Thanks to the evolution, Jan's glory was increased by 1,000, and his leadership and taming were increased by 30 points. Jan was incredibly happy. He even cried out with joy and rushed to pet the bark. He couldn't hide his emotions and even cried out that he loved barking. Thanks to his evolution, he received a unique ability, vampirism, which causes bleeding during a critical hit. Ian noticed that Lai's rank had changed from normal to rare, and he could still evolve. Jan was overwhelmed with emotions because this class was definitely some kind of abnormal. Jan asked the wolf if he could carry him on his back. Lai didn't answer, but simply lay down on the ground, waiting for the guy to sit on him. As soon as Jan climbed onto his back, the wolf immediately rushed forward somewhere. Jan was incredibly happy, because now it would save a lot more time. They rushed at incredible speed. Jan could barely hold on to his fur to keep from flying off. Large stones flew out from under the wolf's paws. He was in such a hurry. After some time, they arrived at Somer Canyon. The barking slowed down, and Jan noticed that it was somehow gloomy there. Jan didn't understand why they used such realism in Kailan. The guy said that his assignment was to deal with 10 lead scouts. He decided that now that he had Bark so cool, they couldn't stop there and told Bark that it was time to have some fun. Yang activated the Blessing of the Wind, causing his and Lai's agility to increase by 37%. After walking a little forward, they saw 3 goblins, after which Jan told Lai to attack them first, and he followed him. Jan noticed that with all the enhancements, the Bark attributes couldn't be less than those of some pathetic goblins, and his combat artificial intelligence should also be incomparable to ordinary monsters. Besides, the guy thought that he now had 2 unique abilities and everything should work out. Yan activated vulnerability detection, which allowed him to realize that the enemy's weakness had been increased by 15%. After evolution, the mouth, barking, and growling seemed to become many times more frightening. The goblins were shocked because they had not seen the blood wolf for a long time. Jan received a notification that the pet Lai dealt critical damage to the goblin scout. Literally a couple of seconds later, the goblin scout died from bleeding, all thanks to the damage inflicted by the bark. Yan was shocked that a level 40 monster died in literally 1 hit. The bark stopped and howled proudly, raising its head up. The goblins were shocked to see their comrade die and screamed in fear. Suddenly, Jan's expression changed. He panicked because he saw something scary. Lai was hit and took almost 300 points of damage from another goblin scout. But this only made Lai even more angry. He turned his head in their direction with displeasure. He rushed at the goblin with incredible speed and dealt him 500 damage almost immediately. The guy stood and watched everything that was happening. He was proud of his pet. Thanks to the blows he dealt, he restored his health and became only stronger. The second goblin was critically hit and died from bleeding. The third goblin was so shocked that he almost had tears streaming down his face from fear. At the speed at which Lai moved, it was impossible to believe. He landed a critical hit, which restored 500 health points. Seeing this, the guy was stunned. He didn't expect such a result from him. Jan ran up to him and began to praise him for his efforts. He rushed to hug him, which made his pet feel very happy. After a tight, friendly hug, Jan said it was time for round 2. After walking some distance in the forest, they discovered 2 more goblins. Only this time, Jan was no longer watching everything that was happening, but was humming a song while waiting for Lai to finish. While he was waiting, Carvin wrote to him and said he wanted to talk. He turned to Laius and beckoned him to him, saying that this would be enough. Carvin said that his friend's name was Karin and said that she agreed and had already entered the game. Jan was already waiting for them to start the quest. The guy set himself the goal of reaching level 100 in just 2 months. He planned it so that he would reach level 50 in 15 days, 80 in the next 15 days, and in the remaining month he would level up to level 100. Jan understood that this argument would greatly help him achieve what he wanted. Karin wrote to Jan that she was at the blacksmith in the city of Lucan to have her equipment repaired. Jan told her to stay in the forge, adding that he would be there in 10 minutes. After wandering around for a bit, he finally noticed the forge and headed there. He was already looking forward to meeting the girl because he wanted to start the quest as soon as possible. He didn't lie, but actually arrived within 10 minutes. Near the forge, on the street, there was a girl standing, and he immediately realized that this was the one he was looking for. Coming closer, he greeted her and introduced himself to her. The girl said quite sweetly that she had heard a lot about him. It was clear from her that she was still a little shy in front of him. The girl said that she had completed her preparations and was ready to move out at any moment. She said that there is a quest that she wants to take on, but to take it she needs to complete the camp quest. This is a quest from the castle cook Duke Tropin, but she needs to complete this quest to enter the castle. Jan was a little shocked that Karin needed a quest from the chef. The guy said that he heard from Carvin that she has a class with a chef, adding that he heard it wasn't the easiest class, but it should be a little easier for her since she was doing it in real life. He wondered if her actual skills ultimately affected how good she was at the game classes. Ian said that in any case, she is the first cook he has met. He kindly asked Yu if she could cook him something tasty next time. The girl was a little embarrassed at first, but then quickly agreed. Raphael, waiting for Jan, immediately became happy when he saw him. He said that 2 people might not be enough, but he knows his strength, so he trusts his choice. Raphael added that the main group had just left, so he could catch up with them if he hurried. Jan noticed that the quest description had changed slightly, apparently due to his delay, but the rewards remained the same, which pleased him. The guy made sure that Karin also received the quest. He waved his hand and said that it was time for them to hit the road since he had already been delayed. Ian told her not to worry because it was his pet, not a monster. The girl immediately realized that he was a summoner and was surprised that just a couple of days after the appearance of the new classes, he had already taken on such a difficult quest. He said that he was just a little lucky because this wolf is not quite ordinary and he can level up quickly, and his strength is more than enough for a bunch of goblins. The girl said that she envied him because she was level 45, but she still ran away when she encountered goblin scouts. Karen said that his wolf looked really cool. She knew she had never seen anything like it. Ian laughed and said that it looked like he was the only one on the server at the moment. The girl decided to ask if the wolf had a name. Ian introduced them, after which she said that it was a very cute name and it suited him very well. She decided to find out if he would like it if she gave him some treats, to which the guy said that he really loves to eat. A couple of minutes later, Karine brought a plate with a fatty steak. The delicious smell made Jan want to eat too. After Lai ate the smoked steak, Ian received a notification that his vitality had increased by 200 units. The guy was very surprised by this because he had never encountered anything like this before. He said that the characteristics had increased, and he couldn't believe that such an effect came from her cooking. Heron said that when skills reach an advanced level, the food cooked will give a buff depending on it. Jan noticed that the added 200 points was a significant bonus and decided that he needed to make friends with this girl. Jan was furious that Lai ate everything alone and didn't share with him. He decided to ask Karin if there was anything she could do for him, but the girl did not answer right away. She said that she would definitely make him something tasty after the quest. Jan demanded a promise from Karin that this would really happen. After some time, they arrived at the Samur Canyon. Although the road was not easy, everyone still had strength. One of the men said that hired reinforcements had arrived, which they were glad about. Hugo said they arrived just in time, although their faces didn't show that they were truly happy to see them. Hugo thanked them for coming and walked past the boys. Jan understood from their words that they were not late and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and saw the other players, thinking that something had happened because they all looked upset. The guy decided that it shouldn't bother him, because they would still fight separately. Walking a little forward, he saw even more players. A flock of goblins appeared before them, making various scary sounds. Hugo shouted that they would exterminate the goblins in the Sar Canyon and send all units forward. They ran towards Gogol, and the goblins ran towards them respectively, and a terrible sound was heard. Karin was a little worried and asked if what was happening was normal. Ian said that everything would be fine and she just needed to do as he told her. Ian said that she would come in handy since her shield strike does a lot of damage. He understood that the plan was simple and Karin would take on the role of a tank, since in the goblin camp her level was relatively high. In addition, her mastery of the brightness shield is comparable to a level 60 skill. In other words, death is not scary to her, but the chance is not zero either. Once Karin attracts more goblins, he and Lime will take all the experience. Karin thought about it for a bit and said with a smile that she trusted him. Ian told her to trust Lai and not him, because with this plan she would also gain a lot of experience if she didn't die. But the thought that Lai himself had eaten that most delicious steak kept going round in my head. Suddenly, a goblin appeared out of nowhere and rushed straight at Karin. Karin reacted quickly enough and activated the shield, thanks to which she defended the attack. Jan asked how much longer she could hold out like this, to which the girl replied that she could easily hold out for another 10 minutes. He thought at that moment that she turned out to be better than he had expected. Lai completely dominated the goblins. Although they were much stronger than the goblin scouts, the experience was shared between Karin, Lai, and Jan, but even so, there was a lot of it. Jan started receiving constant notifications about level increases. At that point, he was already level 27. His eyes lit up, because this was exactly the result he wanted. He walked some distance through a huge number of goblins and stopped. One of the guys stood behind and watched how the guys dealt with the goblins, and he became interested in who they were. He thought that Yang looked like a summoner, but one of a fairly high level. He turned to Sokol and Milan and told them to look at the guy who was using a wolf in the fight. He pointed at the boys and indignantly asked what they thought about it. Milan said it was a summoner, and Sokol said that to hunt here, he had to be at least level 40. But this wolf's combat abilities looked to be above level 60. The guy said that the summoner class was released not long ago and it cannot be level 40 under any circumstances, that it is physically impossible. He said he read on the forums that the highest level verified player was level 17 or 18, but they still didn't understand what kind of wolf it was that Jan was using. The Falcon wondered if this could be an artifact with summoning magic. The guy said that he had thought about it too and snapped his fingers. He added that it could be concluded that they were newbies, but Ian uses his staff in hand-to-hand combat and he doesn't think he has any offensive spells. Suddenly, Milan indignantly asked if he was suggesting that everyone become a player killer. Falcon tensed up a little, thinking that they might hear, and asked Milan not to be so loud. Milan said it wasn't worth it if they didn't get good equipment from them, and the fine for that was pretty hefty. It wouldn't be easy to restore their lost reputation. The guy told them to think about it again, because one magical summoning artifact would bring them at least 20 million gold. Hearing such a sum, the Falcon also became inspired by the idea as soon as he converted the gold into one. The guy said that if they do this now, they won't have to worry about their equipment until at least level 80. Turning away, he added that he had a brilliant plan. At this time, Lai skillfully dealt with the goblins, and the girl watched everything in fear. Ian read that every player gets 2 class skills every 30 levels. He was curious what he would get. The formulas said they were random, but one of them would be linked to the highest skill. While the other one will be random, both are not random. Jan decided to double-check which skill he had was the best. This skill turned out to be medium training. It increases potential. Ian assumed that he could get a skill related to potential, and the other one would be completely random, but he hoped it would have something to do with farming. Karin screamed at the guy that she only had 5% of her holy power left. Jan immediately shouted to Lai to help her and protect Karin. As soon as the wolf heard his master's voice, he immediately rushed to help. He instantly scattered the goblins in different directions, dealing them a critical blow. Karin thanked Lai, stroking his head. Jan noticed this because Lai had never been so nice to him before. He decided that he would definitely deal with this after completing the quest. Lai looked at Jan in bewilderment, growling something in response. The fight lasted a long time, but they had almost reached the camp itself. The goblin camp consisted of several tents. The leader of the goblins told the others that humans dared to set foot in their camp. He ordered the other goblins to kill all the humans. He raised his staff upward, causing a bright black glow to emerge. Lightning began to flash and black smoke dispersed in the canyon. The Falcon's armor was on fire, He ran forward and begged for help. Hugo stood up and looked into the distance and said that it must be the leader. He ordered all guns to be loaded, and this fight would end when they killed the chief. Jan received a notification that the Allies' morale had increased by 30%, after which he received a notification that all characteristics would be increased by 10% within 20 minutes. Yan ordered Lai to attack the chief. Lai rushed forward with incredible speed, then throwing back the goblin's winds. The leader was shocked by such speed and by the wolf he saw in general. A couple of seconds later, the wolf appeared right in front of the goblin, baring his teeth. The leader cried out that he was just a beast raised by people. Jan received a notification that his pet had dealt a critical hit to the goblin chieftain. The goblin now has a bleeding effect on impact, causing him to take damage for 10 seconds. Hugo shouted for everyone to gather and begin a joint attack, after which a strong attack was directed from all sides at the goblin chieftain. There was a powerful explosion, which caused a lot of smoke to rise into the air. The goblin was choking from both the blow and the smoke, trying to get out somewhere. Jan received a notification that the leader had only 30% of his total health remaining. The goblin was furious, not knowing what to do next. No one could understand what was happening now, and Hugo screamed for Berserker to be more careful. Suddenly, something caught Jan's attention, causing his eyes to widen. Jan received a notification that he had been hit by a chain explosion, causing him to take almost 700 damage. Jan collapsed to the ground, only managing to close his eyes in fear. It was the first time he felt such severe pain, and he immediately realized that he needed some time to heal. Karin decided to help him and cast a healing light on him, which restored twice as much health as he had lost. He was very pleased that she went along with it and helped. Seeing her, he cried out in joy. The recharge time passed and she activated the shield again. Jan smiled and thanked Karin for her bravery. Karin only smiled sweetly and nodded her head in response. He looked at Lai and said that they needed to attack him again. They stood bravely next to each other, waiting to run at the leader. Jan shouted for Lai and Karin to continue. Their task was to get the leader on themselves. At this time, Jan grabbed his bow and prepared to shoot. He watched as Lai rushed towards the chieftain to distract him. Jan, with all his strength, pulled the arrow and was ready to shoot. The guy understood that he needed to find his weak spot in order to immediately take off a large number of health units. But he also understood that the goblin leader had become much more aggressive and they had no room for error. Lai managed to distract him, and he began to run in different directions to confuse the leader. As soon as Jan noticed that the goblin had turned all his attention to the wolf, he was in full readiness. At that moment, Jan's gaze was directed exclusively at the leader. He was not distracted by anything. A second later, the arrow flew out. It flew straight without spinning. Along with the arrow, other players also ran, wanting to kill the goblin leader. The arrow emitted a blue glow that blinded the goblin. The leader screamed in rage and confusion as to what was happening to him. The arrow successfully pierced him, sending him flying back a great distance. He fell to the ground, visible only by the glow. Jan was overjoyed, even cried out that he had finally been defeated. The other players stood there in bewilderment, not understanding why he died. Everyone received a notification that the goblin camp task was successfully completed. Jan received a separate notification that he had made the greatest contribution to this task, which is how he increased his fame. Immediately, a notification arrived that his level had finally been raised to 30. Jan unlocked the special skill, assign a skill to summon, and unlocked the special skill of spatial distortion. Hugo approached him and asked if he had defeated the goblin chieftain. Hugo extended his hand to him and thanked him for it, bowing his head down. He said that they had not suffered serious losses thanks to him, and therefore he was in his debt, to which John replied that they had succeeded only thanks to the bravery of his boys. Hugo told him to be careful when he came back. He approached his players and wished them all good luck, adding that they had completed their mission and it was time for everyone to return home. Jan walked up to Lai and began to stroke his head, telling him that it was finally all over. Jan sat down on the ground and decided it was time to look at his new skills. The guy decided to give the summoning skill assignment to his pet and decided to test its potential. He noticed that Lai had a potential of only 6 and decided that evolution would require about 100. Ian decided that he would pass on the skill to him to increase his potential. He knew he needed to help his bark evolve as quickly as possible, but that could have a big impact on his skills. The second skill left him a little disappointed that he didn't get an attack or replacement skill, but he knew it would definitely come in handy in battle. His attention was distracted by Karin's voice. She happily ran up to him. She bowed and thanked him for their victory. All thanks to him. Jan began to deny everything, saying that it was she who was doing the right thing. Karin became embarrassed and said that she definitely wouldn't have managed without him. He approached Lai and told her to thank him, since he had done all the main work. Karin said she was very surprised when she saw him in action and noticed that he was very strong. Karin walked up to the bark and stroked his head, thanking him for the work he had done today. Someone came up from behind and called John over, which he didn't expect at all, slowly turning his head to the side. It was Sokol Milan, and that same guy. He immediately apologized for possibly distracting me. The guy said he was glad to meet and introduced himself as Lucan. He said that he was too busy with the quest, so he did not have the opportunity to meet Jan. Jan extended his hand and said it was mutual, introducing himself. Lucan invited him to join them and complete a couple of quests. He added that they know about the hidden quest, and that it is a continuation of the task to conquer the goblin camp. Jan reflected that he hadn't planned to do it because of its difficulty, but now his level was much higher and everything might work out. The guy began to look at the other players, noticing that 2 of them were at least level 50, not understanding why they needed him, since their levels were too different. Jan decided that something was wrong and decided to find out more information. Lucan said that this quest to kill the goblin priest is in the tunnel behind the barracks, and they found him, and all that remains is to kill him. Lucan also added that, as he understood, they have a powerful summoning artifact, and if they join them, they will definitely cope. Ian realized that these guys decided that he was using an artifact and grinned. Jan didn't know that the artifacts were very expensive, so they wanted to kill him to make a fortune for themselves. The guy decided that he would agree after all and said that he would help them. Jan was just thinking in his head that he would have a lot of fun with them. The guy decided that there was no need to discuss anything out loud and sent a message to Karin. Karin was perplexed as to why he was writing and couldn't just say it, to which Jan replied that she should simply be prepared. Jan said that everything sounded great but asked to let him consult with his friend. Lucan said that they would of course wait and stood waiting for their decision. Jan turned to Karin and asked what she thought about it. Ian warned her with a message that they wanted to kill them, which made the girl a little wary. He also added that they were going to kill them after the fight with the priest. Jan wrote that Karin simply played along with him and nothing more. Karin said there was no reason to refuse, since it was a secret mission and everyone would benefit. Lucan cried out with joy and said that it was wonderful, turning the thought over in his head that they were complete idiots who fell for it. Jan looked at Karin, slightly closing his eyes. They understood each other. She asked what their plan was, and Ian told her not to worry because he had everything under control. Jan only said that they would have a wonderful time together. At this time, a certain player was sitting on one of the rocks. He stretched and enjoyed the refreshing air in Kailan. The man looked into the distance and said that this virtual world was simply beautiful, and its creators were true geniuses. He decided that he needed to convince his friends to go on a camping trip in this game. He began actively searching for something in his bag. He took out a rolled-up kimbap from it, and it was clear that he was quite hungry. After taking a small bite, he closed his eyes from the pleasant taste and said that there was nothing better than kimbap on a hike. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply and said that he had forgotten something. He activated the summon and shouted the name of Wolfie. That was the name of his pet. A silhouette of a wolf appeared next to him, becoming more and more visible with each passing second. As soon as he fully emerged, he howled loudly as he always did. The man handed him a piece of meat and told him to be sure to have a snack. The wolf immediately pounced on the meat and began to eat it with the speed of the wind. The man enjoyed how good he felt. The birds singing, the fresh air, the beautiful real views. He thought about the fact that some guy was probably still playing right now. It turns out it was Lee Jin-wook's mentor, and he was talking about his student, Yang. The mentor thought that he should have clarified his level in class. At this time, the guys went into a dark tunnel where, according to Lucan, the goblin priest was located. Karin screamed for John to watch the side where she was fighting. Lucan kept the thought in his head that the quest would soon end and the boss would soon appear, and it was time to begin what he had planned. He decided that while they were fighting the mini-boss, they would stand behind and then attack from behind, after which he will soon have an artifact worth tens of millions of won. Lucan called Jan a cretin because he couldn't even hide his idiotic smile. Jan wrote to Karin to be on the alert because the boss would be arriving very soon. Jan said that as soon as someone enters inside, the countdown to the boss's appearance will begin, and he will appear after 5 seconds, and all entrances and exits will immediately close. He added that as soon as he gives the signal, you need to run towards the exit. Yan ordered Lai to go ahead. He only followed his plan and his instincts. Lai quickly dealt with the goblins along the way, without even paying much attention to them. Jan told them to speed up and asked Lucan if everything was okay and if he was coping. This really angered Lucina. He thought that Jan really didn't suspect anything, which was to his advantage. Jan understood that everything was going according to his plan and Lucan fell for it. They were approaching the end of the tunnel, where they expected to meet the priest. Lucan said that a priest and 2 berserkers should appear soon. Jan cried out that it was Lai who would go there first, and they would all follow him. A countdown began in his head. He slowly counted each step of the bark. The guy even started to worry a little because he wasn't 100% sure. He watched every step carefully, and as soon as Karin took a step, he counted to 1. Ian quickly ran up to her and grabbed her hand, pulling her back. The heavy iron grate collapsed, blocking the entrance. There was a lot of dust, and the roar was so loud that the entire tunnel was enveloped in this terrible sound. Lucan cried out, asking what the 2 of them were doing and why they hadn't come in. To which Jan laughed and asked what. Did he really think that he was so stupid and didn't understand anything? Jan said that he understood everything from the very beginning, that Lucan wanted to rob him and take the summoning artifact. This made Lucan very angry, because he couldn't even imagine where he found out about it. Ian said he had no reason to play along with them anymore and wished them luck. Lucan cried out that he was a fool and that they wouldn't be able to escape from there so easily. He said that the path would not open until the boss or the players were defeated, and once they finished off the priest, they would not live and it would not take long. Jan thanked him for finally confessing everything himself. Suddenly he screamed at the bark to eat them immediately without any regret. Lai appeared right behind Sokol and dealt a critical hit to Milan first, after which he lost a lot of health. Jan received a notification that Milan would take 200 damage due to the bleeding status for 10 seconds. This made Lucan very angry and he screamed that it was just a fucking dog. Immediately, John canceled the call because he was afraid for him and left the task of dealing with them to the goblins. The bark disappeared, and the goblins were standing behind him all this time. Lucan screamed in fear and confusion about what he should do next. In the middle was the priest that Lucan was talking about, and behind him were 2 huge goblins. Lucan asked him if he really thought they couldn't defeat the boss and said that as soon as he got out, Jan would die. Jan sat down on the floor and said that he was ready to wait for him. Lucan grabbed the bars, and Jan received a notification that the boss had already appeared. The goblins looked really scary. Lucan shouted for Sokol and Milan to focus on the boss and kill the bastard later. Lucan looked at John one last time and told him to wait, because he would come for him soon. Ian said that even his phrases are like cliches of villains. Karin anxiously asked John if everything would be okay with them. Jan turned around and said that she could help them if she was so worried about them. They were in an active battle and Lucan was at the very beginning. The sounds coming from behind the bars were terrifying, but the goblins defended their attack well. They moved very quickly, ending up next to someone else. The falcon raised his shield to defend himself from the blow, but his strength was almost insufficient. Suddenly, Lucan screamed in horror, and his facial expression showed that something was wrong. The goblin skillfully defended all the blows and squealed so loudly that he even deafened everyone for a few seconds. At this moment, the goblin priest decided to intervene, raising his staff and starting to activate something. Lucan cried out that they needed to kill the priest before he cast the spell. The falcon behind him cried out that he would take it upon himself and threw his spear with a purple glow at him. The spear pierced the priest's hand, causing him to scream loudly. Lucan noticed that this was an item from a bag. He cried out about the activation of the barbarian warrior's blessing. The attack power of the vicious goblin berserker has been sharply increased by 35%. Lucan did not understand how it happened, but he did not notice that Karin was behind him. She activated the wind blessing, which increased the monster's attack. Ian asked her with a grin if she wanted to treat them. She smiled sweetly and said that it was actually a very good idea. All 3 of them started screaming at her not to do it, almost begging. Jan received a notification that the quest had failed, and Lucan almost raised the white flag to make it all stop. It was already night when they returned to the city. All this time, Lai carried Karin on his back, but she did not want to get off at all. Jan realized that for a bunch of losers, they had a lot of good things. He suggested that Karin go to the auction house to sell all the loot. Karin once again thanked Jan for completing the quest thanks to him and also receiving a great reward. Ian said she deserved it. But the only thing that was going through his head was that he didn't think he would get the goblin priest's expensive necklace. He felt a little sorry that they had to split the proceeds, but he had quite a few other items. Jan looked at Karin again and thought that he hadn't even expected that she would like it so much and decided that it was worth it. Jan said that they had better hurry and waved his hand, showing the way to Lai. Jan shouted loudly that they were going to the auction house. A few minutes later, they arrived at the auction house. The old man handed him a bag and said that this was his well-deserved gold. Jan was glad that all the loot was sold at a high price, for which he received 660,000 gold. He noted that after deducting the auction house's commission, the percentage dropped significantly. It weighed on him a little when he thought about it. There was a stone left in his hand, and he was very curious about what it was. Ian considered that it was warm, and maybe it was meant to be used as a hot compress in winter, but the description of the items here was useless. Karin came out of the auction house and said that she had already finished buying the ingredients. Jan waved his hand and said that then they should go complete the quest. They set out to find Raphael, as he is the main character of this quest. Upon arrival, John received a notification that the quest was successfully completed, and Raphael said that he was very glad to see him and had heard a lot about them. Ian was shocked and delighted at the same time, with incredible experience and rewards, and his level was raised to 34. Karin screamed that thanks to the quest she had leveled up to 46. The guy turned to Raphael and said that he forgot to tell him something. Jan said that in fact, behind the camp, he met a goblin priest. He held out the amulet, and Raphael said it was truly incredible. After this, his level was raised to 35, and he received even more experience. Raphael said his team had been tracking him for a month and didn't understand how they found him. John said that he was just lucky, but Raphael didn't believe it and said that it couldn't be just luck. Raphael raised the scroll in his hand and said that they had every right to do this. It was clear from Jan's face that this was something special. When he unrolled the scroll, it shone so brightly that the guy even had to close his eyes. Ian received a notification that he had received a recommendation for a skills test in the Lucifel Empire. Jan extended his hand to him, and Raphael said that with this recommendation, they would be able to pass the mercenary exam in the Empire. John thanked Raphael and said that he would definitely pass the exams. Raphael decided to give the same scroll to Karin and told her to continue fighting evil for the sake of peace in the kingdom. Karin didn't quite understand what it was for, to which Jan said that if she wanted to visit the mercenary guild in Miolan, then thanks to this recommendation, she would have a full opportunity to pass the mercenary exam. John began to explain that in fact there are main continents in Kailan, but now only 3 are open, and in Konar there are 2 large empires, one of which is the Empire of Lucifel, and Milan is its capital. He said that it was named after the hero of the empire's founder. The guy thought that he shouldn't have any reason to go there until level 50. Karin asked if there were any other benefits besides passing the exam, to which Jan replied that after successfully completing it, she would be more likely to be assigned various quests, and also that new requests for mercenaries in the guild appeared daily. He added that, in addition, her mercenary rank would depend on her combat skills, which is always very useful. Karin said she plans to dedicate herself to cooking for a while and doesn't think she'll need to anytime soon. She said that she would like to work on improving her skills. Ian has realized that cooking is her #1 priority and thinks her culinary skills are at the top of the Kailan range. He remembered Laya, because the characteristics from her food had improved significantly. But he thought about the fact that this type of pumping had never actually been mentioned on the forums. Jan decided to ask her how well she knew about cooking, to which Karin said that she had an advanced first level. She said she had to work much harder to master more complex skills faster. Ian cried out that he heard that leveling up a craftsman is very difficult and she is simply amazing. Karin thanked him and said that she hoped he would keep his promise. He felt a little awkward and wondered if he had said something careless. What if Yana received a notification that Karin had sent him a friend request? Jan raised his hand and said that he would accept it right away. Karin handed him something and said that she had something for him. She said she made it while she was waiting, but didn't say what exactly. When he opened the box, he saw a beautifully grilled steak and thanked her for it. She hoped that he wouldn't think that she felt something for him. John said that he had been waiting for this for a very long time, to which Karin replied that it was nothing compared to what he had done for her. Finally, she said that she was leaving and said that they would definitely meet next time. The guy waved at her and was looking forward to eating the steak as soon as possible. Jan saw that he had about 5 hours left before bed and decided that he could treat himself to dinner since he had done a lot today. He considered ordering some fried chicken for himself. The bark rushed with all its might, as if at the speed of the wind. Jan, sitting on his back, just shouted for him to come as quickly as possible. He shouted that they had too little time, and with every word he said, the barking only grew faster. Jan knew the delivery was delayed, so he spent more time than he expected. They ran to the edge of the cliff and Jan pointed at the ship. He cried out that they needed to get to that ship's dock as quickly as possible. Jan knew he had been here before, but it had been a long time ago. He understood that he needed to get to the island of the deep in order to summon the ice golem. The ship began to sail away, Jan shouting that they had to do it, no matter what the cost. Hearing this, the barking only accelerated. He understood that he had to do it. Jan encouraged him as best he could, asking him not to give up under any circumstances. Running to the very edge, he made a strong and big jump. The people on the ship were shocked. They all looked at them without taking their eyes off them. Jan looked and realized that the ship was too far away. He decided to take action and pushed off from his pet's back. The guy made a decisive jump without even thinking. Of course, he didn't forget about the barking falling on the water and canceled the call. He managed to jump onto the ship, after which he breathed a sigh of relief. After shaking himself off, he looked back and said that he had barely managed to jump. There were 3 men standing in front of him, shocked by such actions. Jan turned the other way and said how wonderful the weather was today. He realized that he would never be able to get used to this ship. Behind him, someone spoke, asking if he was right that his name was John. Turning around, he saw 4 people and became a little wary. He said that he was a summoner and asked who was asking him. The man smiled slyly and chuckled quite loudly. Jan understood that right now on the ship there were only him and this strange group. Their eyes turned red and they said they were just curious. Jan understood that not everything was so simple and grabbed the staff. Ian was confused about what was happening and thought that they were player killers. But he soon realized that he had drawn false conclusions, because they began to talk about his pet, about how big and cool he was, and began to ask him to call him again. Jan felt a little uneasy because everyone was looking at him with devouring gazes. The ship continued to sail somewhere forward. He asked if they were heading to a desert island. One of the guys introduced 2 sorcerers, saying that they had come to help them in the quest to obtain magic through cold. He asked if he was really going there for this quest too. The girl pulled him by the shoulder and told him to stop being so annoying. The guy apologized to him, bowed, and said that he often goes to hell. He said that he was just really interested in the summoner class, and he also had a friend named Lauren, who was also a summoner, and he said that she was leveling up pretty quickly. The guy also said that she recently found a summoning egg, which he had never heard of before. He said his friend told him she found him in a golden rat snake's nest, but it hadn't hatched yet. Jan thought about the fact that golden rat snakes appeared in the hunting grounds for level 20. He became curious about what it looked like and wanted to look at it, deciding that perhaps he could get it too. He knew it sounded pretty good, but he didn't deny that he needed to be on his guard. The ship began to sail much faster, but something interesting awaited them ahead. In front of them, they saw a huge iceberg. Jan and Lime looked overboard to get a better view of him. Jan's eyes lit up because he decided that they had already arrived on a desert island. The ship slowed down to avoid colliding with an iceberg. He swam as close as possible. That guy says that the situation is really creepy and that it is very cold there. Jan thought that he had been here before, but this place still impressed him. He thought that he should have dressed as warmly as possible. At this point, their paths diverged and they went in different directions, wishing each other good luck. Even though they were cold, they understood that there was no way back. They rose higher and higher, but below were ice golems. Jan stepped on the edge to see if there was anything interesting. Ian said that they found a good place to hunt because it was filled with ice golems. He said it was time to get to work, but first it was worth preparing well for it. Jan reached into his bag, remembering that he had Karin's snack somewhere. He handed the bark a small ball and asked if he wanted to try it. Lai growled with joy and even jumped. Jan received a notification that his vitality had increased by 100 and his agility by 20 for 40 minutes. Ian said he thought it only affected vitality, but it also increases agility. The guy looked at this funny ball and thought about trying it too. He sniffed and realized that it was raw meat, which made him feel sick. He realized that such food would not suit him. Karin then made it clear to him that this was only for barking. He opened the box in which he had a beautiful fried steak from Karin. Jan took a small bite and was delighted with how delicious it was. He ate everything completely and almost fell over from how full he was. Thanks to this steak, Jan's vitality also increased. Suddenly, Jan received a notification that for the first time he had consumed food prepared according to modern standards, and all of his characteristics had increased. He decided to open the status window and find out more information about the changes. 7 of his stats were increased by 3, meaning he was able to gain a total of 20 stat points, which was equivalent to a 4-fold level increase. He kept saying that Karin was truly an amazing girl. Ian decided he would have to get her the grill so she could cook him something else. After their snack, Ian said that they should go farm icicles. At this time in the Empire, ordinary city life, everyone is busy with something of their own. Those same three losers appeared in the middle of the city who tried to kill Jan and Karen. People began to turn around to look at them, not understanding why they were sitting on the ground. They were panicked and furious that their items were lost after death. When they realized that there was nothing left, they became even more angry, because they did not even take off their equipment, which they also lost. Lucan cried out that Jan was definitely a weakling, and if only they had not fallen into his trap, he would have died. But not them. Lucan shouted that these bastards didn't know that he was in a powerful guild that was in the top 30. He added that he would show Jan the power of their guild, and he would have big problems. Jan and Lai were quite tired, having been farming for more than 10 hours, and Jan suggested that Lai take a break. Jan noticed that the bark was already quite exhausted, not to mention himself. Jan decided to please him and brought another meatball to his nose. Lai immediately snatched it from her hands and ate it. It seemed like he didn't even feel it. Lai began to howl loudly with joy. It even sounded like a song. But Jan discovered he had another meatball and offered more. The guy decided to check whether he was full or not, and the bark pushed his hand with the meatballs aside. He shook his head, and then Jan thought that now he was definitely full. Lai wanted Jan to eat him, which made him very happy. He called him a caring and good boy. Ian decided to take a look at the statistics of the ice golems he had caught today. He noticed that they were both level 37, and he knew he could catch another one. Jan understood that both of them had better stats than ordinary ice golems, but he couldn't do anything about it. He wanted something better. And she said that they should continue because they should find something good before leaving, in order to make up for all the time they spent here. Before them opened a view of a huge number of ice golems of enormous size. They peered out from the rock, a little shocked by the number of ice golems. Suddenly his expression changed, as if he noticed something unusual. One of the golems had a golden name, which meant that it was a unique monster. Jan was glad that this time he found himself quite quickly and realized that luck was on his side today. He only had time to wave his hand before the bark immediately prepared to jump down straight at the golem. But he had to stop barking, because ahead he noticed something that looked like an unusual turtle. Jan was a little surprised and tried to understand what it was. He activated the analysis to find out more information about this creature. It was a level 30th abyssal turtle. Its type was unique, but Jan had never heard of such a species. He understood that she was unique, and she didn't look intimidating at all. Jan decided that, judging by its appearance alone, it was just a useless turtle with a big head, even though it looked cute. He decided that he had to catch her anyway, because he was sure that there was something in this and that these were unique and unknown monsters, and he could not miss such a chance. The guy rushed from side to side, not understanding what was the best thing to do. Jan thought about how the turtle could die from one blow and wondered if his huge head would be able to fit through the shell. He finally decided that he had nothing to lose and he couldn't just put it down like that. As soon as he touched the shell with his staff, the turtle stopped abruptly and became wary. Her expression changed. She was furious and very scared. She quickly moved all her paws and tail and made some strange sounds. Hiding in his shell, the guy decided to try to capture her, but notifications came one after another that he had failed to do this. Jan didn't understand what was going on because he had never encountered anything like this before. He decided that it was worth continuing to hit him, thinking that it would help. Jan received a notification that he had attacked the turtle and had only dealt 1 damage. With each strike, no matter how hard he swung, he only dealt 1 hit. Jan looked at the bark and told him to try to bite through the shell. He liked this idea very much, and he immediately rushed to run to the turtle. He grabbed hold of its shell with his huge mouth, holding it with his paws. Archer Yang was stunned, as he didn't understand what the abyssal turtle's defense stat was. Jan was perplexed and did not understand what he should do in this situation. But then an interesting idea struck the archer. He grinned and said that he would try to lure the abyssal turtle with food. And his idea worked. The abyssal turtle came out of its shell, delighting Ian. Jan, holding out the food, said that if Turtle wanted to eat it, he should come to him. Without thinking twice, the abyssal turtle emerged completely from its shell, giving in to its instincts. With great pleasure and love, the turtle, opening her mouth wide, approached the delicacy. And at that very moment, Archer Yang appeared in front of him, squatting down, his right eye glowing brightly red. The turtle was very annoyed and angry, and Jan, meanwhile, urged him to follow him to eat the delicacy. The archer said that if the abyssal turtle went with him, he would be able to feed him even more delicious food, because the turtle clearly wanted it. Grinning, Ian said that what was happening worried him a little. But there was one thing, and the archer said that once they made the contract, he would give the turtle 3 meatballs. Then there was a blinding flash of light, and Ian gave the capture command. Ian was relieved to finally have caught the abyssal turtle, and the notification that arrived confirmed this. The archer said it was a turtle with a giant head and thought it would be easier to charm a celebrity than her. Jan, with surprise on his face, was perplexed as to what it was. Looking contentedly at the electronic scoreboard, Jan could not believe that this turtle could evolve. The electronic board displayed the basic information about the taming of the level 30 abyssal turtle and its innate abilities. Jan couldn't believe his luck, namely that he managed to find the turtle in this place. Continuing to look at the electronic scoreboard, Jan continued to rejoice at his success, and then was again amazed by what he read. The archer didn't understand what was wrong with the stats, since the turtle had high defense, but the other stats weren't that good, and the innate ability multiplied defense stats 5-fold. The archer said that this was all comparable to the defense of a level 100 monster, which explained why Jan couldn't think through it no matter how hard he hit, and Lu's fangs couldn't even scratch him. Afterwards, Jan decided to test the turtle's potential and realized that he also had problems with agility. Archer Jan saw that the potential was 0, but the proximity was 10, and he knew that something didn't add up. Sighing dismissively, Yang believed that he had to trust in the turtle's unique rank and the fact that it could evolve. The archer understood that no one knew what the abyssal turtle would become after evolution. Stretching his hand out in front of him, Yang cast a summon, which appeared on the ground as a glowing seal and a brightly glowing cone reaching upward. And at that moment, a summoned abyssal turtle appeared in the middle of the seal. And then an email notification announced that the archer had summoned the abyssal turtle for the first time and that he could name it. This notification made Jan think hard about the name. Pleased with his choice of name, the archer informed the turtle that from that day on he would be called Puk Puk. The turtle became very angry because he did not like his new name at all. Annoyed, Jan couldn't understand what Turtle might not like. Ian angrily shouted that he liked the name, and now Turtle would be called Puk Puk, and he didn't care. And at that moment, a large number of ice golems appeared at the foot of the cliff. Archer Yang angrily called to Lu that it was time to hunt. Following Jan's orders, Lu rushed to attack the ice golem without hesitation. There was a crushing blow, and a powerful wave scattered stones in all directions. At that very moment, Lu let out a furious and deafening roar. The fierce battle between Lu and the ice golem continued, with the powerful waves of the struggle still sending shards of rock flying. The ice golem's icy eyes glowed with fury, and the rage within him continued to grow. The golem was attacked again by the resilient and strong Lu. Jan praised Lu, saying that it was a good job and that he should continue to weaken the golem. But when the ice golem towered over Lu, Yang became suspicious. The golem's appearance became more and more furious. The ice golem jumped up and appeared directly above Lu, preparing to attack. The archer realized that the golem was trying to use the ice wave skill and ordered Lu to dodge and leave. With incredible force, the ice golem crashed down onto the ground, causing a crushing wave. At this moment, Jan, having time to react, ordered Lu to jump and jumped himself. Yang thought that the ice golem would be inactive for a while after using such a powerful skill, Ice Wave. With lightning speed, Jan jumped up, realizing that he had a chance. The archer was angry, as evidenced by his tightly clenched teeth in a vicious grin. Jan, with incredible speed, approached the golem, ready to attack. The golem looked up at the attacking archer with a puzzled expression. At that very second, Jan dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The golem was hit, and its brightly glowing eyes stopped glowing. Jan was jubilant because his plan worked 100%. And then there was a bright flash and a roar, and fragments flew from the golem in all directions. Ice shards of varying sizes flew in all directions from the golem's attacked head. Lu and Yang took a tense stance, ready to attack the ice golem again. Yan's eye glowed red and he ordered Lu to attack. Without a second's hesitation, Lu rushed into the attack, and again a powerful blow rang out. Then Jan realized that he could capture the ice golem, and an email notification confirmed the successful capture. Exhaling, Ian said that he had barely managed to catch the golem, and that it was very difficult to find a pet that he would like. The electronic board displayed information about the taming of the ice golem, as well as its innate abilities. Ian read that Golem's hidden potential was 75, and the fight for him was worth it, because he was big and reliable, and his name would be Biggie. Turning to Lu, Jan said that all preparations were complete, and then asked where Puk had gone. Peeking out from behind the rock, Jan immediately spotted the turtle. Taking Puk, who was munching on a fish, Ian thought that he had spent 2 whole days searching for the golem, and he needed to increase the speed of leveling. Jan and Lu arrived at Duke Trappen's castle. Karin was bustling about in the kitchen, humming a song. With a sigh of relief, Karin wondered if she had succeeded in cooking this time. Karin froze, waiting for the email notification, which a few seconds later informed her that she had succeeded in making cream of lobster soup. Karin was overjoyed that she had successfully prepared a sumptuous meal for the first time, and her fame increased by 1,200. A pleased Karin said that in just a little while she would be able to prepare a dish worth more than 10,000 gold. And then she thought that now she could rest a little. Smiling sweetly, Karin noticed that she was progressing much faster in the kitchen of the ducal castle. And then Karin became interested in how Jan was doing. Looking at the electronic scoreboard, Karin said Jan's name questioningly and with surprise. Jan responded to Karin's message, in which she wrote that she had been cooking in the Duke's castle and had just finished. He clarified whether she meant Duke Trappen. Karin confirmed with a message that she was with Trappen, and Jan in response asked Karin for help. Karin looked questioningly at the electronic board, surprised that Jan needed help. With a sly smile on his face, Jan sent a message that he planned to stop by Karin's and eat something tasty. Jana Karin responded to the message with consent, as she had prepared a lot. And then she added that she was looking forward to their meeting, smiling sweetly. Karin reflected that she had been worried about the surplus food, but she was lucky that Ian had written to her and hoped that they would meet soon. Frightened by her thoughts, Karin mentally justified herself that this was not the case at all, that it was not because she wanted to see Jan or something like that. Meanwhile, at Jan's house, sitting in front of the computer, Jan decided to see if there was any useful information. Ian was surprised and annoyed as he saw a notification that new information about the summoners had been obtained. A video opened on the computer screen, announcing good news for summoners. The video talked about a fox named Coco, who attracted a large number of people to the Olympus Hills, and how she was different from other foxes. Ian was shocked because the video said the fox had an option to evolve in its personal information window. The archer became furious because he did not understand when information about evolution had become known. But then, calming down, Ian said that it was really only a matter of time, and in fact, he was glad that it took them longer than he thought. He thought that a huge number of people had already changed their class to summoner, and therefore it was only natural that there would be people who had tamed a monster that could evolve. Yang thoughtfully said that it would be difficult to develop a monster without training skills, and for this, there was probably no one better than Lu. Still looking at the computer screen, Jan asked if there was anything else. Amazed, Ian read that there was a unique class monster. A video appeared on the screen announcing the first tamed monster of a unique class. With his hands behind his head and a spoon in his mouth, Ian said with satisfaction that he had caught it much earlier. Ian said that if they tamed him at level 23, he thinks that they barely managed to do it with the help of their guild or friends, and there is nothing to be proud of. Having exhaled contentedly and stretched, Ian decided to go and study Puk. At this time in the castle of the Duke of Trappen. Standing on Castle Street, Jan held a huge bag in his hands and Karin stood opposite him. Jana felt very awkward, since there was a lot of stuff in the bag, and he asked Karin if she really didn't want anything in return. Smiling sweetly, she replied that it was nothing compared to him helping her with the class quest that resulted in her getting that necklace, and it was the least she could do for him. Looking through the inventory, Jan was surprised, as some of these dishes looked very expensive. Then he thanked Karin and said that he did not know how to thank her. Then Karin, with a crazy look and the same smile, asked if Jan could fulfill 2 of her requests. Embarrassed and agreeing, Jan asked her what she wanted. And Karin's first request was that if Jan planned to hunt in the northern region, could he collect the ingredients from her list. But when she started talking about her second request, she suddenly fell silent. Jan looked at the embarrassed Karin and understood that she was embarrassed to ask him for something, and he became interested in what kind of request it was. In his mind, Ian really hoped that this wouldn't slow down his leveling. Having made up her mind, Karin asked Jan if he could help her with her school assignment. Raising her index finger, Heron said that Carvin mentioned that Yang was studying at Korea University. Ian confirmed her words and said that he was a freshman, but thought that maybe she needed something outside the game. With a smile on her face, Karin said that, in fact, she was also studying at this university, that she was a second-year student in the Faculty of Hotel Culinary Arts. Lost in thought, Jan realized that he and Heron studied at the same university and that she was his senpai. Karen sheepishly said that she would like Jan to try the dishes she had prepared and help her choose the best among them, as she needed to create her own recipe for a school assignment. Looking away, Jan asked if he had understood correctly that Karen wanted him to try her cooking and leave her a review. Karen confidently confirmed that it was impossible to do without him, confusing Jan with her answer. Ian stood motionless with a thoughtful expression on his face, one hand on his belt. Perplexed, Jan wondered why Karen had asked him to help with something like this when she could have asked her friends who could have helped her. Smirking, Ian thought that it wouldn't be so strange considering how unusual she was. At the end of my reflections, I decided that for now I would focus on preparation. Looking at the electronic board, Ian said that this time the quest would be quite dangerous and there was little information about it, so he needed to get the best equipment he could get. Seeing the appropriate equipment, Jan thought he would buy it, but immediately changed his mind and said that he didn't need such crap. After some time, Jan said that he had found almost everything, only the weapon remained. Ian wondered if there was a bow that was similar to the ones in Mother Nature's kit, and immediately realized that at his current level, it was simply impossible to buy a high-level bow. Continuing his search, Ian concluded that there was not a single bow with an enchantment to enhance a familiar, and he decided to try expanding his search criteria. And then John came across something interesting that caught his attention. The electronic display showed the steel gloves of an ancient summoner. Ian was very surprised and angry that this turned out to be a familiar ability. Hunting in the snowy peas of Krupia, Jan loudly shouted the golem's name, Biggie, and ordered an ice wave to attack the enemy. The golem immediately launched an attack. Jan and Lu also rushed to attack. Jan was going to attack from the front, and Lu ordered to attack from behind. Jan rushed to attack the huge monster with incredible speed and strength. The monster was insanely furious, as evidenced by his tightly clenched teeth and evil grin. There was a deafening blow, and rock fragments began to fly in all directions. Ian activated Vulnerability Scan, and the resulting notification listed enemy weaknesses, increased accuracy, increased critical strike chance, and bonus damage percentage. Jan mentally agreed that he trusted the information and chose the item for 900,000 gold. Baring his teeth angrily, Jan ordered them to go. The gloves on his hands glowed and Vulnerability Scan activated, marking the enemy's weak points with red targets. Jan dealt a powerful blow, causing the monster to scream loudly. Enraged, Yang struck again, his gloves glowing golden. Raising his hand, Ian thought contentedly that the game was worth the candle, and he did not regret buying the gloves at a premium price. And then it dawned on Jan, and he wondered if these gloves could strengthen Puk Puk since this ability was activated. Ian imagined himself inside the turtle's shell, because when Puk Puk is hiding in it, the protection increases fivefold. Jan shook his head and said, "Thank God that it required a physical condition," and brushed the jokes aside. Ian turned towards the huge, enraged, growling monster. And at that moment, the monster swung a huge wooden club at Jan and the ice golem, but Jan activated a spatial distortion. Biggie blocked the ice troll's attack and took 1,375 damage. The clash of ice monsters continued, but Ian shouted that everything was working. Ian was shocked as even a powerful monster like Biggie took over 1,000 damage with just one hit, proving that these ice trolls were truly on a completely different level. Jan decided that he needed to kill the troll before it recovered and rushed to attack. Ian attacked the ice troll and received a notification stating that Ian had dealt him critical damage and the troll had lost 596 health points. Ian knew he just had to keep going, but then Luda's ability began to activate with the ancient summoner's steel gloves. And at that moment, Yang borrowed the ability of Lu's pet Bursek. Yang was furious, as if Lu had possessed him. Jan's body glowed with a blue light. His eyes seemed to blaze with a red flame, and his teeth were clenched in a brutal grin. The ice troll did not give up and growled with incredible fury, baring his huge fangs. As he leaped up to attack further, Ian realized that he had become more agile and stronger. Ready to attack, Jan thought that in this state the troll would finish him off with one blow, because the damned debuff had reduced his defense by as much as 30%. But remembering that monsters with long attack animations have a gap after each hit, Yang immediately attacked the troll, dealing critical damage. Jan's fist struck the troll's jaw with incredible force. Jan was clearly pleased with himself and the way he had fought, and without thinking twice, Jan dealt another blow to the ice troll. There was a deafening blow. A pink glow appeared and everything was covered in a cloud of smoke. Ian assumed a victorious pose, and a notification informed him of his victory and the receipt of 1,060 experience points. Somewhere in the depths of the winter forest, the glow of a fire was visible. The gaming guild settled down around the fire. Yuhan told the girl that they had to cordon off the area because there was a possibility that they could run into ice golems here, whose levels were higher than 100. After bringing a hot drink to Yuhan, the girl said that the northern region was quite dangerous, but she thought that going on this expedition was a great idea, and now they had a base for their guild. Yuhan replied that they only chose this area as a base because there was no more free land left in the southern region, and their problem now was whether they could defend this base or not. To which the girl replied that they would do everything possible, and over the next 3 months of peace, they would use all their forces to develop the base. They should call all the guild members to the base at the end of the expedition. And finally, Yuhan said that from now on they would only hunt in this area. But then Yuhan noticed that one person was unable to farm in this place, and the girl asked who he was. With a satisfied smile, Han said that it was Yan, of course, since he needed to continue training in the southern region. However, Han shouldn't have jumped to conclusions, as the girl said that Yan had sent her a message asking her to share information about the northern region, as he was planning to hunt in the snowy mountains of Krupia. Yuhan was completely confused and didn't understand what level Yan was. The girl replied that she didn't know either, but it would be better for them if he leveled up quickly. Yuhan didn't understand what the hell Yan was doing and had absolutely no idea how he managed to do it. Somewhere in the snowy mountains of Krupia, Ian stood next to Lu and said that they were swinging for too long. Ian realized that now that the experience was divided between the four of them, the farming had really slowed down, even though they had all finally passed level 40, and he realized that he hadn't gone outside for a whole week. Ian said he wanted Biggie's potential to reach 100 sooner, but something surprised him. Ian didn't understand why it was written that Biggie had already reached 100, and he didn't understand why he hadn't evolved then. Yan doubted it, because the prerequisite for evolution was 100 potential, or maybe something else was needed, for example, a level, since Lu first evolved when he was at level 20. The archer wondered if the level requirements were different for each monster, but it wasn't something he could figure out yet. And Ian thought that now he should use the training skill on Puk Puk. An irritated Ian called out to Turtle, as he had no idea where the hell Puk Puk had gone this time. Ian started looking for Puk Puk, saying he would give him a meatball, and reassuring himself that if something happened to him, a system message would appear. After going around the rock, Jan discovered his Puk Puk. Looking at the turtle, who was making strange sounds, Jan did not understand what Puk Puk was doing there. When Ian picked up Puk Puk, he didn't realize what he was eating, but a system message informed him that Puk Puk's pet had swallowed Mandrake. Ian pulled Puk Puk out in front of him and yelled angrily at him because he had eaten Mandrake. Yan knelt down and sighed, saying that it was supposed to be eaten by him, as it was a rare medical material that increased all stats by 5. And then, smiling sweetly, Yan told Puk Puk that if he found something like that again, he should definitely bring it to him, and in return, he would give him a meatball. But then Puk Puk suddenly ran off somewhere, puzzling Yan. Jan, not understanding what was happening, followed the fleeing Puk Puk. Yan, surrounded by Lu and Biggie, saw the gate in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. Jan's eyes were wide open at what he saw and at the realization of what was in front of him. In front of him, in the rock, towered a tall, majestic brick gate. Ian was incredibly amazed and did not believe that this was the hidden dungeon, and he was the first to discover it. The electronic board showed that the drop rate of items in the dungeon had been doubled for the next 5 days, and Yan said that the long journey to the northern region had been worth it. The notification offered to register a new dungeon to increase Ian's fame, but he refused, realizing that if he did so, all the players nearby would rush in, and he had no reason to help other players. With a malicious smile on his face, Ian thought that he didn't want to share the double drop rate with anyone. However, 500 reputation was not a small number. Taking Puk Puk in his arms, Jan thanked him for his good work and emphasized that he was finally being of some use. Having gathered himself, Ian decided to begin exploring this dungeon. The dungeon was quite dusty and dark, with only a few rays of light visible here and there. As he and his pets moved calmly deeper into the dungeon, Ian noticed that it looked like an ordinary place with no hidden obstacles. He also noted that the complex dungeons are full of dangerous traps and secret ambushes. But then Jan felt that he was not feeling well in this place, and then with frightened surprise, he thought that it seemed he had sensed a ghost. And at that very moment, something exploded and flashed with a bright flash, and stones flew in all directions. From behind a cloud of dust and bright light, huge horned monsters appeared. There were 3 monsters. They had large, long horns, a jaw with a large number of sharp teeth and long tongues. They emitted a furious roar. Yan didn't hesitate for a second and gave the command to Biggie to attack with the Ice Wave ability. After Biggie's attack, a notification announced that the Ghost Dragon's health had been reduced, as well as their speed being reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. The ghostly dragons became even more enraged and, opening their fanged mouths wide, let out a deafening roar. The golem was ready to attack at any second, as evidenced by the fighting stance he had adopted. The tension between the opponents grew at an incredible rate, each of them eager to destroy the other. Yan cursed in irritation. He was thinking about what to do because Lu couldn't use the Berserker ability yet. Afterwards, Yan ordered Lu to take on the left dragon and buy time, even though Lu could not attack it. And Yan himself began activating the Path's ability using the ancient summoner's steel gloves. Jumping high, Jan exhaled and thought that he was lucky. And then the ability Ice Wave from Biggie's pet was borrowed. Yang sent an Ice Wave at the Ghost Dragons with great force. The Ghost Dragon let out a painful roar from the blow it received. The notification warned of the Ghost Dragon losing health and a 30% reduction in speed for 10 seconds. Yan called Lu and told him to attack. First they had to deal with this dragon. Yan, Biggie, and Lu began to attack one of the Ghost Dragons. Yan noticed that these monsters were offensive type. Although their attacks were powerful, their defense and survivability were weak. He thought he would deal with them one by one as quickly as he could. But the dragons were not going to give up so easily and rushed towards their opponents. They let out a furious roar, sticking out their long tongues. Lu ran quickly towards the dragons, but then Yan called out his name. Yan ordered to dodge as they could come under a powerful attack from 2 dragons. Without wasting any time, the determined Lu and Yan launched a counterattack. Baring his teeth, Jan cursed and said that it would not be easy. The battle continued with the same fury and hatred of the enemies towards each other, and Jan thought that if things continued like this, they would be stuck here for a long time. Jan looked somewhere to the side and bewilderment and anger froze on his face. Looking angrily at the resting Puk-Puk, Jan cursed mentally. Jan shouted and ordered Puk-Puk to stop playing, lift his damn shell and distract the dragons. Puk-Puk immediately stood up on all fours and frowned menacingly. At that moment, a bright column of light appeared around the turtle. Everyone present looked at the turtle in bewilderment, not believing that he could actually do this. The ghost dragons looked confused, but Jan was jubilant and said that this was his Puk-Puk and he was just like him. The dragons became even more enraged and attacked the turtle at the same time. But Puk-Puk, with lightning speed, hid in his strong shell. There was a loud bang and a cloud of dust rose up. The dragons managed to deal critical damage to Puk-Puk. The notification showed that Puk-Puk had taken 1 hit, leaving Yang very confused. Ian exclaimed and praised Puk-Puk for his excellent work, noting that he knew Puk-Puk could handle it and that his damn defense was amazing. And then Yan, with a serious face, confidently exclaimed that they could do it. Jan angrily and decisively shouted out the order for everyone to attack. Jan and his pets looked at the destruction and the glowing smoke rising into the air. Wiping his forehead with his hand, Jan breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed that they, the men, had done it. Looking at the brightly glowing circle, Ian said that they had gone all the way to the lower level, but there was some kind of different atmosphere here. Without taking his eyes off the glowing circle, Ian was surprised to realize that it was a summoning magic circle and that the dungeon boss was about to spawn. Jan exclaimed, calling for Lu and Biggie and urging them to prepare for the attack. And then Jan was blinded by a bright glow and the dungeon boss appeared in front of him. An elderly man wearing glasses and a hat, and holding some kind of staff in his hand, was hovering above the ground in a bright glow. The man looked at the guests emotionlessly, and Jan was surprised that it was the ghost of an elderly old man. Stopping in front of Ian, the man laughed loudly and assumed that the person standing in front of him was a summoner. Jan didn't like this behavior at all, and he clenched his teeth in an angry grin. The older man corrected himself and regretfully suggested that Yang was the summoner. However, Jan continued to look at the man with displeasure and bared his teeth angrily. But Jan had a fleeting doubt that this old man was a monster. Having decided for himself that it would be polite to speak to him due to his age, Jan asked who this man was. The man said that he was the first to challenge Oakley's trial, became a summoner, and noted that it must be fate. Jan looked at the man questioningly and with incredible surprise on his face. Ian decided to ask if the man's name was Oakley, addressing the man as Sir. And with a calm expression on his face, the man confirmed that this was his name. Ian's pets appeared next to him, and Ian, with an irritated expression on his face, decided to clarify why Mr. Oakley was here. Looking at Ian from under the brim of his hat, Mr. Oakley said he couldn't answer that question. And then a sly smile touched Mr. Oakley's lips. Holding a glowing staff at arm's length, Mr. Oakley offered that if they passed his test, he would reveal all the secrets to them. Mr. Oakley's proposal left Ian very puzzled. Ian and his pets didn't understand what was happening, because Mr. Oakley's staff began to glow even brighter. The ground under his feet began to vibrate and small stones began to rise up. Jan was completely confused by what was happening. Grasping the staff with both hands, Mr. Olsen called upon the Chaos Dragon to heed his call. The staff's ball glowed incredibly brightly. Jan turned around and looked back with shock in his eyes. There was a loud explosion and a bright flash behind Jan and his pets. And in the thick smoke from the explosion, the dragon's head began to appear. A few seconds later, the entire body of the dragon appeared through the smoke. And then a notification announced that this was a level 75 Chaos Dragon. Shocked to the point of horror, Ian cannot believe his eyes that this is actually a Chaos Dragon. Looking at the dragon towering above him, Yang noted that it was more than twice the size of the ghost dragons on the first floor. Smoke was pouring out of the dragon's mouth, and Yan was perplexed that the dragon was level 75, namely heroic level. He exclaimed to Oakley that he was mocking him and asked how he could defeat this monster. As he prepared for the attack, Ian thought that he would have to recall his pets if their health reached a critical state. The Chaos Dragon roared ferociously, and glowing red circles began to spread from its mouth, and a notification announced that Jan's body was groaning in fear. The notification warned of a 5% reduction in all stats for 10 minutes, and Ian thought that even if he died, he would take it with him. Mr. Oakley gave the command to the Chaos Dragon to attack this man. And at that very moment, the dragon's devilish roar was heard, and fire poured out of its mouth. Yang was at the edge of rage and amazed that this monster could use a fire-breathing technique. Grabbing Puk Puk in his arms, Ian yelled at Biggie and Lou, ordering them to run away. And at that moment, the Chaos Dragon released an incredibly powerful stream of fire. Everything around was engulfed in a powerful and destructive fire. A powerful stream of fire fell upon Jan, who was defending himself with the shell of Puk Puk, which he held out in front of himself, interrupting the fire. Ian sighed heavily, realizing how close it had been, and couldn't believe that even Puk Puk, with his insane defense, had lost a third of his health. Peeking out from behind Puk Puk's shell, Yang mused that if it was the same type as those phantom dragons, then its defense and survivability should be low. Moving the shell aside, Yang ordered Biggie to use the Ice Wave ability. Thinking that he would never give up until he reached his limit, Yan ordered Lou to use Berserk and attack from the flank. And Jan himself activated Vulnerability Scan. But something went wrong and caught Jan by surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. The Chaos Dragon attacked its opponents with its large and powerful tail. Yan cried out and ordered Lou and Biggie to dodge. Trying to dodge the Chaos Dragon's attack, Yang and Biggie took up fighting stances. But then there was a deafening blow from the dragon's powerful tail. The blow landed squarely on Biggie, and Ian, covering his face with his hand, could only mentally pronounce his name at that moment. An email notification alerted Biggie's pet to a critical hit. Ian, with a puzzled expression on his face, looked at the electronic scoreboard, which displayed the number of Biggie's lost health points. Jan was simply furious, and then exclaimed that this was too much even for a level 70 boss. Biggie was enveloped in clouds of smoke and dust, and Jan ordered him to return. Ian looked angrily at the Chaos Dragon, and on his back sat a roaring Puk Puk. The Chaos Dragon growled angrily, baring its sharp teeth. But then Lou's pet appeared in front of it with a howl. Lou attacked the dragon with lightning speed, dealing him a critical hit that caused the dragon to lose quite a bit of health. Watching the fight, Yan mentally praised Lou for his excellent work and knew that everything was going well, because Lou had found this dragon's Achilles heel. Yan ordered Lou to continue the attack immediately, and the pet rushed into battle with an evil grin. Enraged, Lou dealt the Chaos Dragon blow after blow, significantly reducing its health. The Chaos Dragon roared loudly at its opponent, trying to scare him. The enraged dragon began to attack Yan and his pets with his tail again. Waving his tail, he tried to deliver the strongest blow to Lou. Continuing to attack, the Chaos Dragon still managed to catch up with Lu and strike him. Yan exclaimed Lu's name and was shocked that his pet had been badly hurt by the dragon. With incredible anger and at the same time pain in his eyes, Yang activated the spatial distortion ability. Jan's gloves glowed a bright yellow and a bright spot appeared in front of him. And in Yan's hands appeared Puk Puk, who was glowing very brightly and growling. Still holding the turtle in his hands, Yang struck the dragon with Puk Puk's shell with all his might. The dragon's tail rose high and hit the wall, shattering it into tiny pieces. Sighing heavily in pain, Ian continued to hide behind Puk Puk's shell. And at that moment, an electronic notification announced that Puk Puk had lost 118 units of health. Filled with rage, Yang looked at the turtle and thought that this damn dragon deals a critical hit every time it attacks. But Puk Puk's defense is incredible, as only 118 units of health were lost. Without another second to waste, Yan yelled, ordering Lu to tear the dragon to pieces. Lu pounced on the Chaos Dragon and dealt him a critical hit, which knocked off 2,576 units of the dragon's health. Yan couldn't believe that the dragon had more than half HP left even after a critical hit. Before Yan could recover, the dragon's tail rose in front of him, ready to strike. The blow landed on Puk Puk's shell, as Yan was holding it out in front of him with his arms outstretched like a protective shield, and they were thrown back with incredible force. Ian winced in pain as a notification informed him that he had lost 521 health points when he hit the wall. Gritting his teeth in pain, Yang wondered if he could win, because he didn't want to die, and the level 70 hero-class monster was really strong. Enraged, Ian realized that he would lose his precious experience if he ended it there. And on top of that, he would be restricted from entering for as long as 24 hours, which was a lot. But after pulling himself together, Yan angrily said that he had to at least save Lu because he could not lose him for anything. While looking around the cave, Yan looked for Lu. He needed to call him back quickly, but something surprised him, and Yan saw that Lu had rushed to attack the Chaos Dragon again. The dragon tried to prevent Lu from attacking him, writhing and growling loudly. Yan, completely bewildered, shouted out his pet's name, and Puk Puk, who was sitting behind him, closed his eyes. Lu managed to land a critical hit again, which increased the damage percentage due to the attack on the enemy's wounded area, and this time the Chaos Dragon lost a lot more health. Ian was shocked that the increased damage was caused by an attack on a wounded area. While Lu was attacking the dragon's neck, which was a weak point, Yang was thinking that if he attacked the wounded area, additional damage would be inflicted, and he didn't know about it. Looking angrily at the fight, Jan thought that in any case, now was not the time for reflection. Lu had a little chance to rest between attacks. Lu moved slowly, periodically emitting an angry howl. The Chaos Dragon stretched out and let out a deafening roar, and its name began to flash, which most likely meant that it had less than half its HP left. Ian was lost in thought again, wondering if this was his chance, or maybe not. And on the contrary, it meant that after all this, I had only managed to take down half of his HP. The fucking monster, as Ian called him, was not going to give up and growled with renewed vigor, his eyes glowing brightly. Jan was angry and scared at the same time, because he understood that he had to soberly assess the situation and whether he could even gain the upper hand. Puk Puk was embarrassed, and Jan, exhaling loudly, clearly had thought of something. Turning around, Jan called out to Lu with a serious face. After praising his pets, Yang activated the ability, Cancel Summon, and Lu glowed blue. Yang pursed his lips and said that he didn't have time to replenish his stamina, and if he got tired as the battle dragged on, he wouldn't be able to continue dodging the dragon's attacks and wouldn't be able to win the battle. Yan stood in front of the roaring Chaos Dragon and said that he must minimize his losses. And then the dragon roared deafeningly again, baring his large, sharp teeth. Taking Puk Puk's shell with one hand, Yan confirmed that the dragon had understood him correctly and should go to him. The Chaos Dragon straightened up, spread its wings, and stood in front of Yang on its hind legs, balancing itself with its tail. Yan continued to be tormented by doubts, and he mentally repeated to himself again that everything could end with a loss of level and a 24-hour restriction on entering the game. The Chaos Dragon roared with incredible new strength, almost knocking Yan over. Watching the entire battle, Oakley chuckled and remarked that it was incredible. And then Oakley said that this was enough, and his staff glowed as brightly as the sun. The Chaos Dragon, which had almost caught up with Yan, suddenly glowed with a blue light. And then, his mouth closed, and the dragon's head stopped a few centimeters from Yan. The email notifications shocked Ian, as they told him that he had cleared the Chaos Dungeon, gained more experience, and his level had increased to 69. Without taking his eyes off the dragon, Yang realized that he was not destined to defeat the Chaos Dragon in this dungeon, which was a surprise from the old man. Like a little child, Jan sat down on the ground and exclaimed, not understanding what the hell this was. Oakley approached him and said that it was incredible, truly incredible, because Yang had fought the Chaos Dragon so well. Looking sideways at Oakley, Ian asked what was so incredible since he lost and almost died. But Oakley assured him that he had not lost, as it was a summoning that could not be defeated, and congratulated Ian on passing the test. However, Ian thought he was making a fool of him. Oakley asked Ian his name, pointing his finger at him. Yang replied that his name was Jin Sung, or more accurately, he meant Yang. And then Oakley asked Ian if he would like to become his student. Ian was simply stunned, because he was offered to become a dragon tamer. Looking at the email notification, Jan's eyes sparkled with madness and delight. He did not fully understand what was happening, because it was written there that this was a hidden class. Ian was in deep thought, because all this was too good to be true. He would never have thought that he would ever be able to get something like this. Oakley asked Ian what he thought and if he wanted to become the successor to the legendary dragon tamer. Ian imagined a dragon engulfed in flames, and then thought that dragon tamer sounded pretty scary, but he wondered which was better, a master tamer or a dragon tamer. After all, at the beginning of the game, Yan easily unlocked the master tamer class by taming his pets. But unlocking Yan's dragon tamer class wasn't exactly an easy task. Without thinking twice, with a rather serious face, Yan agreed to change his class to Dragon Tamer. Oakley was pleased and said that the Dragon Tamer was simply a great class, and assured that Ian would not regret this decision. Then Oakley held out his hand and a pentagram lit up in front of it, and he said that he blessed the birth of a new Dragon Tamer. But then the pentagram that had been approaching Ian and was glowing blue suddenly began to glow red. And then Oakley said in bewilderment that this was impossible and did not understand what had happened. Jan was shocked and didn't understand what was going on, as the notification showed that it was impossible to change the class to a lower one. Realizing what was happening, Oakley sighed and said that Ian was already on the path of a tamer. Oakley told Ian that he knew he wasn't a normal tamer because of his blood-red wolf familiar, but he didn't think Ian was a master tamer. Ian thought that he would try to gather as much information as possible and learn something useful, and then asked if Lou was special. Owdley looked at Ian and asked him again for the name, then realized it was the wolf's name. After thinking about it, Oakley said that Lou was definitely a rare-level wolf, but his strength seemed to be higher than other individuals. But this was possible if the tamer had an unusual approach. Jan was impressed that Oakley was able to accurately determine Lou's level and status, and thought that it was no coincidence that he was a legendary dragon tamer. When Ian asked if he could inquire as to why the dragon tamer was so eager for the challenger, Oakley said that he had almost forgotten the most important thing, as he had been distracted by Ian's class peculiarity. Smiling, Jan repeated the phrase about the most important thing and thought that he knew it, because there should be a reward for passing such a difficult test. Oakley invited him to follow him, and Ian thought he almost left empty-handed because of that damned old man. Meanwhile, other players were battling an enraged ice golem. Yu Han, spinning 360 degrees around his axis, dealt a fairly powerful blow to the golem. Yu Han's blow turned out to be the last one, as he exhaled heavily and said that he had finished. A player approached Yu Han, remarked on their good work, and clarified that they had met the minimum requirements for moving to the village, and Han confirmed that the territory had reached 1,000 units. Then an email notification informed them that Lotus Base had been upgraded to Lotus Village, and the chieftain had been automatically promoted to guildmaster. Hen laughed and said that Han became the village leader despite their guildmaster looking young, and continued laughing. Yu Han, offended, said that this was the guild base update they had been dreaming of, and also noted that Chloe Hen had the highest fame despite his appearance. Frowning and folding his arms, Yu Han said he wondered if Jin's son was okay, then corrected himself and said he meant Yan. At the same time, in the snowy mountains of Krupi, a very tired Ian said that 10 hours of sleep in 5 days makes him want to sleep even in the game, and his mind becomes foggy and his eyes bleed. Jan stood in front of his pets with his head bowed low and said that he did not understand why he agreed to this. Smiling wearily, Jan said he was beginning to regret it. A circle lit up above Ian's head. Oakley appeared next to him, and Ian decided to check if this was really a forced mission. Oakley said that this was true, because those who passed the test could receive a reward along with a mission that could not be refused. Holding his head in pain, Ian cursed and thought the risk was too great, and Oakley warned him that he would have no choice. Ian thought that Oakley wouldn't be able to tell him what the quest was in advance, to which Oakley said that he couldn't tell until Ian made a decision. Thinking about it, Jan realized that he couldn't refuse, and then, with a confident look, Jan said that he accepted this quest. Looking contentedly at Ian, Oakley said he knew he would agree. Reading the information on the electronic board, Jan thought about the difficulty of the quest being B, but he hadn't even reached level 50 and didn't understand what a spatial mage was. Ian was tormented by the thought that if he couldn't get a group together during the quest, would that mean he wouldn't be able to do anything in the group until he completed the task? Oakley watched Ian silently and with interest. But then Oakley extended his hand towards Jan, in which lay the divine dragon soul stone, and told him to take it. And then Oakley confessed that, in truth, he was a summoner who lived 1,000 years ago. Oakley appeared surrounded by dragons and continued to tell the story that 1,000 years ago he was the leader of the dragon tamers, who are long gone, and Karsei was one of the 5 divine dragons. Oakley continued by saying that as a result, countless dragons and tamers died, as there were too many evil dragons, and their master, Kalipa, was stronger than Karsei. The soul stone glowed brightly, and Oakley brought his story to a conclusion and said that this is why he had to run away and hide here, because he had a debt to his comrade Karsei. And Oakley also said that this is why he lived for 1,000 years in this place where you can't see the light of day, and all for the sake of reviving my dear friend Karsei, and, if possible, the dragon tamers. Looking at the soul stone hovering above his palm, Yang suggested that he could help Oakley if he took it to the spatial mage. Oakley said that the spatial mage would tell Ian how to return the soul of the battle dragon to this world, although he originally planned to force Ian to continue the legacy of the dragon tamers by giving him Karsei's soul. Oakley hadn't believed for a long time that Ian couldn't change classes, and then he said that he hadn't even imagined that there would be someone with a class higher than a dragon tamer, but he had come to terms with it. Yang wondered if only dragon tamers could restore the soul stone, to which Oakley replied that only a dragon tamer's innate skills would allow Karsei to be reborn as a new battle dragon. Oakley said, answering Ian, why he can't do everything himself, that he is sealed, and for the same reason he can't use his abilities to do it. At this point, Yang cursed and thought that a familiar with the title Divine Dragon would definitely be powerful, but he missed it. But this should mean that the Taming Master class would be even more impressive. Looking at the feather, Oakley said that if Yang gave this soul stone to the spatial mage, he would find a way to bring back the battle dragon in some other way. Having received the feather from Oakley, Ian thanked him and said that he would find this spatial mage at any cost. Oakley warned Ian that he needed to go to the eastern part of the southern continent, and there he would find a spatial magic tower, and said that he no longer regretted anything and could rest in peace. Before his disappearance, Oakley politely asked to resurrect the descendant of the divine dragons in this world. Holding the soul stone in his hands, Jan felt like he had taken on a truly incredible quest. And holding his reward, the feather in his other hand, Jan exclaimed that he was on fire. Looking at the feather sullenly, Ian remembered Oakley saying it was a sealed item, but he decided to check anyway. What he saw greatly shocked Jan, which was confirmed by his surprised face. Still amazed, Jan thought that the increase in characteristics thanks to the feather was amazing. Besides, it was tied to his account, and it would not have any analogs if this seal was removed. Jan also thought that if a familiar ran out of health during a battle, it could be replaced with another, just like replacing players in sports. Jan thought that he would definitely tame a dragon in the future, because it was a tamer's dream, and the lowered requirements for characteristics was excellent news. Stretching his hand forward with the feather, Jan thought that he would complete this quest no matter what. With wide eyes and dark circles under them, Ian said that he had to be at least level 70 to complete the quest without a group, and so he should work on his level. Looking at his fighting pets, Jan realized that he had not slept for 5 whole days. Lu growled furiously and moved towards the enemy with lightning speed. Lu's rage and glowing eyes were simply astounding. Lu and Biggie unleashed their incredible power on the Chaos Dragons. With his hands on his knees, a tired John noted that his pets were showing off and did not forget to praise them for their good work. Sitting down on the ground, Ian said he was very tired and noted that he had reached level 50 before his Dungeon Explorer buff wore off. While reading the information, Ian didn't understand what the summoning magic and spirit magic abilities were for, and whether they belonged to the summoner class. Stretching, Jan realized that he wouldn't be able to deal with anything right now and that he urgently needed to go to bed, but he didn't have time to finish, as he was interrupted by notifications. Ian learned that he was the first to reach level 50 and felt like he had done something amazing. An email notification announced that the Summoner's Prophet quest had been activated, but Ian didn't understand what the quest was. Afterwards, Jan read that this was an imperial quest, that it was special because it would bring him great glory and a reward, as well as contribution points, for which he could obtain a noble title. Overjoyed, Ian knew he had made the right decision, and he also knew that Kylan was generously handing out rewards to players who progressed. And after that, Jan decided to go to bed since he was too sleepy, and as soon as he connected, he would immediately go to Miulan. Meanwhile, in the capital of the empire, Liutsefel, Miulan, Flinor Plaza, everything around shook violently, which meant that an earthquake had begun. The players were confused because they did not understand how there could be an earthquake in the game. But then something above the castle glowed with a bright blue light. None of the players understood what it was. From this glow, a new tower was being built, but everyone was tormented by the question of which of the new classes it was being built for. When the tower was fully built, it shocked everyone. All the players looked at the electronic notifications with great surprise. Players couldn't believe it was the Summoner's Tower, which was the first of all the new classes to appear and the first to reach level 50. Meanwhile, at Jan's house, Jan woke up to the bright sun shining brightly through the window. Getting out of bed, but not yet fully opening his eyes, Jan realized that he had not slept like this for a long time. Jan made some ramen and decided to have breakfast first and read the forums at the same time. Opening and starting his laptop, Ian was surprised by the large number of new messages. After reading the messages about the Summoner's Tower, Ian gasped and laughed, saying that everyone seemed impressed with his achievement. This situation amused Jan. Everyone was going crazy. Yana was surprised by one message that said that someone knew the identity of the level 50 summoner that everyone was interested in. While gobbling up his noodles and squinting, Ian said that usually such messages are clickbait. But there was one thing, and this, was something that Jan simply couldn't resist checking. Jan was incredibly shocked by what he saw and even spat out his noodles. Ian was very angry because he saw a photograph of himself and Lou. Jan logged into the game and spawned in the snowy mountains. Gritting his teeth in a vicious grin, Jan was insanely angry. After reading the comments under this message, Ian called everyone damned idiots because everyone thought it was fake. Jan decided to summon Lou, and after the summoning, Lou appeared next to him. Gently stroking the wolf's muzzle, Jan smiled happily, said that Lou was cute, and then decided to summon Puk Puk too. Immediately, Yang activated his summon ability and summoned Puk Puk. And then Puk Puk spawned next to Jan and Lou. Puk Puk was turned away from Ian, and Ian wondered if Puk Puk missed him. But then Puk Puk growled angrily at Ian, which shocked him. Ian said, guessing that Puk Puk was upset about being carried on his back, and it looked like that. Reaching out to Turtle, Ian said that he had nothing to fear with Pookie behind him, and then was surprised that Pookie was not going to protect him. Squatting down and starting to pet Puk Puk, Jan said that if he would protect him, Jan would give him 3 meatballs in the morning and 4 in the evening. He stroked Puk Puk and he became very sweet, and Jan, in turn, praised him. Frowning, Ian saw that he had received a new message and thought it was from Yukon. In the message, Yuhan greeted Jan very angrily. Angry and shocked, Yuhan cursed and asked what Jan had done. Yuhan also asked if Jin was the summoner who had reached level 50, and at that moment, Jan thought that Yuhan was the only person who understood him. But then Jan saw that someone other than Yuhan had sent him a message. Jan burst into tears when he saw that the message was from Heron, and he thought that she had immediately written to him knowing that he was a level 50 summoner. Jan thought that Karen was really a good person, so he was glad that he decided to help her. After checking her messages, he realized that she seemed to be offline at the moment. There was only a week left until the opening of the Imperial Arena, and the guy didn't understand how he could forget about this, because if he won, he could get a lot of glory points. While discussing the arena with his friend, Ian said he would find something else to do besides leveling up. The guy thought for a moment about what he could do in that case. A turtle crawling past caught his attention. Taking her in his arms, he asked her what they would do and suggested they complete the Summoner's Prophet quest. There were always many different people near the Summoner's Tower. Jan looked at the tower with enthusiasm and decided that it was a sign of his achievement. He was really proud to see this tower and noted that it was not badly decorated. He had a lot of free time, so before going to the Emperor, he could do something else. The place where he was now looked very much like an archer's tower. This meant that the Artifact Exchange Center was presumably also located on the 5th floor, and there he would be able to exchange the earned contribution points for items or skill books. Having reached his destination, John was very happy. A nice young woman consultant greeted him and asked if he needed any help. Adjusting her golden hair, she asked his name and said that she needed to check his contribution points. In anticipation, the guy said that his name was Jan. The girl, already completely ready to check the number of points, asked to wait a couple of minutes. After a short period of time, she asked Jan in surprise if he was a prophet. Having confirmed her guess, the guy could not understand why she was so happy about this information. Suddenly, the girl ran up to him and excitedly started babbling that he should follow her and that they had many artifacts and spell books that he could get in exchange for contribution points. Showing him the filled shelves, she asked him to let her know if there was anything there that would interest him. Jan was interested in her proposals and decided to consider what they had. While looking at certain artifacts, he decided that he needed to look at all the options. His attention was drawn to the ancient summoner's steel sword, which was the same type as the gloves he had recently purchased at auction. Yan thought that 350 contribution points wasn't that expensive for such an item, considering that quests of his level gave a similar amount of points. The guy spent a long time choosing and realized that he had looked at everything. The girl asked him with interest about the fact that he had not found anything to his liking. After thinking for a moment, the guy replied that indeed nothing interested him. The consultant suggested that he look at the skill and spell books that were in another room. Bowing, she said she was sure there was something here that would interest Jan. After these words, the girl grinned mysteriously. Yana was very intrigued by this proposal, and he agreed. Meanwhile, a bright flash of light occurred at the top of Krupia. A huge, enraged Cyclops was preparing to attack the guy with a roar. The mysterious stranger prepared to fight off the monster with his knife. As he swung, the weapon burst into purple flame. The man's eyes filled with determination, and he delivered his confident blow. With one movement of his hand, he wounded the one-eyed monster. The ice troll's defense was instantly reduced. Looking at the wounded monster, the guy wondered if he was alive. Snowflakes rose up on the mountain. The young man decided that if the monster was still alive, it could be fixed. Without thinking twice, he continued to inflict serious injuries on the ferocious troll. He gripped his knives tightly, which glinted with the purple light of his magic. The frightened troll did not expect such attacks and growled terribly. Without wasting any time, the guy delivered blow after blow. In the blink of an eye, his weapon inflicted another wound on the monster. Using his knives skillfully, he finally managed to deal with the troll. Even though it was hard, he expected it from an ice troll of such a high level. The guy thought that it would take him another half a day to reach level 50. He was still level 49, and yet there was a user who had reached level 50 a few days ago. Their classes were compatible, so he was looking forward to meeting him. Even though there were 4 days left before the opening of the Imperial Arena, the man decided that he was in no hurry. With a confident leap, he pushed off from the ground. He jumped so high that his body rose several meters above the ground. With an unperturbed face, the guy flew straight into the cliff. Due to the high speed of the fall, a blue glow appeared. Suddenly, in place of this light, a huge black raven appeared. Every movement of his wings seemed to cut the air like a sharp blade. Jan's hands were filled with a brightly colored magic, reminiscent of sun rays. The flow of magic was so powerful that the guy could barely cope with it. The book he used gave him a particularly powerful force. The square gradually filled with people. Jan started by purchasing 2 books, which cost him 1,700 contribution points. After reviewing the skills, he concluded that it was quite good. Although its attack power was relatively low for a heroic skill, the additional effects were still very useful. Jan decided to use the skill book. Using this book, he learned skills such as lightning spirit summoning and galvanic wave. Suddenly, among the particles of his magic, the outline of a bird began to appear. A creature appeared in front of Jan, who was clearly unhappy about something. Having examined the emerging bird in more detail, the guy realized that the spirit of lightning was in front of him. Now he could give a name to his new companion. Unexpectedly, Jan had some difficulties with the choice. The disgruntled bird suddenly flew straight at the guy, which scared him quite a bit. Looking at her again, Jan had an idea. He decided that the bird would now be called Jaiki. Breathing a sigh of relief, the boy thought that the name was quite simple and quite cute. Jan called his new companion over to examine him in more detail. When the bird landed on his hand, he began to analyze the information about it. The lightning spirit was still low rank and couldn't be used in combat, which explained why it didn't require leadership. The boy believed that he simply needed to think of Jaiki as the conduit required to use lightning-type summoning magic. Jan said that it's nice to have a strong spirit from the start, but leveling it up from scratch is even nicer. Now it's time to meet Emperor Celius. Jan confidently approached the beautiful building, near which armed guards stood. The guards quickly blocked the guy's path, which made him quite angry. One of the guards asked about the purpose of his visit. Ian didn't understand why this was happening, because before resetting his old character, he could easily go anywhere. Suddenly, he remembered the prophet's quest. Jan introduced himself and said that he was a prophet summoner. He also added that he came here at the personal invitation of the emperor. The man thought for a moment and asked to wait while he went and asked the commander. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard calling out to Jan. It was Guard Commander Mao Ling, who apologized for not warning the guards and for Jan having to wait. The guy thought that he was so polite to him because of the imperial quest. The commander said that he would take Jan where he needed to go. They moved along the long corridor in silence. Watching the commander closely, Jan became curious about what level the head of security might have. The leader of the lynch mob was around level 90. While the commander was not paying attention to the guy, he in turn decided to conduct an analysis. Jan was very surprised when he learned that Mao Lin was level 115. Even the top 1 player in Kylon hasn't reached level 120 yet. Shocked by this information, John decided to check the levels of the other guards. It turned out that the average level of guards varies between levels 104 and 107. The guy understood why the leading guilds couldn't establish their own base, because if they interfered in the Empire's affairs, the entire guild would be destroyed. His guild decided to establish its base in the northern region instead of here. Ian decided that he needed to level up quickly and help them secure the land around the base. The Emperor was already expecting a meeting with Yang. Entering the hall, the guy confirmed that he was the one they were waiting for. Jan expected to see an old man with gray hair in front of him. However, in front of him sat a rather young man, about whom all information was hidden. The Emperor said that when he heard that such a brilliant man as Yang had appeared in the Empire, he immediately wanted to speak with him personally. Jan succeeded in completing the quest, and his fame increased significantly. The boy was surprised that he received so many points just by meeting the Emperor. Carefully taking the cup, the man said that he was very excited to hear about Yana. Looking at the guy mysteriously, he continued and said that he had been looking for such an experienced summoner for a long time. One of the attendants became angry with Jan for daring to interrupt the Emperor. The man, in turn, hastened to reassure him and said that Yang was simply an adventurer who was not familiar with imperial etiquette. Jan was worried that he was close to failure. He thought that he couldn't withstand even one blow from that man's blade. His sword was clearly of the highest rank. The Emperor asked Yang if he knew what mythical creatures symbolized their empire. The guy clearly didn't expect such a question. Slightly confused, Jan began to look around. His attention was drawn to the picture of a griffin in a frame, and he decided that this was the creature they were talking about. The Emperor said that there were many who did not know this, and his words confused John, because he noticed that the griffin was depicted at almost every step. About 6 months ago, the Empire found a griffin's nest in the desert and, of course, got its egg. However, the egg had not yet hatched by this time. The Emperor wanted Yang to find a way to help the egg hatch. The guy himself had no idea how to take care of him. Jan thought he was considered the mother of the griffins, but he did not understand how he was supposed to hatch the egg. This quest had no time limit, which made it even more confusing. However, the stakes were too high and he could not afford to lose his closeness to the Emperor, so Yang said he would try. The guy decided that everything was getting worse each time, because he had already accidentally received 2 global quests. At least he knew where he needed to go to find the forgotten ancient monster. Jan admitted that he didn't fully understand the essence of the quest and what exactly he had to do. In any case, he wouldn't be able to deal with them now because first he needed to take care of the arena that Yun Hyun had spoken of. There were 5 days left until the opening of the Imperial Arena, so he needed to improve his new skills. After spending a long time choosing a location, Jan decided to go to the ant lair. Suddenly, he received a new message. It was from Karin. She said that she was currently sitting in a cafe near the school and planning to discuss her assignment with a friend. She wondered if Jan would have some free time so they could have lunch together. Jan was surprised by this offer because he hadn't been to a cafe for a long time. But the priority for him at the moment was developing his skills. He had to lie to her that he had just arrived at the ant lair and now was not a convenient time. Karin asked him to send her a message when he finished gaining experience, and to make it more convenient, she offered to give him her number. Jan was very upset that instead of having lunch, he was going hunting. Truly beautiful landscapes opened up before the guy. As he expected, there were a lot of mobs there. But this did not frighten him, because this was his precious experience, which is what he came for. Without thinking twice, Jan decided to get down to business. Hearing his order to begin the battle, his assistants rushed to their feet. Ian gave the order for Biggie to attack first. Soon the pet started taking damage, which wasn't very good. To remedy this situation, it was decided to use an ice wave. The giant ants did not expect such actions. They scattered in different directions with a terrible roar when the icy wave overtook them. Now it was Lou's turn to attack the enemy. The wolf let out a terrifying roar. With one movement of his paw, he knocked down several ants at once. Suddenly, Jan's pet turtle crawled up to him. A moment later, the turtle used its magic. Jan appreciated this and noted that Puk Puk was a good boy, because now he didn't even need to be told what to do. Now it's time to test the galvanic wave in combat. The guy hadn't quite figured out how to use it yet, so he just threw the bolts at the ants. Unexpectedly for everyone, these discharges flew at a very low speed. Their slow flight greatly puzzled Jan. He couldn't understand who they could hurt at such a speed. One of the charges flew right over the ant without even touching it. It seemed to Jan that even the ant was laughing at him. The guy decided to wait a little first. Fortunately, the speed of restoration of spirit magic is not as slow as he thought. He had no other choice. He decided that he needed to make sure that they hit the ants accurately. Jan took a short run and rushed into the attack. His eyes showed determination and awareness of his actions. With one sharp movement, he managed to inflict almost 2,000 damage on the giant ant. This time, the paralysis didn't work, but the chance was about 15%. Jan continued to vigorously wound the ants one after another. Now that ants' movements are slowed by 30%, they will take additional damage when using lightning attacks. This skill was best suited for farming. The guy was clearly pleased with this outcome of events. It took Jan a whole day to get 99%, and if he had been careless, he could have reached level 51, but then he would not have been able to enter the arena. The guy was about to go back, but he realized that his turtle was not nearby. Looking around, he noticed that Puk Puk was busy with something. Realizing that this could negatively affect the outcome, Jan hastened to stop it. However, Puk Puk had no intention of stopping what he had started. Reacting quickly, Jan canceled the call, but it was too late. The guy saw 2 notifications that said he would receive additional experience points for destroying giant ant eggs. A few seconds later, a notification also appeared that his level had now been increased to 51. Disappointed by what he saw, Jan fell to his knees. The boy was overcome with rejection of the situation, and he screamed loudly in despair. He couldn't believe how much his level had increased. Ian thought he was being too greedy and should have stopped hunting when it was 98%. The boy asked the wolf what he should do now. He decided to cancel the call so that his pet could get some proper rest. The only option to lower the level was suicide. It was necessary to hide all valuable items that could drop after death. Taking the sword in his hands, the boy thought that it was not particularly important to him, so he could use it. After dealing himself a blow, his level dropped back to 50. But now he couldn't connect to the game for the next 24 hours. The street was, as always, filled with people. Walking along the road, Jan thought about what he should talk about alone with Karin. He remembered that she wanted to meet him in the cafeteria. Noticing an attractive girl near the entrance, Jan noted that he didn't even know that such a beauty studied at their university. The guy thought she was a celebrity because she was so beautiful. Having recognized Jan, Karin greeted him, which confused the guy. Jan did not expect that this beauty was that very Karin. The girl noted that Jan didn't seem to bother much with changing the character's appearance in the game. She asked if the fact that the guy didn't recognize her was because she didn't look as good in real life as she did in the game. Embarrassed, Jan suggested they hurry up and have lunch since he hadn't had breakfast in the morning. Karin said that she knew just one good place. The girl looked at the food very carefully. When Jan mentioned that he needed to lower his level, Karin started laughing. Having had a good evening and a delicious dinner, the guys said goodbye and went home. When Jan returned home, it was already dark and he was very tired. He used up all his energy and said that women really are terrible creatures. And yet, when else would he be able to have lunch with such a beautiful girl? Jan decided to return to the game, but remembered that he still couldn't connect. Nevertheless, he wanted to try. A huge arena appeared before my eyes. Many people watched what was happening there with admiration. In the middle of the arena stood 2 reporters who introduced themselves as Haynes and Lucia. Lucia noted that the arena has become much hotter than it was a month ago, and 3 new classes have been added. Haynes suggested that it would be an assassin class, as it has much higher offensive power compared to the dark sorcerer or summoner classes. Jan realized that it looked like the first preliminary match was about to begin. 2 participants appeared in the arena, one of whom was an assassin. Everyone was anticipating that an incredible spectacle was about to begin. The match was due to start in just 5 seconds, and Jan froze in anticipation. He was very interested in how this killer would fight. Some people rooted for Limlong, while others chose the side of the warrior Plio. When the match finally began, the men began to fight. Limlong first began to study his opponent's actions. The warrior, in turn, decided not to waste time and began to attack. He swung his weapon and struck straight towards the killer. However, he was unable to inflict any damage because his opponent used his invisibility skill to launch a surprise attack. While the warrior was still realizing what had happened, Limlong struck him straight in the back. Jan noted that the killer was indeed good. This man clearly caught his attention. Plio was not going to give up and tried to gather his strength. He screamed that he had lost almost half of his health. The man was determined to win this battle. The warrior used the blast wave to attack. Unperturbed, the killer attacked him in return, using magical knives. Plio realized the hopelessness of his situation and watched in confusion. Sharp daggers soon pierced his body. He screamed hysterically from the unbearable pain. Limlong didn't seem to care much about the suffering of others. The enthusiastic crowd began to rejoice at the killer's beautiful victory. Ian also thought it was just incredible. He understood that this guy was really strong. Suddenly, he noticed Limlong standing next to him. His gaze was as serious and cold as always. Something inside made John uneasy, all because the killer's gaze was directed straight at him. The guy hoped that he was just imagining it. However, the mysterious masked man continued to watch, not taking his eyes off him. Limlong's gaze seemed more and more stern and frightening to Jan with each passing second. There are many rankers in Kylon that no one knows, so he must be on his guard. Jan sat at the table and chose what to take with him. All the other matches were not as good as the previous one, so there was no point in watching them. The guy knew these were the preliminary matches of the Rookie League below level 50, but it was still terrible. He felt ashamed that he had ridiculed Harris for his skills, because compared to them, he was the god of the game. Suddenly, they announced that the next match would be between John and Jimenez. He had to hurry, because he had to be in the arena when the names were called. When the opponents found themselves in the middle of the arena, the enthusiastic audience greeted Jimenez. Ian was surprised that the greatest dark sorcerer was now in front of him. Nevertheless, a calm, slightly malicious grin adorned the opponent's face. The guy thought Biggie would be his trump card. When Jimenez turned to the audience, all eyes were on him, which greatly upset Ian. All the girls who watched the match were rooting for the dark magician. Jimenez was number 1 among the dark sorcerers, which irritated Ian because he was also the best, but among the summoners. If it was an assassin, the guy would be in trouble, but with a dark sorcerer, he just needs to be careful with some of his skills. In addition, their hit points are lower than those of regular sorcerers and archers. The sorcerer greeted Jan rather hypocritically before the start of their battle. Extending his hand in response, Jan thought that this guy was really greasy. When the guys finally shook hands, a notification appeared that the match would start in 5 seconds. Jan ordered Lu to focus on his opponent as soon as the match began, knowing that he would also attack with all his might from the very beginning. Summoners are considered very weak, as without their pets they are practically useless. However, Jan had a few aces up his sleeve. When the match started, the guy confidently rushed forward. Jimenez didn't expect this because he thought that Jan was much weaker. The sorcerer decided to use the Bone Prison skill to prevent Jan from attacking him. But the summoner was able to foresee this move in advance. Ian deftly dodged Jimenez's attack. The sorcerer, in turn, could not hide his surprise, because in his eyes, Jan now looked more like a top assassin than a summoner. Noticing this, the guy just smirked, because it wasn't hard to dodge if you saw what kind of skill it was, especially since he had invested almost all of his points into agility. Now it was his turn to strike back, and he chose the skill of finding a vulnerability. Jan began to study his opponent with interest. This move allowed Lu to activate the Berserk skill. In an attempt to hide, the sorcerer summoned skeletal warriors. He ordered an entire army of skeletons to stop Jan and his pets. With a glow in their eye sockets, the warriors moved towards the summoner. There were enough of them to prevent Jan from attacking, but the guy had expected this move in advance, because the sorcerer was like an open book to him. In response to this attack, he summoned Biggie. Everyone was extremely shocked by the decision to use the ice golem. Even Jimenez himself couldn't believe his eyes. Jan just chuckled and said that it was certainly possible. The ice golem attacked the skeleton army with a wave of ice, causing them to scatter in all directions. Each new discharge of the wave pierced the warriors. Not even 30 seconds had passed, and the match was filled with tension and incredible attacks. While everyone was distracted, the wolf attacked the sorcerer. Jan's pet was able to deal a critical hit to Jimenez. He will now take additional damage per second due to his bleeding status for 10 seconds. According to the sorcerer, a summoner who is not higher than level 50 cannot use the wolf to such an extent. Jimenez tried to activate the dark shield, but it was too slow for Ian. Gathering all his might into a fist, the summoner acted decisively. With one confident blow, he defeated his opponent. Jan was as serious as ever. Not a single emotion flashed across his face. All the spectators present in the arena were in a state of shock from what they saw. The victory undoubtedly went to Jan. No one could believe that the summoner could be so powerful. Reporters noted that the most surprising thing about this incredible battle was the red-maned wolf, who killed the top-ranked dark sorcerer, Jimenez, in just 3 blows. He probably had a pet that specialized in agility, but it was still an incredible sight. The sorcerer admitted that he had been overconfident because of Ian's class. He couldn't believe that he was eliminated in the first round of the qualifiers, even though he was the #1 dark sorcerer in the game. Jimenez was very curious about what his victorious opponent was thinking. At this time, Jan was extremely disappointed with the dark sorcerer's battle because he was unable to dodge even the simplest attacks. However, no one should look down on the summoners in Kailan now. The girl asked Haynes if he thought the Rookie League was at an unprecedented level this time around. He particularly noted the achievements of the summoner Jan and the assassin Limlong. Haynes said he felt like he had seen the summoner and his wolf before. After thinking for a while, he remembered that he had met him on the ghost ship when they had gone to complete the wizard's quest. Lucia said it was incredible luck, and Haynes agreed. The next match was about to start. At this time, Limlong watched the events taking place with particular fascination. He was surprised by every action of Jan, which clearly attracted his attention. The summoner was confident of his victory, and at this point they were already at level 64. If he wins, he will receive 100,000 glory, as well as a full set of level 50 items for the summoner class. The audience cheered and supported Jan in every possible way. Each summoner's pet was also in the spotlight. A new opponent has appeared in the arena. Ian couldn't understand why this archer seemed so familiar to him and why she was looking at him like that. After a little digging through his memories, he remembered the quest with the goblins, but it seemed to him that she was clearly above level 50. He laughed when he realized she had to deliberately lower her level to participate. The angry girl shouted something about Helios's necklace. Jan, confused, said that he didn't understand at all what they were talking about now and why she was asking him about it. The archer said that he had just been lucky that time, and now she would make a stake out of him. The audience realized that the rivals knew each other, and apparently, they had some kind of unresolved conflict. The girl began to threaten Jan by saying that she knew his secret, but the guy did not understand what secret she was talking about. She added that his wolf was not actually a pet that he had tamed, but that he had used a sealing artifact to control it. Jan was confused because he didn't understand what artifact she was talking about. Reporters cried out that if this was really true, it would be a sensation. With such a magical summoning artifact, it would certainly make it easier to win the Rookie League. The girl's words really irritated Jan. He couldn't accept the fact that even the audience began to believe her statements. In order not to waste time, the girl shouted that she would ignore his wolf and quickly finish off the summoner. Jan's next match is scheduled to start within 5 seconds. He tried not to worry and thought that he could finish her off in 30 seconds. The first thing he decided to do was order Lu to use the Berserk skill. The girl said that she had foreseen this move. In response, she used a homing arrow, which was a rather powerful skill. The girl, with a smile on her face, pulled the bowstring in order to shoot another arrow at Jan. This time the arrow hit the target exactly as planned. The archer began to rejoice that she was about to win. But the arrows one after another began to bounce off and fall to the ground. They hit Puk-Puk's pet and dealt only 1 point of damage. She couldn't believe how it was that her arrows did so little damage, and it was also a mystery to her who Puk-Puk was. Smiling, Jan replied that it was his turtle defense. While the archer was off guard, the boy got very close to her. The girl only had time to scream in fear. Jan had already managed to think out his cunning plan of attack. He jumped so high that he ended up right above the girl. The summoner was fully prepared to deliver his crushing blow. He swung and hit her right in the chest. This action led him to instant victory. He cried out in joy that it would be just wonderful if all his opponents were as weak as she was. At this time, the moment of the semifinal arrived. All the previous matches had been too easy, and Jan hoped that at least in the semifinals he would face a worthy opponent. A small silhouette was visible in the dark corridor. Ian thought that this might be a child dark sorcerer. But on the other hand, appearances can be deceiving. The first thing Jan did was to quickly introduce himself to his new opponent. In response, he received a very mixed reaction. The opponent thought that he had finally found a worthy opponent, and that this match would not be easy. But if he lost, many people would be upset, because he was the greatest wizard on this continent. With a crazy look, he told Jan to get ready because his sins were about to end. Jan didn't understand how to react to this because the boy's words sounded more like nonsense. The boy considered his behavior to be 8th grader syndrome because despite the fact that the boy was a sorcerer, he referred to the fact that Yang was a summoner. The guy said his name was Ganji Hong and that Yan should remember that name. The summoner considered Ganji to be completely out of his mind. The match started in just 5 seconds. The first thing the sorcerer did was summon an army of skeletons who were supposed to bring him the promised victory. There weren't many of them, but these weren't ordinary skeletons. To begin with, they were painted black. Ian assumed that this guy must have a hidden class, since he could summon skeletons that he had never encountered before. It was bad because the summoner didn't know what skills he could use against him. The match was declared officially started. The sorcerer ordered his servants to attack Yan. The skeletons moved towards the summoner one after another. Immediately after this, Ganji used Abyss of Darkness, which slowed down Ian. The slowdown meant that Yan would no longer be able to finish this match as quickly as the previous ones. He ordered Lu to go around him on the other side. Biggie was given the order to use Ice Wave. The enraged monster hastened to carry out his master's order. From the tension of the skill, Lu flew up. Biggie's Ice Wave finally reached the skeleton army. Thanks to this, the dark skeletons summoned by Gaji Huni received a 30% slowdown. Jan liked this outcome of events. The sorcerer said he expected the fight to be difficult. Suddenly, unexpectedly for Jan, another attack followed. They decided to apply the Justice of Darkness to him. This was a basic skill of the Dark Sorcerer, which was very fast, but its trajectory could be predicted by the hands of the caster. Ganji appreciated Jan's actions, but said that he was unlucky to meet an opponent like him. Jan decided that apparently 8th grader syndrome was incurable. Although the skeletons were still advancing, they were slowed down. The guy thought that now he definitely had a chance. Biggie gathered all his magical power and attacked with a powerful blow. However, he didn't even touch the skeleton. Jan just smirked. Now it was time for the real attack. It was supposed to be done by the wolf Lu. With one jerk, the army's warriors began to scatter from the wolf's blow. Their skulls began to crumble right in the air while they were flying. The sorcerer really didn't like what was happening before his eyes. However, he said that he was able to predict this too. In an attempt to rehabilitate his army, he resorted to the repression of the dead. But while Ganji Hong was performing this action, Lu's pet dealt him a critical blow. Jan was glad that he was able to reach him. Suddenly, Lu howled in unbearable pain as the skill that returned damage to the enemy worked. Jan understood that the wolf's maximum health reserve was about 8,000, and in that case, he could die. While he was thinking, Lu took another 700 damage. The only correct decision in this situation was to abolish conscription. The sorcerer began to rejoice in anticipation of his victory. The summoner didn't expect to have to fight without Lu, and perhaps he should have destroyed the skeletons first. But it could not be ruled out that Ganji must have also suffered heavy damage. The sorcerer approached John and asked his permission to predict his future actions using his brilliant mind. He assumed the guy thought the sorcerer had lost a lot of health. After waiting a moment, Ganji used soul absorption. Thanks to this skill, his health points were fully restored. He mocked Ian and asked him how he was going to defeat him without his wolf. Jan knew he could lose this battle if he wasn't careful, but he didn't understand what he was supposed to do. Reporters unanimously declared this to be the greatest battle. Haynes asked Lucia who she thought would win the match. She replied that it was too early to talk about the outcome of this match, which makes it even more exciting. Suddenly, the reporter's attention was distracted by the action taking place in the arena. The entire audience could not believe their eyes. Just now, Jan recalled all his pets. This wasn't the only pet he had, but it was the best when it came to strength. Jan clearly understood what he was doing, so he just smiled mysteriously. The entire audience again buzzed in anticipation of his next steps. The sorcerer could not understand why Yan recalled all his pets before his eyes. To reassure himself, he decided that Jan had simply realized his weakness and decided to give in to him. The summoner once again listened to Ganja's nonsense. He said that if this scoundrel continues to talk this nonsense, he will teach him a lesson. The fact that Jan called him a scoundrel infuriated the sorcerer. But that was Jan's plan. Suddenly, a pet named Puk appeared on the summoner's shoulder. The turtle rushed towards the sorcerer in rage. Ganji was perplexed by the appearance of the big-headed turtle in front of him. He was surprised that Jan had other pets. Yan was touched by the fact that Puk rushed to protect him, because he thought that the turtle was helping him only for the sake of meatballs. Feeling some kind of threat, the sorcerer hastened to eliminate the turtle. Pointing his staff at her, he dealt dark justice. Magic completely captured Puk. However, the turtle quickly used the barrier to escape the attack. The sorcerer felt as if she was mocking him now. He ordered the skulls to charge forward again and attack Ian. Calling the turtle annoying, he promised to take care of it a little later. First of all, his goal was to deal with Jan. An entire army of armed skeletons rushed to catch up with the fleeing summoner. But for Jan, it was again predictable, because he was able to split it. Dash after dash, he overtook the skeletons and dodged their attacks. Ganji was very amused by this spectacle, but he did not understand what Jan wanted to achieve with this. Suddenly, Jan realized that the chance had come to activate Puk's skill. Using spatial distortion, he began to distract the sorcerer's attention. Confused, he had difficulty tracking the guy's movements. Without him noticing, Jan stabbed him right in the back. The next blow was so strong that Ganji flew back and somersaulted over his head. Landing on the stone floor, he said he was okay. Unperturbed, Ian sat down next to the sorcerer, waiting for his reaction. He brought his folded fingers to the bridge of Ganja's nose. A second after this action, a blow followed. Even from such a seemingly not very strong blow, Ganji Hong fell from the arena. He was eliminated according to the rules, and Jan won the match. Everyone was amazed by his victory. Reporters said it was incredibly cool, and they felt like Ian was just playing with it. The words that Jan won even without the wolf summoned by the artifact really infuriated the guy. He was already pretty fed up with this topic with the artifact. The defeated Ganji quietly sobbed in disappointment because he believed that this victory was destined for him. He told Jan to forget about his defeat and offered to fight again. The office was buzzing with news of the victory. Phone calls were coming in every second. Many assistants are already tired of answering questions about the Rookie League. One of the women sighed heavily when she heard the words about the league again. The whole forum was going crazy too, and no one understood why everyone was so eager to watch the competition that hadn't even finished yet. Everyone was interested in what was going on there. Jan stood proudly in the middle of the arena and accepted the kind words addressed to him. No one doubted the summoner's skill. Suddenly, at the other end of the arena, the same killer that Ian had seen earlier appeared. The guy couldn't even imagine that Lim Long had risen so high with only the basic skills of an assassin, and he, in turn, revealed all his cards. He understood that this would be a very difficult battle. The killer greeted Jan and said that he liked his matches, in response to which the guy offered to put on a real show for the audience. The final match of the Rookie League between Lim Long and Jan is about to start. While Jan was stretching his shoulders, the arena announced that the match would start in 5 seconds. Regardless of what Yang thought, Lim Long was not the best opponent for a summoner. If he doesn't find a way to deal with the invisibility skill, he won't stand a chance. He needed to heighten his senses and dodge the first attacks with reflexes. The most important moment for Ian was winning before the killer activated invisibility. Lim Long was as determined as ever, and it showed in his confident gaze. He swung his magical dagger, which emitted a purple glow. Jan was surprised and couldn't understand why his opponent didn't use the invisibility skill. Jan took into account his opponent's caution and assumed that he, in turn, considered him an equal. Finally, Lim Long decided to attack first. The summoner immediately took action and ordered the pets to disperse for now. He understood that one of his most advantageous trump cards was Biggie. It was this that he decided to use to inflict retaliatory damage. The giant golem used the Ice Wave skill. In this way, he managed to reach Lim Long. The opponent, who clearly did not expect this result, was quite surprised. However, he had a skill that allowed him to avoid damage in the form of shadow jump. In an instant, Lim Long disappeared from Jan's sight. As it turned out, he decided to suddenly move into the shadows. Jan realized that this hidden skill was related to Lim Long having a hidden class related to shadows. However, that was not all. The summoner prepared to strike back at his opponent. The first thing Lu's pet did was go berserk, but it was not possible to inflict any significant damage because the killer again seemed to dissolve into space. The entire auditorium began to fill with a buzz. Then John decided to try to attack himself, and he decided that he definitely couldn't dodge in the air. Every skill has a cooldown time, so it was necessary to guess the moment. Despite Jan's well-thought-out plan, Lim Long very cleverly dodged the attack. In turn, he took out a magic knife. With one light but confident movement of his hand, he released a charge of several knives. At first, John thought his opponent had made a mistake. He came to this conclusion because he was sure that he knew that these knives were no obstacle to him. The killer's gaze was, as always, confident and unperturbed. Soon, Yang realized that the attack was shadow knives. The first charge was followed by another one, and they were all shadows. Lim Long managed to deal critical damage to Yan, causing him to lose around 5,000 units of damage. The guy couldn't believe that he had received such a huge amount of damage from one hit. His opponent continued to watch them, as if waiting for his next move. It was very unclear where he got such strength from. The wolf also began to be indignant. Yan ordered Lu to attack, and the wolf rushed towards Lim Long with speed. Before jumping on the enemy, the wolf let out a threatening howl. When the animal was very close, Lim Long still tried to fence himself off, but this attempt was not successful, and Lu managed to inflict damage on the assassin, causing Lim Long to lose 2,000 health. A few seconds later, the electric sphere skill was activated, which not only dealt damage to the opponent, but also slowed him down. Losing was not in Jan's repertoire, so he was determined to win. He was very lucky that the paralysis worked. Now they had to fight face to face. Ian decided to use himself as bait so that Lu could be sure to hit. The guy was undoubtedly prepared to take damage, but he knew that his opponent would take it many times over. Murderers have no more life than dark sorcerers. Suddenly, Jan noticed that his opponent had used his skill again. Without wasting any time, the boy directed the fire sphere towards Lim Long. This time it didn't look like a shadow. The killer disappeared from sight, which made Ian a little worried. Suddenly, he turned around sharply. It was all because he felt Lim Long appear behind him. Jan had pretty good reflexes, so he was able to react quickly. By striking the chest with all his might, the summoner was able to deal damage and slow his enemy down once again. The hit made Jan feel happy. Because the boy was so close to Lim Long, he had no other option but to stab him with a knife from close range. With a sharp jerk, he hit him on the shoulder. Due to this action, Puk Puk received critical damage. Jan praised his turtle, and Lim Long's face showed a look of surprise that was hard to hide. While the enemy's attention was distracted, Yang swung. The blow was so sharp that Puk Puk, which was in the guy's hands, flew to the side. However, Ian suffered critical damage and a bleeding status that caused him to take additional damage every second. It was urgently necessary to use first aid. Despite losing health points due to injury, he was able to recover them. Lim Long wielded his skills superbly. Jan understood that he had too little health to turn the fight in his favor, but he knew it was too early to give up. The guy gathered his strength and decided that he had to put everything he had into the last attack. With confidence in his eyes, he realized it was time to continue the fight. Lim Long was equally determined. The new attack was harder for John than usual, but he knew his pets would help him. His wolf was already ready to carry out his order at any moment. Lim Long pushed off the ground. The guy had a cunning plan, so he used space distortion, and when the killer tried to hit him, he failed. This moment greatly surprised and confused him. While the distortion was active, a wolf joined the attacks. Lu let out a terrifying roar. After a couple of seconds, he opened his mouth so wide that you could see every sharp tooth. With one lunge, he grabbed Lim Long's shoulder with his jaw and dealt him a critical blow. The pain brought tears to the killer's eyes, and now he too had the bleeding status. He glanced nervously at his wounded hand. Jan began to rejoice at this and thought that it served him right. If he stalls, Lim Long will take all the damage from the bleed and won't have much health left. The guy was confident that he would be able to block his shadow attacks now, so he just had to keep his distance. But the enemy was very persistent, so it became clear that he would not give up so easily. All that was left was to hold out for a couple more seconds, and the final attack would decide everything. Lim Long began to throw shadow blades. The blades cut through the air one after another. Jan began to deftly dodge the attacks, and he was doing it well. The guy shouted to Lu and Biggie to start the attack, because he realized that the end was near. The killer quickly noticed new enemies approaching. Leaping high into the air, he used a shadow blade throw. There was not a drop of fear or uncertainty in his eyes. Jan couldn't understand what was happening before his eyes. This attack was different from the previous ones. Yan lost this fight because his health level dropped below 5%. After the fight, fireworks began to sound. The entire audience rejoiced at Limlong's victory. Jan wondered what would have happened if he had been just a second faster or had started the fight in the same advantageous position. Now he was faced not with an opponent, but with a winner. There were cheers in the background, and at that moment, Limlong approached Yan so that they could shake hands. Looking at the two chests standing in front of him, the guy realized that he apparently took second place. He was a little upset that he had fallen into his opponent's trap. Jan did not know his opponent and should not have fought him head-on. Another mistake he made was that instead of waiting and understanding how his opponent would act in battle, he relied too much on his pets. These thoughts made him nervous. But there was no point in worrying anymore, because after a fight, there is no shaking of fists. Jan decided to finish his reflection and see what he got for the fight. Opening chests is always the most exciting moment. For a long time, the guy couldn't decide which of the two chests he should open first. After some time, he finally chose the chest with jewelry. A bright beam of light poured out from the open chest. It contained a dazzling summoner ring. The summoner liked this reward, since it additionally regenerated the spirit's mana. But he was a little upset that bound items could not be sold. After analyzing the pros and cons of his award, Jan decided to try it on. He just didn't have enough spirit mana to handle the power surge, so the ring was the perfect option for him. Now it's the turn of the weapons chest. This time he came across a golden bow. This item turned out to be even better than he expected, if not for one problem. If he switches weapons, he will not be able to use the bond skill, and he may also lose his pet's enhanced critical strike and leadership buffs. But the spirit mana regeneration and skill cooldown reduction were quite tempting. Ian decided to use the bow, but keep the gloves in reserve until he found another weapon with the skill. Now, if he has a big hunt coming up, it will be easier to level up since the skill's cooldown has been greatly reduced. Now he decided to test what Lu was capable of. The training skill was strengthened to the average level 8, and Lu's potential was more than 50. If he gets a new strong pet, he will be able to train it well. But suddenly Jan realized that he had forgotten something. It suddenly dawned on him that he had been betting that he would reach level 93 before the end of the holidays. He was given the condition that if he could reach this level before the new semester, he would be given the highest grade in several subjects, regardless of his academic performance. Although Professor Lee Jinwook did not believe in this set of circumstances at all, there was a month and 10 days left before the start of the semester, and since the first week was for warming up, there was more time. In total, John had about 50 days. The guy realized that he was doomed to fail. A terrible noise was heard among the mountains due to the battle taking place there. The wolf attacked the huge monster with all his fury. At this point, Yang had already reached level 62. This fact made him very happy and gave him more motivation to continue. Warming up after another battle, Jan noted that they were making quick progress, but it still wouldn't hurt to speed up. The class skill he received at level 60 made hunting a little faster. After analyzing the indicators, the guy realized that increasing the potential doubles the pet's combat abilities. All of his pets were already approaching level 65. Jan decided to explore the area and realized that it was becoming too easy here, so he should move on. Those who pass the test can receive a reward along with a mission that cannot be refused. In any case, if you bring the Soul Stone to a spatial mage, he will find a way to return the battle dragon in some other way. Yan decided that he would definitely go to the spatial mage's tower as soon as he reached level 70. Sitting on Lu, he shouted that the Forcal mountain range awaited them. Early in the morning, there was a disgruntled cry that the cereal had run out at the wrong time. Looking at the empty cereal box, the boy realized that he had already finished it. He didn't want to leave the house, so it was decided to order food. While Ian was placing his order, he decided to look up some information about the monsters around the mountain range. One of the new monsters for him was the Lava Witch. Her unusual appearance really struck the guy. She hits pretty hard, and her innate area of effect attack ability makes things worse. However, many of its parameters were unknown. The guy looked at her images with particular interest. With a sinister smile on his face, he decided that this witch would definitely be his. The smile quickly disappeared from his face when he realized that the witch belonged to a rare class. Before this, he had only developed normal class fighters, so getting a rare class was something difficult. Yan wondered how long it would take to capture a rare class monster, one that was also capable of evolving. This thought changed the course of action, but if he succeeded, the pumping speed would at least double. Having slammed the laptop shut, the guy decided that after he ate, he would immediately return to the game. Upon returning, Jan noted that he hadn't been to that place for a long time, even though he had spent a lot of time there before the reset. The Forcal bandits' lair must be somewhere nearby. They should be around level 72, so it was a good place to hunt. Standing near the gorge, Jan called Lu over to him. The gorge was wider than he remembered, but the plan would work. First, he summoned his pet Biggie. Since Biggie had great strength, Ian asked him to move the boulders. The huge monster obeyed its master's order without hesitation. With his powerful arms, he grabbed the cobblestone and began to drag it. Jan was worried that they were so big that they wouldn't move, but everything worked out. So he told Biggie to hide here. He noticed several guards nearby. Jan ordered Lu to sneak up on them without being noticed. After waiting for a while, the guy gave the command to begin. Jan also ran after the wolf. The speed made it seem like the guy was simply sliding down the rocks. A blue glow emanated from the wolf's eyes. This time he decided to use arrows. This is exactly what his new bow, which he received from the chest as a reward, will come in handy for. Jan was very determined. A few seconds later, they were already in front of the guards. Now that he had a bow in his hands, the power surge was applied to the arrows, and it also had a paralysis effect, which was very convenient. The guards did not expect Jan to appear. It was necessary to hit them right now and not give them the opportunity to counterattack. Jan immediately released the first arrow. The arrow instantly reached the enemy, hitting him right in the head. The mountain bandit watcher was now slowed and took 50% more damage from lightning attacks. Jan decided it was Lu's turn to deal damage. He ordered the wolf to deal with the second sentry. As soon as the man noticed him, he immediately tried to run away. Watching this, the guy just grinned. Having caught up with the guard, the wolf sank its sharp teeth right into his shoulder. This did not go unnoticed, and other guards began to sound the alarm. They shouted for everyone to go to the gate immediately. The loud sound of the bell announced that their territory was under attack. Jan called Lu over to him. All the bandits were preparing to defend their unit. This outcome was expected by Jan, so he was only happy. Soon, a huge crowd of robbers formed in front of the guy. They all shouted that Jan had to be caught before he ran away. The guy was preparing to fight back against this angry crowd. The threats and shouts did not subside even for a split second. Looking around the area, Jan decided that it looked like everyone had already gathered. Now all that remained was to stick to my plan. Looking at Biggie, the guy noted that he had hidden well. Suddenly a bird appeared behind his back. When Puk Puk climbed onto his shoulder, Jan realized they were up to something. He decided to ask them if they wanted to do something cool too, to which they nodded. However, Jan told them to climb on his back, as they would be given the opportunity another time. The guy was already standing in front of them, very close. One of the enraged robbers asked who was so brave as to challenge them. In response, Ian laughed at him for trying to act cool in his eyes and ordered Biggie to jump. The huge ice monster pushed off the ground and jumped straight into the crowd. Biggie's eyes were simply blazing with rage. Everyone was shocked by such a giant, not knowing where to go. With one jump, he delivered such a powerful blow that the people around him were scattered by the resulting wave. However, Biggie also suffered damage from falling from a great height, which could have rendered the ambush useless. But this moment did not upset Jan much. He watched everything that was happening with a smile. With the help of an ice wave, the monster continued to eliminate opponents. The frightened robbers began to run away in different directions. Their leader was disappointed with this behavior. He shouted that they needed to deal with the golem first. When the robber called Biggie a nasty name, he got angry and ran after him. At this time, Lu activated the berserk skill. Along with the screams, cries of pleas for salvation began to be heard. Every second, Jan received new notifications about the damage dealt to each of his opponents. After analyzing the information, he realized that they die within 5 seconds after being bitten by Lu, which made the guy very happy. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the robbers had received a blinding mark. Looking at them, the guy realized that these marks looked like some kind of targets. Thanks to them, the reload time was reduced by 5 seconds. Suddenly, the robbers began to retreat. It seemed to Jan that there had been many more of them before, and he couldn't decide whether he should pursue them. Suddenly, a tall man appeared in front of one of the robbers, to whom he shouted to get out of his way. The sharp blade of the axe cut through the air. The man did not like this statement, and he became furious. As it turned out, the leader himself stood before them. A whole crowd of bandit sorcerers appeared in Ian's field of vision, and their level was no less than 70. The eyes of their leader glowed a bright scarlet color. Jan wasn't surprised, because everything was going suspiciously smoothly, but he wasn't going to back down. However, he couldn't understand where they came from. Jan grabbed the bow and confidently decided that he would definitely not run away from them. First, he needed to deal with the big guy. One of the magicians began to use his magic. The rest of the warriors joined in after him. As their attacks began to close in on Biggie, Ian yelled at him to get out of there. They were very unlucky that these sorcerers had mastered fire magic. Ian knew that Biggie might not survive and was almost about to give up. There was no way out, because if he died, then Jan would have to fight without him for almost a whole week. Suddenly, Ian noticed that he had the opportunity to increase the level of his ice golem. The guy decided that at the moment it would be more profitable to attack with the help of Lou, and specifically those at whom he himself was shooting. Suddenly something caught the guy's attention. He noticed that the sorcerers were about to attack with an enhanced fire skill. But if they hit Biggie before he levels up, he might die. The summoner wanted to get ahead of the enemy and ordered Lou to deal with him first. Soon there was a powerful fiery explosion. He hit Biggie and he started losing about 700 health units per second. This action enraged the wolf and he attacked the robbers. Killing one of them brought quite a few points and Biggie was able to improve to level 65. This happened just in time, because now the golem's health is fully restored and he can continue to deal damage to enemies. Looking at Biggie, Ian couldn't understand why he continued to glow. Its glow was incredibly bright and grew stronger with each passing second. Finally, Jan realized that his pet was evolving right now. Biggie's eyes filled with a bright light. There was a powerful flash and all the bandits who were near the golem flew in different directions. Now Biggie looked even more menacing. The ice golem has successfully evolved into the abyss golem. A joyful Jan noted that apparently all monsters from the deep island received the abyssal prefix, achieving a unique class. The guy was delighted that Biggie had even increased his training skill, which was growing at a snail's pace. Nevertheless, the bandit leader gave the order to attack the guy, who didn't even have time to check Biggie's status window. But Jan didn't even have time to react. Biggie was especially furious about attacking first. Now its glow was brightly fiery, which was even more frightening. The guy was very surprised by what he saw. However, that was not all. Raising his massive hand, Biggie gathered his strength for another attack. A bright purple light illuminated everything around. One blow was able to defeat a huge number of bandits. Its evolutionary form was much more powerful than Ian expected, and he was surprised that the Abyss Golem was so powerful. Now their task was to deal with the leader of the bandits, which he was not very happy about. After the fight, Ian was very tired, but he was happy that Biggie had evolved. This probably happened because the golem was able to raise its level to a certain value. Now Biggie couldn't evolve, although Lou retained the ability to evolve even after he changed once. However, it was still very cool because he skipped the rare class and immediately became unique. The difference between the classes is especially noticeable when compared to Lou, although Lou still has much higher attack power and agility. Jan decided to look at the golem's innate abilities. Many abilities have changed. He especially appreciated the protection of the abyss. The boy had learned enough and rested enough, so now he could continue his studies. Now he decided to search the camp of the mountain bandits. Meanwhile, the light was on in the beautiful room. Karin stood at the stove and cooked something. Having finished cooking, she looked at the result of her work for a long time. In front of the girl stood 5 plates with pies, which were very pleasing to her eye. Karin thought that John had probably already run out of meatballs and that she should cook them next time. She was very interested to know what he had in mind. At this time, loud explosions continued to be heard in the mountains. Biggie grabbed a huge boulder and was about to throw it into the crowd of robbers. When Jan and his pets worked together, their strength was incredible. Considerably tired, Jan sat down to rest and heal, and he also needed to find something. As the boy began his healing, he noticed Puk Puk approaching him. Noticing the meatball in the hands of the owner, the turtle perked up. Ian told him that this was his last meatball, and even his disgruntled face wouldn't change that. However, the guy couldn't argue with the fact that this was a real cutie standing in front of him, so he had to ask Karin to prepare something even more delicious for their next meeting. The most important thing for him now was to reach level 70. Suddenly, he received a new message from his friend. Ian was irritated because he was terribly busy and messages were not appropriate now. The guy felt as if the turtle was asking him why he was wasting his time here if he was terribly busy. Jan thought for a moment and looked around warily. Suddenly, he jumped up and grabbed his bow. Having pulled the bowstring, the guy was getting ready to shoot. The arrow, with a bright glow, flew straight to the target. Flying between the thick tree trunks, she hit someone. Jan quickly realized that he had managed to catch someone. The wounded bird let out a terrible cry. The sharp claws on the paws glistened in the light. A bright blue glow emanated from the bird's eyes. Enraged by the arrow fired at it, the bird decided to take to the air. Now it became clear to John that he had managed to catch the Clofia. It was a wonderful source of useful things. Ian decided to study her status window. Clofia was level 72 and had the ability to sense wind currents as long as she didn't take damage for 5 seconds while flying. Thanks to her high agility, Yang will be able to greatly increase her agility through the possession skill. But that thing requires a lot of leadership, and he doesn't have much of it, so he should get rid of it quickly and increase his leadership. But there was no time to think, and Jan decided to return to hunting. In the middle section of the Forcal Mountains, a new army of enemies awaited him. One of them noticed John and warned the others. The guy was already preparing for a new battle. He ordered Biggie to use the Bottomless Abyss skill. A huge mass of purple light was released towards the bandits. This attack really sucked in one bandit after another. While Bottomless Abyss is active, the Bracer's effect becomes truly useful. And with them, Jan could use 2 electric spheres at once. A sudden power surge knocked the bandits off their feet. The mass grind was the most enjoyable moment of the hunt for John. Long-range attacks suited him better, so the boy decided to return to the bow. Suddenly something distracted his attention. He cried out that he had finally found it. In front of him stood a huge wooden building, near the entrance of which stood a man. He was the leader of the bandits of the central region of the Forcal Mountains. When Ian was here before the reset, the leader was level 75, and now he was level 80. In addition, he changed his weapon to a crossbow. The boy thought that if necessary, he could escape thanks to the increased agility due to the possession of the Clofia. But at this point, John decided that he had to deal with him, since ranged enemies had less health. Determined not to give up under any circumstances, he asked Biggie for help. To begin with, John decided to combine a bottomless pit and a power surge. At this time, Lu's task was to deal with the leader. The guy immediately fired an arrow at his opponents. This prank angered the leader of the bandits. He was furious that the guy dared to underestimate him. Ian noticed that his opponent was using an area of effect buff, but usually only tanky bosses had such abilities. Biggie's next attack was directed into the crowd of warriors. It was necessary to kill the leader as quickly as possible, because no one knew what else he could do. Lu was given the order to use the explosive potential. The wolf immediately jumped towards the opponents. He bared his teeth, which were as sharp as blades. Although the bandits were in no hurry to surrender, they were receiving damage step by step. Noticing the attacking wolf, they didn't know what to do. Suddenly, there was a powerful blow, which raised a wave of dust and debris. The robbers froze in horror. Lu managed to grab one of them by the forearm and bite it. At first, their leader merely watched what was happening. But soon, noticing how his people were failing to cope, he decided to intervene. He pointed his crossbow towards the wolf. Jan noticed this and decided to get ahead of him. The boy fired an arrow, which hit the man in the shoulder. While the leader was suffering from the blow, Lu approached him. Fear appeared on the man's face. The wolf moved closer and closer with fury. Lu's pet dealt a critical blow to the leader of the bandits of the Forcal Mountains middle region. Jan was glad that he had managed to knock off half of his health with just 2 hits. But Jan's joy didn't last long, as he noticed the enemy's strange activity. With one hand, the chief pushed Lu aside. The blow was so strong that the wolf flew back with a pitiful roar. Ian was perplexed that the leader had managed to destroy almost 6,000 health points with one blow, and that wasn't even an arrow hit. The guy decided that perhaps that buff had such an impact on his attack stat. To avoid the death of his pet, Jan ordered Lu to retreat. After that, he asked Biggie to throw him aside, to which the golem was surprised. Jan knew it was a dangerous move, but he was determined. At this time, the leader was already aiming towards the guy. Biggie pushed Jan towards the leader with a confident movement. Jan whispered that he would definitely get to the enemy. The leader of the bandits was surprised by these actions. 2 magical energies collided with each other. Jan managed to dodge the oncoming attack, but Jan's attack hit the robber. The guy soon landed, although he had lost 3,000 units of health due to falling from a great height. It may not have been the most wise decision, but it was worth it. He activated the communication skill and took the Bottomless Abyss skill from his pet Biggie. Using it confidently, Jan attacked. A huge dark purple sphere flew quickly towards its target. The robber noticed her only a couple of meters away from him. After the impact, there was an explosion. The wolf was already running to help. The eyes of the bandit leader showed hopelessness. Jan was preparing to finish this fight. He knew that with his final attack, he could end it all. By hitting the leader in the stomach, the guy was able to throw him tens of meters into the distance. When the leader of the bandits of the middle region of the Forcal Mountains was subdued, Jan received about 19,000 experience. A chest with loot appeared in front of the guy, which he simply could not miss. But as soon as Jan approached the chest, he heard screams from behind. The rest of the bandits were furious that their boss had been exposed, so they wanted to avenge him. Jan thought that if they fought with their current level of health, they would not leave here alive. He called upon the Clofia for help. Jan took advantage of his new assistant's skill. Now he was lighter than a feather. Clofia is truly the best when it comes to agility. Jan decided not to take any unnecessary risks, so he simply left the battlefield. This action left the robbers stunned. Ian remembered that he had not picked up Lou and Biggie and soon recalled them. The sunlight fell beautifully on the mountains. Jan hasn't reached level 70 yet, but he's already managed to get a lot of things. It was necessary to contact Karin and get food for the pets. At this time, the light was reflected in the windows of the Mulin auction house. Jan looked at the people passing by. Karin told him that she would be somewhere nearby since she usually bought ingredients from this house. Soon, he noticed a girl in the company of a guy. After greeting Jan, Karin said that she hadn't seen him in the game for a long time. The guy became embarrassed when he saw her. Karin said that she was busy with her admissions and did not have time to play, and she also apologized for not being able to watch his tournament matches. Confused, Jan said that it was even good that she wasn't there because he was too busy, and besides, he didn't manage to win. However, the girl supported him and said that second place was also very cool. While Jan and Karin were talking, the guy felt like a third wheel. Ian mentioned that he heard that everyone in the guild was now above level 95. Fiolan is probably already above level 100 by now. Jan figured that the level of top players had already passed 120 and he needed to work harder. The starting location for the guild was large, so it was not easy to deal with all the monsters there. Jan noted that he had already risen to level 69. In response, he received a question about whether he sleeps at all. Karin asked him not to overdo it, but Jan had a good reason for this. Smiling, the girl asked to show him his friend, who really loves her meatballs. When summoning Puk Puk, Jan said that after seeing him, Heron would understand why he was called that. A couple of seconds later, the turtle appeared in front of them. The girl couldn't resist such a cutie. Dropping to one knee, she greeted Puk Puk. However, the turtle reacted very dissatisfied to this gesture. He began to kick and turn away from her. Karin decided that he apparently didn't like her, but she didn't have time to do anything, and Jan felt ashamed of his pet's behavior. He let out a puzzled breath and asked the girl if she had anything that looked like meatballs. Karin had one meatball left over from her improved recipe when she was leveling up her skill. Noticing the treasured meatball in the girl's hands, Puk Puk perked up considerably. Taking the turtle in her arms, Karin said that judging by everything, he was happy. Ian didn't understand why he always acted so distant if everything always ended like this. The inspired girl was ready to give Puk Puk all the remaining meatballs, but Jan said that this would spoil him. But if she gives them to him, then later he will definitely give them to the turtle when he gets hungry. Having received the meatballs in his hands, Ian grinned mysteriously. When the boy noticed Puk Puk's eyes wide open, he asked Ian why he couldn't give him another meatball. Jan justified his refusal by saying that the turtle might start begging for more, but nevertheless, it still needed to be consoled. Approaching his pet, he said that on the northern continent there is a turtle called Bak, which is considered the best turtle in the world. The guys who heard this speech could not understand whether Jan was lying or not. The guy continued his story and noted that this information infuriated him, because, as is well known, there is no one cooler and more handsome than his Puk Puk. But suddenly Jan said that maybe Bak got his title because Puk Puk got too fat from meatballs. After stroking the turtle on the head, he added that he could not give him much tasty food because he was taking care of him. To sum it up, the guy asked Puk Puk to be patient and he would make him the most beautiful turtle in the world. After some time, Jan and his pets were already near the mountains. He noted that he would probably soon be quite far from Mount Forcal. Judging by the heat, Jan was approaching the blazing plateau. It was unlikely that this lava witch would like Karin's meatballs, and it was unknown whether she needed food at all. Jan urgently needed to level up to 90, no matter how. Lou was busy dealing with a huge scorpion. Soon they approached the underground of the burning plateau. A fire was burning brightly at the entrance. Once inside, John said it was even hotter in there. Most likely it was due to lava spawn. Looking around, he noticed the very lava witch he had come for. Ian knew he shouldn't underestimate her guards, as they could be very dangerous if they attacked at the same time. He would like to meet a monster of unique rank or even higher. The guy told Biggie to be careful, because of him, all the lava spawns could start showing aggression. Jan began to develop a plan of action. Taking out his magic bow, he used the power surge skill. He knew that the number of rare monsters increased with the depth of the dungeon. Jan said that Lu should be ready to kill whoever his arrow hits. Taking aim, he released his swift arrow. A second later, she caught up with the lava witch. With all his speed, the wolf rushed towards her. With a terrible roar, he prepared to attack. Despite being thwarted by the lava spawns, he dealt with them. The summoner was pleased with this result. Now they needed to quickly get to the very bottom floor. The guy climbed the stairs, waiting for new opponents. Suddenly, he noticed one interesting oddity. Most of the monsters have changed color, but there are many more of them here. A corrupted lava witch appeared in front of him, apparently for some kind of quest. Jan decided that it was not worth touching her for now, so he quickly left there. Suddenly, he noticed the door. At first, it seemed to him that the building had only 10 floors. He decided to look into that very door. There he saw a huge cliff with falling lava. Jan couldn't find the right name for this phenomenon. He was the first to discover this place. Suddenly, splashes began to come from the depths of the lava. A huge monster appeared in front of him, saying that finally someone worthwhile had appeared here. Jan decided that it looked like he wouldn't attack him right away. It must be a hidden area that only a summoner can enter, which is why he was the first one to open it. The huge monster introduced himself as the guardian of the Hellion lava source, and then asked the name of his guest. Jan stated his name with confidence. The guard got straight to the point and asked if Ian could clear the lava source and deal with the problem. The guy understood that this was a hidden quest, and in that case, he had no reason to refuse. The guard was completely satisfied with the affirmative answer. He began to name the first condition. Jan could no longer imagine what they might ask him to do. The guard said that the guy needs to bring him at least 20 defiled lava witches. This information shocked Jan. For killing one such witch, the same amount of experience was given as for killing 12 ordinary ones. Gellion warned Ian that the more witches he could catch during this time, the better, and asked if he could do it. And then he suggested that John take the binding stone. Staring intently at the stone, Yang couldn't believe that he was holding the binding stone in his hands. Afterwards, Jan confidently confirmed that he would do everything and told Gellion not to worry about it. An email notification informed Ian that he had accepted the quest, and the remaining time was 3 hours minus 1 second, which greatly surprised Ian. The hunt for the lava witches had begun. Lu rushed into battle with a furious roar, and the time remaining was running out. Jan fought against the witches with incredible enthusiasm and a bow in his hands, and time was getting shorter and shorter. Time was almost running out, and Billy was also fighting fiercely against the lava witches. Gellion warned Ian that time was almost up. Ian shouted for Gellion to wait and rushed towards him at lightning speed. Gellion didn't think Ian had completed the quest, but he said Ian had arrived just in time to check how many witches he had managed to catch. Ian was very tired and breathing heavily, but holding out the binding stone, he said that he had collected a total of 31 witches for Gellion. Gellion exclaimed in surprise and said that it was incredible and grandiose, to which Ian laughed and said, "After all, he told me that he could rely on him." Jan was delighted with the experience he had earned in just 3 hours, as he had earned over 1 million, and he knew he would soon reach the required level. He then asked if there was anything else he needed to do. Smiling slyly, Gellion said that there was much more. Jan was stunned by what he heard and did not understand why he had a bad feeling. Meanwhile, in the palace, my lord turned to Helaim, who stood before him, and my lord asked if Helim had ever heard of a summoner prophet. Helaim replied that he had not heard, and if his majesty thought that the prophet was too slow, he could go and meet him personally. My lord replied that there was no need for that, and noted that their scholars had been unable to figure it out for a long time, and he did not expect the prophet to cope with it in just a month. Afterwards, the Lord clarified that there were only 4 months left until the state anniversary, and Helaim confirmed this. My lord said that if the griffin appeared on the day of the festival, it would really impress the people. Holding a cup in his hands, my lord began to say that he would wait another 2 months, and if there was no news from him then, but he did not finish his thought. And then, with his eyes closed and his head propped up by his hand, the milord told Helaim that he wanted him to find him. Meanwhile, in the snowy mountains, Jan, climbing the rocks, did not understand what the hell was going on. Climbing the rock with a pickaxe in his hand, Jan didn't understand when this quest would end, because he had been working on it for more than a day. Ian also angrily said that if the reward disappointed him, he would be furious. Continuing to climb the steep cliff, Jan noticed that because of this, he couldn't even hunt, and his bag was almost filled to the brim with roots of crimson moss. Furiously striking the rock with his pickaxe, Ian cursed angrily, saying that it didn't matter if he was a lava guard or anyone else, he would smash everything to pieces. Ian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the email notification that the quest had been completed, and he incredibly hoped that this was all. After swearing harshly, Jan said that they needed to return quickly and complete this quest. Ian once again appeared before the huge Hellion. Jan said that he had brought it and handed Gellion a bag filled to the brim with crimson moss roots. Taking the bag, Hellion said that it was good and asked to wait a second. Leaning his back tiredly against the column, Ian thought that if Gellion gave him another gathering quest, he swore he would just give up on this quest line, since he had gathered herbs 5 times in a row. Folding his hands in a pleading gesture, Jan thought that to hell with it. If there were still quests, just let them not be about gathering. Jan jumped to his feet as everything around him shook and burst into bright flames. Ian was incredibly angry and thought that he would be the first player in Kailan to die from a dungeon explosion and hoped that the game would log out. Meanwhile, the entire dungeon was ablaze with bright flames. But then Jan noticed that the lava fall had stopped shaking and was surprised that it was all over. Ian also noticed that the color began to change, changing to a bright blue with a slight pink tint. Hellion stood before the shocked Ian, albeit now in a blue glow, and exclaimed that the lava source had finally been cleared. Jan said he was very glad to hear this, but at the same time he was mentally angry and demanding a damn reward, something really cool and useful. Seeing the notification that he had reached level 71, Ian was a little disappointed, as he thought that if he had been doing hunting on top of all this, he would probably have been a level higher. Afterwards, Gellion said that the lava-binding stone contained one of the guardians that protected the lava core, and he thought about giving Jan someone else. But for his diligence, he decided to give his beloved one. Looking into the electronic window, namely into the inventory, Jan was surprised by the presence of a guard. A reminder of information about taming the level 80 Lava Dragon King and all of its characteristics appeared in the electronic window. With wide eyes and clenched teeth, Jan couldn't believe it and mentally exclaimed that this monster was a heroic type. Ian said he would be happy to make a contract to make him his pet right now, but he didn't have enough leadership, but that could be fixed by buying an item in town. Standing in front of each other, Ian thanked Gellion and said that he would be glad to use the dragon. But Gellion objected to him, since he believed that he should be thanking Ian for the fact that the lava source was in order. With a very sweet expression on his face, Jan said that he had to go. Gellion only said a short goodbye to Ian. Jan was quite pleased with the outcome of the quest, and the dragon hovered in the fire behind him. When I called, the answering machine worked. It was not possible to make a call, and it was possible to leave a message after the signal. Yuhan, holding the phone in his hands, exclaimed angrily and did not understand why Jan did not pick up the damn phone. Because he had to come to school, today was the beginning of the semester. Yuhan thought about it and guessed that Jan might have fallen asleep in the game capsule, since it had already been 50 hours since he logged in. Taking his briefcase from the table, Yuhan wondered how long Yang had been grinding, and if he didn't answer after the lecture, he'd better go check on him. Walking down the school corridor, Yuhan wondered what level Jan was now. Meanwhile, in the snowy mountains of Krupia, Ian looked seriously ahead, and Puk was perched on his shoulder. Jan was riding on a flying dragon. His level had already reached 89. And then a strange and disgusting sound was heard, and flying blue monsters similar to dragons appeared in the air. Biggie roared furiously, preparing to attack the intruders. Against these monsters, Yang activated Biggie's ability, Bottomless Abyss. While Jan, in turn, angrily gritting his teeth, prepared Rake for the attack. Ian activated the Rake's breath ability, and everything around was engulfed in bright flames. Jan noticed the fleeing monster and ordered Lu to catch up with it. Lu immediately rushed forward to attack. The monster flew, performing strange maneuvers which misled Lu. Meanwhile, 2 other monsters were floating in the air, laughing loudly with a sarcastic grin. Not about to put up with this kind of behavior, Ian jumped off Rake and ordered him to grab them. Rake flew up and his huge shadow covered the 2 monsters, catching them off guard. Rake was incredibly angry at these opponents, so he was ready to attack them at any moment. Without thinking twice, Rake attacked the monsters with his powerful tail, dealing massive damage to their health. And then Ian, with a satisfied smile on his face, read the email notification and said that he had finally reached level 90. Yan, with incredible joy on his face and a smile from ear to ear, exclaimed that this was great because now he could get a unique class skill. And then, folding his hands in a pleading gesture, Jan asked, mentioning the Lord, that this would be a skill that would help him grow in level. While talking on the phone, Ian said with annoyance that he needed to get to level 93, but on the other end of the line, he was reminded that today was the beginning of the semester. But for now, there was a transition period. But the interlocutor did not finish when the day of the start of specialized classes was. Shaking with anger, Ian said he had less than 10 days left. Surrounded by his pets, Jan fell to his knees exhausted and said that he didn't even have time to sleep and he was so tired. Ian stared intently at the electronic scoreboard and asked to be given something that would greatly help him level up. And he wouldn't even ask for anything like explosive potential. Ian continued his search with great concentration, and then, swallowing nervously, mentally asked, "Please." Rubbing his chin and smiling slightly, Ian didn't understand what these skills were. Assimilation and connection. After reading the information about the link skill, Ian noted that it was not bad, and then remembered that he had seen a similar skill on the forums about the Dark Sorcerer class. But Jan didn't understand what the information that the health of 2 linked targets would be averaged could mean. Deciding to test this information, Jan activated the link skill on Lou and Biggie, and their health was divided. Lou had 100% and Biggie had 30%. But after that, Biggie's health became 40%, and Lou's health was shown as 90%, and Jan was perplexed. But when Lou and Biggie's health percentages became equal, Ian realized that this meant that they were equalizing their health percentages, regardless of their health units. Folding his arms across his chest, Ian said that it might be useful in some cases, but it was a double-edged sword, so it should be used with caution, especially if your health was low. And then Jan continued reading the information to understand what kind of skill assimilation was. After reading the information, Ian noted that his stats would be equal to his pets, and he found this quite interesting. Without wasting any time, Ian decided to try this skill. Ian called Puk Puk to him, as he decided that it would be best to test the skill on him, since Puk Puk's indicators were the most disproportionate. Holding a contented and happy Puk Puk in front of him, Ian told him to wait and asked him to let him try out the new skill. Without letting go of Puk Puk, Yang activated the assimilation skill. Ian frowned and clenched his teeth. Yan and Puk Puk were glowing with a blue light. And then Jan noticed that outwardly nothing had changed. Then he needed to see what was happening with his indicators. Reading the information about the indicators, Jan was surprised and said that it showed 1,500 defense, attack, and agility were almost 0, but almost at the level of Biggie. And at this time, Puk Puk was giggling cheerfully and waving his paws. Jan looked up from reading the information and asked Puk Puk what had happened. But then Jan cursed menacingly and angrily, not understanding what it was. A photograph of Jan appeared on the electronic board, in which he looked like Puk Puk. Jan was very shocked and remembered his attractive appearance, and then deactivated the skill. With a sigh of relief, Ian said that he would need to use this skill less often on Puk Puk. Closing his eyes tiredly and stretching, Ian noted that today he would already reach the required level, because he was simply falling off his feet from fatigue. Meanwhile, at Korea University, Yuhan was heading to the Korea University building and looking at his phone, said that Yang hadn't even read his message. Stopping in front of the university steps, Yuhan continued to look at his phone until a girl in a pink dress called his name. Yuhan raised his head and looked towards the girl who asked if he was Yu-hyun. Looking at the sweetly smiling girl with big eyes, Yuhan thought and wondered if this pretty girl from his class could be studying theater or if she was a rising star. Smiling, Yuhan recognized the girl and asked if she was Harin, to which the girl replied that he was indeed able to recognize her. Yuhan continued to look at the cute girl and thought that he knew that Yan was a weirdo, because Han made himself a character that looked exactly like him in real life. Harin, a little shyly, asked Yuhan if he knew where Jinsun was, to which Han replied that he thought he hadn't come to university today. Closing her eyes, Karin supposedly said that he was probably sitting at home and playing now, since this was a transitional period. Yuhan immediately thought that it looked like Jinsung was going to get a reprimand at the university, since Harin was very angry, because not coming to the university was a bad decision. Meanwhile, Dark Justice has arrived in the snowy mountains. A huge monster with bows in its hair attacked its opponent with incredible force. A huge effeminate monster with a huge bat in his hand confronted several skeletons in iron armor with a sword and shield in their hands. Covering his face with his hand, Ganji Hong ordered his dark servants to move forward. Holding his staff in his hands and closing his eyes, Ganji Hong said out loud, thinking that he would soon raise his level because he was already at 85, and the damn summoner was probably at 80. Ganji Hong cried with frustration and said that the cowardly bastard Yang and that ridiculous turtle with the huge head infuriated him even when he just thought about them. Reaching into his robe, Ganji Hong called Yan a disgraceful summoner and said that it meant he must have already reached level 85 through some dishonest means. Then Ganji Hong pulled out Yan's voodoo doll from under his robe. Ganji Hong's eyes sparkled and a malicious smile appeared on his face, because he wanted the bastard Yang to get what he deserved. Still holding Yan's voodoo doll, Ganji Hong activated the curse of undeath. But nothing happened at all as the wrong target was chosen, and Ganji Hong froze with his hand outstretched. Covering half his face, Ganji Hong said angrily that he would have to become stronger to defeat this coward, if only he hadn't been caught up in the weekend. Standing behind the crowd of his servants, grinning and smiling broadly, Ganji Hong thought he had to do better. Kneeling and holding a chair over his head, Ganji Hong cried and said that he was being punished for not doing his holiday homework and he needed to prove it was worth it. At a Korean university, a roll call of the students present began with Gu Yaho. Afterwards, Kim Ga-hyun and Park Yu-kyun were called into the roll call and confirmed their attendance. Then Baek Do-hyun confirmed his presence. But when it was Park Jin-sung's turn, the audience was silent. The professor remembered his conversation with Jin-sung and thought that this scoundrel had not deigned to show up during the first week of classes. The professor frowned angrily and thought that the first week was a transitional period, so it wouldn't affect his grades even if he didn't come. But the main classes would remain the same. Yuhan sat with his arms folded across his chest, not understanding what was happening to the professor. Raising one eyebrow and squinting his eyes to the side, Yuhan didn't understand why Jin-sung hadn't come yet, since it was a very important week. The professor again called out Park Jin-sung's name, then repeated it again and clarified that he was not there. Exhaling, the professor smiled and said, "Okay, in that case," but he didn't finish, because someone knocked on the door so hard and loudly that it seemed like even the auditorium was shaking. And then Park Jin-sung, out of breath, entered the auditorium, leaned his hands on his knees and said that he was here. Park Jin-sung stood up straight, sweat pouring off him in streams, raised his hand and introduced himself again, and told the professor that he was here. The professor stopped Jin-sung with a hand gesture and said that this was excellent and asked him to sit down. Insanely tired, Jin-sung breathed a sigh of relief and said that he made it just in time. Holding the phone in his hands and looking angrily at Jin-sung, Yuhan asked where he had disappeared to as he hadn't even answered his calls. Jin-sung closed his eyes and briefly replied that he had his reasons, which left Yuhan confused. And then Jin-sung said that it was all for this and showed his mobile phone. Yuhan thought about Jin-sung's words with a grain of salt. Taking Jin-sung's phone in his hands, Yuhan was incredibly surprised to find that Jin-sung was level 93. Yuhan said this so loudly that many students turned to look at him with an angry look, and Jin-sung asked him to speak less loudly. Continuing to look at their phones, Yuhan said that it had only been a short time since Jin-sung's reset and he was already level 93 and called him abnormal, but Jin-sung simply said that he was really good. Smiling wryly, Jin-sung told Yuhan to admit that he was jealous. Yuhan smiled awkwardly and said sarcastically that of course he was jealous, and then asked what Jin-sung was going to do now. Jin-sung's mobile phone made a notification sound and then said, "That's great, it's ready." Jin-sung's phone display showed that the message had been sent and the recipient was Professor Lee Jin-wook. Yuhan was completely shocked and did not understand why Jin-sung sent his photo to the professor, to which Jin-sung said that he would not know. At that moment, something caught the professor's attention. The professor looked in surprise at his mobile phone, which displayed a notification of an incoming message. Looking at Jin-sung, the professor chuckled. Jin-sung also looked at the professor, and at that moment his cell phone rang. Looking at his phone, Jin-sung saw a new message had arrived. After reading the message, Jin-sung smiled nervously and didn't understand what the message meant. A little later, in an empty university corridor, in Lee Jin-wook's office, the professor sat down on the edge of his desk, and Jin-sung sat modestly in a chair and swallowed nervously. Feeling awkward and nervous, Jin-sung decided to ask what the professor wanted to ask. The professor decided that they would first talk about what Jin-sung's picture meant. Jin-sung sat up straight with his hands on his knees, and then he smiled and understood what the professor was talking about. Relaxing, Jin-sung said that this was the status window of his character in Kailan. He was level 93, and he was sure that the professor would understand, because he also played Kailan. Jin Sung's behavior and reaction made the professor think. Afterwards, Jin Sun said with indignation that the professor had really forgotten about their argument, since he had reached the level they had agreed upon. But the professor calmly replied that he thought they had agreed that Jin Sun would reach this level before the start of the semester. But he was late. Jin Sung began to mumble that he had indeed reached level 93 before the semester began. But since he had been playing for over 50 hours, he had slept until yesterday because he needed to rest for today's classes. The professor didn't believe what was said at all, but Jin Sun swore to God that it was true and asked the professor to believe him. Jin Sung looked at the professor with a sad expression and realized that they hadn't signed a contract, so if the professor refused, there was nothing he could do. The professor couldn't believe that Jin Sung had actually reached level 93 as a summoner, since the official stream said that the highest level summoner had only reached level 78. Jin Sung folded his hands in a pleading gesture and thought about how to convince the professor. Remembering the picture Jin Sung had dropped, the professor thought that if the guy wasn't lying, he could use him to collect data. And then the professor sharply asked what Jin Sung's plans were for Sunday. Yan spawned with Lu in the burning plateau and exhaled, saying that he was finally free. Ian recalled a conversation with the professor, where the professor said that they would meet in Kailan, and that Ian should come to the city of Lobos at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. Yana was tormented by questions about why the professor suggested meeting on Sunday, and whether the professor might have thought he had faked the picture. But Yan decided that in any case, now that he didn't need to level up, things were much easier for him, and he needed to finish the quests he had put off and decide where to start. Ian had 2 quests that needed to be completed quickly, but there wasn't enough information about one of the quests, so Ian decided to start with it. Mounting Lu, Yang said that they were heading to the Magic Dimension Tower. Approaching the bridge separating the Magic Tower of Dimensions and Yan said that this was his first time here. Entering the tower, Jan noticed that it was somehow empty and said that he thought that was not why players came here. But then something caught Jan very surprised. In front of Jan, a large portal was shining brightly. The notice invited Yan to enter the upper levels of the Magical Dimension Tower, and he agreed without hesitation. Having boldly passed through the portal, something surprised Yana. In front of him, a path glowed, leading to another such portal. Moving forward slowly, Jan was confused by the fact that he just had to go straight, because it was somehow too easy. But then everything around suddenly shook and Yana was blinded by a bright light from the portal. A large number of trolls appeared in front of Jan, blocking the path to the portal. Their appearance was incomprehensible to Jan. The trolls stood motionless, their eyes glowing, and 2 huge fangs sticking out of their mouths. But Jan did not understand what these barriers were. Afterwards, Jan realized that he needed to defeat the monsters that appeared on each floor and noted that this was already more difficult. The hunched and huge trolls began to growl angrily at their enemy. Gritting his teeth, Ian thought to himself that the trolls were acting rather presumptuous. And without thinking twice, Jan activated the Summon All skill. And then he angrily ordered that their asses be kicked. Biggie, Lu, and Yan rushed to attack the trolls with lightning speed. The trolls became enraged. They growled madly and their eyes began to glow red. Biggie and Lu began to attack the trolls with incredible ferocity. A mad fight ensued between them. Enraged, Biggie attacked them with renewed vigor. Biggie gave the trolls a hard time. Lu attacked the troll from one side and Biggie from the other, their battle causing everything around to shake. Meanwhile, John was dissatisfied with the noisy Chick-Chirik, and he wondered how much more work he would have to do to make this miracle evolve. Yang said that he had long ago reached 950 units of spiritual power, but now the mark was stuck at 975 units, and he noted that at the beginning things were going faster than now. And then Jan noted that there were only 25 left, so it was unlikely to take much time. Jan spread his arms wide and exclaimed that everything was fine and they needed to continue climbing. Through the portal, Yang ascended to the top floor of the Magic Tower of Dimensions. Jan found himself in some large library, and in front of him, with his back to him, someone was sitting at a table. Jan was very surprised that there was a man sitting in front of him. The girl turned around and was surprised by the visitor, and Yan, in turn, was mentally surprised that it was the Sorceress of Dimensions. Rising from her chair, the sorceress said that she couldn't remember the last time she had guests, and suggested that Jan was a skilled traveler since he had managed to get here. Having received experience for completing the quest, Jan thought that it wasn't much experience, but it was still something. Ian introduced himself to the sorceress and said that he had come here at the request of the dragon tamer Oakley, which greatly surprised the girl, and she said that she did not think she would hear this name again. Afterwards, the sorceress asked Jan to sit down as they had a lot to discuss. Holding the stone in his hands, Jan asked the sorceress again about her need to complete her research in order to awaken the soul stone, which she confirmed. And then Jan wondered if he could learn anything about the dragon god from this quest. With hope in her eyes, the sorceress asked Jan what he would tell her. With a slightly playful expression on her face, the sorceress said that she hoped Yang would help her and noted that he would not be able to refuse her. Information about the quest appeared in the notifications, and Ian thought that maybe he had the same conditions, because it was the same quest line, and the difficulty had increased to rank A, and the quest could not be cancelled. Ian clarified with the sorceress that she wanted him to collect the fragments of the relic and said that he would start right now, and he needed her to show him where to go. The sorceress stopped Jan and said that he didn't know what the relic looked like, so he would need something. She was diligently searching for something, and then took out an object that looked like a magnifying glass. The sorceress said that this tool can identify an ancient relic, and there are 6 types of relics that Jan must find, very similar in appearance, and this thing will be needed to distinguish them. Afterwards, the sorceress pointed to the portal and said that it would lead to the ruins of the dungeon, which are located in the ancient Arnaville Empire. The sorceress also noted that Jan would have to defeat monsters called the Grave Robber's Ghost, and with them he would receive fragments of the relic. And she asked that Ian use this identifier when he finds a fragment of the relic, because his task is to collect all 6 different fragments of the relic in 3 days. Jan smiled and said that he understood everything and he would not lead her on. Jan passed through the portal and found himself in a dark dungeon. Looking around, Jan said that these were the ruins of the dungeon of the ancient Arnaville Empire. Continuing to explore the dungeon, Ian decided to find out what level the monsters were and noted that there were early 90s, which was just right for him, but there was no grave robber ghost. There were a large number of different monsters in front of Jan, but he thought that it was a pity that he could only stay here for 3 days instead of 5, because the rates had been increased. Afterwards, Jan called Lou and said that while they were looking for the grave robber's ghost, they would hunt monsters. Lou let out a deafening and vicious roar, opening his mouth wide and showing his sharp fangs. Jan attacked the monsters with his bow and exclaimed that they couldn't escape now. Lou, at this moment, was chasing the ghost of the grave robber at incredible speed. The pursuit continued for quite a long time, but Lou managed to catch up with him and attack. A serious and angry Yang took matters into his own hands and activated Clofia's ability, Possession. Jan ran up to attack and grinned contentedly. In a high jump, Yang, with incredible strength and his ability activated, swung his attack. The grave robber ghost was incredibly shocked by such power and even opened his mouth in surprise. And at that moment, gritting his teeth in anger, Jan dealt him his crushing blow. The grave robber's ghost dropped a shard, which was exactly what Ian was hunting for. Taking the shard carefully in his hands and smiling contentedly, Jan said that he didn't want to stain it. Afterwards, Jan took out the identification code and pointed it at the fragment, and then asked that it be the 4th piece, which he didn't have yet. When the program announced that this was the 5th shard, Jan was furious, since it was a duplicate and had already appeared many times, and he also began to think that maybe they had rigged the drop rate. Kneeling and stretching his arms forward, Ian was furious and shouting that even the forums weren't useful. Ian could only find out that the drop rate had been increased for grave robber goblins, which are similar monsters, and it was driving him crazy, and he didn't have much time left. The email notification showed the remaining time was less than 4 hours, which upset Ian quite a bit. Ian mused that he could probably only get 2 more shards in the remaining 3 hours, but he had no idea if he could get a 4th, considering he had already failed to find one 5 times. Frowning, Jan cursed and didn't know what to do, and then said that if he knew such a song, he wouldn't have wasted time hunting on the first day, but would have immediately looked for the ghosts of grave robbers. Having gathered himself, Ian activated the summoning and said that he would do everything in his power. Ian ordered Clofie to look around and report if she found the grave robber's ghost, as he could easily use her since there were no monsters attacking from afar and no one could attack her. Wary Jan did not understand what was ahead. Ahead of him, a level 95 ancient summoner spirit floated in the air, and Jan thought he had never seen such a monster before. Jan was wary and thought that this monster was a heroic rank, although here he had only seen monsters of a maximum unique rank, and he was also thinking about whether to pass by or not. Peering out from behind the columns, Ian looked at the monster and realized that it was humanoid and undead, so he couldn't capture it, and it would take 30 minutes of his precious time. But Jan still made up his mind and ordered Lu to take it, because he couldn't just pass by a heroic rank monster, since it had double experience and a chance to drop items. The little old monster smiled and exhaled arrogantly, and then the monster, with a satisfied grin, summoned someone, and 3 enraged monsters appeared in the dungeon. Everything around shook from the deafening roar of these monsters. Ian was incredibly angry, as evidenced by his tightly clenched teeth in a vicious grin, and at the same time he was shocked by what was happening. The monsters, still with the same deafening roar, rushed to attack Lu. Jan was very scared and screamed loudly, calling Lu back. The monsters continued to attack, not intending to give in to the enemy, and Yang also summoned Biggie against them. The old man's eyes simply blazed with anger and hatred. The old man monster smiled maliciously, and Jan couldn't understand how the ghostly mob could summon. And then Jan thought that something like this should have been expected from a heroic rank mob. But the fight continued with the same force. Still angry about the situation, Ian knew they couldn't back down now, and Jan ordered his pets to attack all at once. Jan exclaimed and ordered Lu to attack, and he immediately rushed to attack. Lu pushed off the ground with force and targeted a saber-toothed tiger-like monster. The saber-toothed tiger roared furiously at its opponent. Lu and the saber-toothed tiger engaged in a fierce battle, inflicting damage on each other. And then the two opponents seemed to mirror each other's attack. Lu landed next to Jan, and Jan cursed, wondering if he really knew the weak points, being a summoner. Holding his bow in his hands, Yang ordered Lu to retreat, and then he ordered Biggie and Rake to start attacking the enemy. The monsters still had no intention of retreating and also rushed to attack, emitting loud roars. Yan called out to Biggie and activated the skill Bottomless Abyss, and a purple-black sphere began to form in one of Biggie's hands. The monster roared furiously, and blue circles appeared around it. Biggie raised his hand with the active sphere up, and the air around him shook violently from the powerful energy. And without further ado, Biggie attacked the monsters. But Biggie's blow did not bring the desired result, which greatly shocked him, and Jan loudly shouted Biggie's name and the word no. Jan was perplexed, incredibly angry and stunned. And then Rake burst into the battle abruptly and with an incredibly brutal roar. Rake began to attack one of the monsters, and Ian watched this, gritting his teeth, worried and not looking away. Squinting one eye, Jan cursed loudly and angrily. The tail of one of the monsters crashed into the stone with incredible force and crushed it into small pieces. Yana was thrown back by a powerful wave, and he cursed, realizing that the monster was winning. But Jan managed to twist and land on his feet. He kept his balance so as not to fall. Jan didn't get a chance to catch his breath, as a saber-toothed tiger rushed at him with breakneck speed and incredible anger. Ian grinned and said he knew it would happen. And at that moment, satisfied with his plan, Ian activated the Puk-Puk-shaped shield on his back. The saber-toothed tiger sank its fangs into Puk-Puk's shell with incredible force. Landing on the ground, Yang turned to face the monster and grabbed his bow, thinking that at this distance he didn't even need to aim. And as the monster jumped up to attack, Yang took aim with an arrow from his bow that glowed with a bright golden light. And a second later, Jan fired an arrow straight at the monster. The arrow pierced the monster's body with incredible speed, and it let out a shrill scream. The monster continued to scream hysterically in pain, and then it began to glow with a blue light. With a sly smile, Jan decided to say something to his opponent. Raising his hand with the bow and smiling maliciously, Jan assured that he had already won this battle. Frightened and worried, Jan called out the name of Lu, one of his pets. Lu rushed towards the enemy at great speed, and behind him, Yang pulled back the bowstring with an arrow. The old man's eyes widened in bewilderment as if they were 5 kopecks. Lu growled at his opponent with incredible aggression. Without wasting a second, Lu attacked the old man with great force, causing him to let out a scream. The crushing blow sent the old man flying to the side. But the monster didn't give up and kept screaming, and Jan, watching everything that was happening, cursed and said that he was holding up well and that he should probably just keep hitting him until he died. And at that moment, the monster glowed with a bright blue light and very loudly denied what was happening, not intending to accept the outcome. Folding his arms, Ian smiled contentedly and noted that this was exactly what he meant. The monster was defeated. Information about the ancient summoner's staff, which he received as a new item, appeared before Yan. Ian was jubilant that he had received a heroic rank item and another offensive skill that was enhanced by the summoner's power, and this should increase his DPS, or damage per second. Ian chuckled and noted that, in any case, the idea of defeating a heroic mob was not bad. But suddenly Lu started whining next to him, which confused Yan, because he didn't know what had happened. Lu pointed his muzzle at Yan's belt, thus indicating his bag. And then Jan remembered the quest relic shards. Jan was in shock as almost 30 minutes of the quest flew by and he couldn't believe it. Without wasting any more time, Yan and Lu went in search of the grave robber ghosts. He didn't understand where they were hiding and called them assholes with quest items. Jan looked around very carefully so as not to miss the ghost under any circumstances. Sitting down on the steps of the portal, Ian breathed a sigh of relief and said that it was dangerous. Squinting one eye, Jan thought that if he hadn't been so lucky, he would have definitely failed the quest, since he only had a little less than 3 minutes left. Yana was met by a red-haired sorceress, who asked if he had collected all the fragments of the relic, to which he received a positive answer. Laughing, the sorceress said that Jan had lived up to her expectations, because she was worried that he wouldn't make it in time. The relics in the bag lit up, and an email notification announced the completion of the quest and the receipt of experience points. While reading the information, Jan noted that the completion grade was C, and he had never even received a B rank before, and also said that it was a damn quest for the lucky ones. While the sorceress was rejoicing over the relics, Ian said that he was very tired and mentally exhausted, and he simply needed to take a break. Due to extreme fatigue, John began to fall asleep while sitting in a chair, but he understood that if he fell asleep, he would be disconnected from the game. The sorceress simply beamed with happiness as she finally managed to complete the magical device, and all thanks to Ian, the adventurer, and then thanked him. Yawning and stretching from fatigue, Ian said that there was nothing to be thankful for, as he was simply glad that the experiment had gone well, and noted that fortunately it had taken only a little time. Then, with undisguised curiosity, Jan asked if this magical thing was ready. Could he use it to awaken the dragon god's soul stone? Sadly, the sorceress unfortunately refused, because they did not know whether the device was working properly, so it was too dangerous to use it right now. It could explode the stone. Having thought about what was said, Jan agreed with the sorceress. Yang was furious in his mind, knowing that the dragon god most likely had incredible combat stats and his rank must be legendary, and if the stone exploded, he wouldn't be able to sleep for 4 days. The sorceress said that he thought it would be better to test it on the soul stones of other ancient monsters, and then they would use it on the soul stone of the dragon god Yang. Clutching his head in his hands, Ian desperately exclaimed that he had to complete another quest to collect some kind of crap, and he couldn't even decline it. As he approached the castle walls, Jan recalled that he seemed to have said that we would meet at the gate, and Jan, with complete determination, headed towards the open gates, and behind them someone was already waiting for him. As he walked slowly, Ian caught himself thinking that he hadn't asked the professor for his unique player account ID. When he met the professor, Jan felt completely uncomfortable. Looking at the player, Jan couldn't believe that it was really a professor. Without taking his eyes off the player, Ian decided to check his unique account ID. Yang was surprised because the player's unique account ID was Lee Jin Wook, meaning he was simply using his real name. Yang was very surprised and felt awkward, but the professor confirmed that it was indeed him and called Yang a student named Park Jin Soon. The professor then asked why he couldn't see Ian's unique account ID and level. Smiling contentedly, Ian asked the professor to wait a bit as he needed to switch his profile to public mode. Looking through Ian's profile, the professor smiled and was surprised that he was already at level 94 and asked why Ian had decided to level up further. With an incredibly pleased look, Jan noted that he had tried hard this summer, to which the professor replied that this was definitely worthy of praise. Turning to the professor, Jan asked if he could go since the professor had checked his level and Jan had won the bet. The professor stopped Jan and said that Jan should go with him, which left Jan stupefied and confused about the situation. After some time, in a new location, Jan didn't understand where they were because he hadn't seen this place before. But the professor didn't say what kind of place it was, but only noted that he heard that Jan was a summoner by class. Looking at the professor, Jan confirmed this information, saying that it was true. And then the professor told Jan to follow him so he could take a look at something. And the professor noted that Jan would immediately understand where they were. Wary, Jan said he would only know if he looked for himself. A ray of light filtered through the large, open wooden gates. At that moment, Jan and the professor exchanged glances, and a slight smile touched the professor's lips. The professor walked first, and Jan walked a little behind and looked around very carefully. Walking deeper into the building, Jan saw a wolf and a bear in front of him, and at that moment it dawned on him where they were. With a satisfied expression on his face, the professor confirmed Jan's guess and said that this was the monster breeding center. The professor shared that in the Summoner's Tower, he was lucky enough to meet an NPC who told him about this place. His name was Ralph, if he remembered correctly. Afterwards, the professor said that when he first found this place, it was still under construction, and then he was given quests to find wolves, foxes, bears, and other monsters. Jan thought about it, because he had heard something about this. And if you complete the quest to build an enterprise, you can then start it up yourself, and perhaps this was some kind of hidden quest. Approaching the huge bear, the professor said that after he completed that task, the monster breeding center was ready, and now he was working in it. But Jan was now interested in something else. Ian asked the professor if he had received a system message about how to build the center after completing the quest, and received a confirming answer from the shocked professor. But, having stopped pretending, the professor said that since Jan already knew about it, it would make the conversation easier, because the professor really did receive the skills to build the center. But he was not satisfied with the conditions. Jan became interested, and the professor continued, saying that he could only fulfill the condition for obtaining the skill to build a center if he registered at least 50 monsters. Ian was surprised and thought that he was given something similar after completing the Tower of Magic quest. Looking at the book in the professor's hands, Jan chuckled to himself and noted that this thing looked completely different. Ian looked at his book and realized that his book didn't have a monster registration function. After the professor said that in order to add more monsters to this indexer, he needs to catch them, but with his current skills, he can only collect about 30 monsters. And then, handing the indexer to Jan, the professor said that he wanted him to take it and register the required number of monsters. But then the professor said that while Jan had not yet begun to fulfill his request, he wanted to ask for something else. And the professor summoned a large wolf named Nekdal. Looking at the wolf, Jan thought he knew that black wolves were common rank wolves, but he had never seen one this big, and noted that it was almost as big as Lou. The professor smiled at Nekdal and then suggested that Jan summon his wolf. Jan was completely at a loss as to whether he needed to summon Lou right here and now. The professor and Nekdal assumed more confident poses, and a malicious grin appeared on his face. Continuing to grin, the professor said that if Jan did not summon his wolf, he would not be able to defend himself. Ian was incredibly shocked and didn't understand what was happening. But the professor's eyes began to glow red, and a fireball began to form in his hand. Without thinking about what was happening for long, an angry Jan called Lou. Lou spawned opposite his opponent, slightly taller than him. The two wolves began to growl, glaring at each other with an evil gaze. The professor acted absolutely confidently and even grinned as he looked at Jan. But Jan felt very tense. Jan asked the professor why he was doing this, since he had just asked Jan for help. Without answering Jan's question, the professor noted that Jan's pet had also evolved. And afterward, the professor apologized for scaring Jan because he just wanted to see Jan's pet. The professor also said that they would talk about why Jan had not attended lectures during the transition period, to which Jan replied that it was probably inevitable. But the professor continued to explain that this center breeds pets that players trust him with, since his Nekdal evolved here into a black claw wolf. Rubbing his chin, Ian said he understood and noted again that the professor's wolf had also evolved. Afterwards, Jan said that his Lou was also an evolved pet, and that he was a red-maned wolf. And the professor offered Jan a deal. If Jan helps him, the professor will allow him to use this center whenever he wants. Jan was a little skeptical about the effectiveness of training at the center, but he thought that he could keep pets he wasn't using there, and that as the center's level increased, it might gain other functions. With a satisfied face, Jan agreed to help, which surprised the professor and at the same time made him happy. But then Jan, with a sarcastic expression on his face, asked if he could ask the professor for a favor in return. The professor was taken a little by surprise by this question. After some time, Ian walked out of the magical dimension tower. Exhaling and stretching, Ian noticed that his whole body ached, perhaps because he hadn't slept properly lately. Earlier in the conversation, Jan said that if the professor built a breeding center near his guild base, he would do everything possible to help the professor, to which he received a positive response. Ian was considering whether to register the pets he already had before he started the quest. The indexer opened and Ian activated the Register My Pet skill. Email notifications informed Ian that he had registered the red-maned wolf, abyssal turtle, and abyssal golem, and how many units his fame had increased. Ian was amazed that Puk-Puk's registration brought the most fame, even compared to Biggie, who also had a rare rank. It was almost 10 times more. Continuing to speculate, Ian theorized that it was because Puk-Puk had the potential to become a powerful monster after evolving. Or perhaps it was simply a system error. Afterwards, Jan said that he had completed the registration and that we could go do other quests. Lu spawned next to Jan. Riding Lu and standing in front of the portal, Yang said that today would be a great day if he was the first to discover the dungeon on the other side of the portal, as he wanted to be the first to know the name of the dungeon. A system message announced that Jan had entered the Arnabil Plateau and that he was the discoverer of this place, and that his fame had increased by 100,000 units. Ian was focused and very serious, and notifications were notifying that the experience gained in this place and the chance of items dropping in this place would be doubled for the next 10 days. Jan was overjoyed, as he had finally received a worthy reward, as he could not refuse this quest. Looking through the information, Ian noted that his quest reward would depend on the quest completion evaluation rank, and most likely, the rank of the monster's soulstone was related to all of this. Jan confidently declared that he would capture the soul of the strongest monster he could find, but he only needed to thoroughly comb the area. Lu took off and rushed forward, and Yan said that now they would grow in level at a furious speed. Having reached a steep cliff edge, Yan suggested going down it, since there were high-level monsters below. Standing at the top of the cliff, Yan summoned all his pets, and below, the monsters were already on alert. Jan peered intently into the cliff bottom. Having assumed a confident pose, Jan asked his pets if they were ready for battle. With one corner of his lips raised in a smile, Jan wondered if it was time for Lu and Puk-Puk to evolve, as they were both excellent pets. Looking at Jaiki, it seemed to Jan that he too would soon evolve, because his spirit points were almost at maximum. Without thinking twice, Jan ordered his pets to attack the monsters, but noted that he had never fought such monsters before, so first he needed to see what they were capable of. Pushing off the ground, Yang activated the skill Clothius's Soul Link. Yan and Lu rushed straight towards the monsters. But before reaching the monsters, Yan activated the skill synchronization with Lu. Synchronizing with each other, Yan began to take on the appearance of Lu. His eyes lit up with a bright light, and Ian was very surprised. A bright column of light engulfed Jan's body. Jan let out an incredible scream and looked like a big werewolf. With an angry look, Yan thought that synchronizing with Lu was the best option for him, both in appearance and in general. As he charged, Ian kept ordering Biggie to move forward. Pushing off the ground, Yang, in the form of Lu with a staff in his hands, prepared to attack the monsters. And after that, Yan activated the Bottomless Abyss skill for Biggie. And Yan ordered Lu to attack the monsters, and he immediately rushed to attack. A fierce battle broke out between the opponents, with neither side willing to give in. Lu attacked the monsters mercilessly, and Yang only fueled them and urged them to tear them apart. Yana's dragon also did not lag behind, and with a ferocious roar began to spew fire toward the monsters. Everything around burst into flames and it engulfed all the monsters. They simply burned alive, and Yana's dragon watched his work. The monsters' shells were completely ablaze with fire, and the monsters were making unpleasant sounds. Yan, still in the form of Lu, was a little shocked, as he understood that the monsters had very strong defense, because he was not able to remove even half of their health. Enraged, Jan dealt the Clopsis a heavy blow with his magic staff. Ian was thinking that he really couldn't hit them properly and decided to try something else. And to attack the Clopsis, Jan decided to activate the Power Surge skill, which hit the monsters like a strong electric shock. Jan was in an angry bewilderment, as evidenced by his wide-open eyes and furious grin. But then an email notification showed that Jaika's pet spirit points had reached their maximum, and Ian began to realize what was about to happen. Soaring through the air, Jaiki spread his wings wide and glowed with a blinding light. And Jaika began to transform, or rather, he began to evolve. A large bird, somewhat resembling an eagle with massive paws and sharp claws, was now flying in the air. Ian was quite surprised that Jaiki had evolved, but noted that his cry had not changed at all, and Ian was also confused by the flash of light. Ian looked up Jaiki's info and noted that his electricity manipulation doesn't deal damage, so his attack is pretty low, but his health recovery skill is useful. Jan couldn't stop admiring Jaiki and called him to him, but he only looked at his master and continued flying. Jaiki spun around and screamed, while Ian simply watched from the sidelines. But then something caught Jan's attention. Lu walked up to Jan and poked his nose into him. Smiling, Jan began to pet Lu and said that he thanked him too because he had worked hard. Rubbing his chin and smiling slyly, Ian said once again that Jaiki had evolved and received an innate ability. And then Jan's smile changed to a malicious one, and he thought about simply smashing everything here. Meanwhile, in the library of the red-haired sorceress, stones sparkled and shimmered on the table. The sorceress was amazed and did not understand how Jan managed to obtain so many soul stones. Smiling vainly, Jan simply said that it just happened that way. The sorceress thanked Ian for completing her task so quickly, and smiling, noted that it was not surprising that Sir Oakley had sent him to her. Ian smiled with pleasure as he received a lot of experience points, and this quest was definitely worth it. Afterwards, the sorceress asked Jan to follow her to show her the process of resurrection from soul stones, and also asked him to capture all of these soul stones. They walked together to a large arch in the wall between two columns. Entering the beautiful hall, Jan was amazed, and the sorceress said that here they carry out resurrection from soul stones. Taking the bag with soul stones, the sorceress decided to check if Ian was ready to begin, and the sorceress poured out all the soul stones onto the stone table. Here all the stones began to unite and glow brightly, which greatly surprised Jan. Yana and the sorceress, who were standing in front of the table, as well as the entire hall, were illuminated by an incredibly bright flash of light. A single large multicolored stone was floating in the air above the table. Covering one eye from the bright flashes, Ian was perplexed by what was happening. But then the flash of light that enveloped the stone became even brighter. The size of the stone increased before our eyes. It continued to glow, and the sorceress was curious about what kind of creature it would be. And then, on the stone table, some big monster appeared, looking like a turtle. The sorceress rejoiced with joy and shouted that this was a success, a tremendous success. Jan didn't understand what success meant, but an email notification informed him that he had successfully resurrected the ancient monster Klopsis. Afterwards, Yang read that if he successfully resurrects an ancient monster, it will begin to appear in the wild. A rather strange feeling enveloped Jan, because now, thanks to him, a new monster had appeared on the continent of Kolinar. The incredibly pleased sorceress suggested continuing in the same spirit and resurrecting more monsters. The next monster to be resurrected was the saber-toothed tiger, which made Ian quite happy. A little upset, the sorceress noticed and said that the last soul stone remained. The stone began to glow brightly again, and Ian seemed to have an idea of what kind of monster it might be. The stone emitted an incredibly bright light, and behind it the silhouette of a tiger began to become clear. And then a huge tiger finally appeared with an evil grin. The tiger growled angrily, and its appearance left Jan stupefied and perplexed. The sorceress, spreading her arms out to the sides, was in wild delight, because she could not even dream that she would see such a legendary monster with her own eyes, namely Harlequin. Smiling slyly, Jan caught himself thinking that he really wanted something like this for himself. The sorceress thanked Jan again for his efforts, because before she could only see all these ancient monsters in books. A little shyly, Jan said that there was nothing to thank him for, since thanks to her he had gained a special experience. But then Griffer remembered something and pointed her hand towards the ancient monster Harlequin. The sorceress said that she had never met such a skilled summoner, to which Yang looked back in surprise. Jan said with a smile that of course, and named the Griefer. Ian received a notification that he had received Harlequin's capture stone, which causes the enemy to receive a 10% stun when attacking. Ian was a little surprised when he realized that Harley was only a level 1, but later realized that he could raise him as he wanted, using his own method. He understood that the ideal method was to raise the hidden potential to the 100th level, after which the abilities would greatly increase. Suddenly, he cried out sharply and very loudly that he was calling Harlequin. It was hard for him to pronounce it all the time, and then he decided it was time to give it a name. Looking at it, he wondered what he should name it. As he got closer, he decided that he would be called Harley, which the tiger clearly liked. Suddenly, the sorceress said with surprise and a smile on her face that the tiger really liked Jan. The sorceress's eyes lit up, and turning away, she said that now it was time to carry out their true goal. She clarified that she was talking about the soul stones of the dragon god. Hearing this, John hesitated slightly and became stupefied. There was not much choice, and they approached the wall, and the girl loudly cried out the call of the dragon god. Ian picked up the purple gem and asked if she was talking about that thing. The sorceress, perplexed, asked what they were talking about. Suddenly, she said that it was specific and different from other stones, especially in size. Ian handed the stone to the girl, to which she said that it was simply amazing. Having placed the stone above the table, everything began to sparkle brightly and rays flew in different directions. The stone sparkled so brightly that it was impossible to look at it. The sorceress cried out with joy that she would finally be able to see the dragon god, whom she had never seen. Jan thought that it wasn't even about a pet. Monsters of that rank had never existed in Kalon. After a few more seconds, the light became brighter and brighter. The guy even started to get nervous, not understanding why everything was taking so long. Suddenly, the light flickered sharply, almost blinding Jan. He was a little lost and didn't understand what was going on. Opening his eyes, he saw that instead of a stone, an egg had appeared. Jan received a notification congratulating him on having restored the dragon god's egg. Jan was confused about which egg they were talking about. The sorceress cried out that if it hatched, Yang would become the first summoner in 100 years to tame the dragon god. Suddenly, the sorceress's legs became entangled, and she also caught on something. She began to fall, letting go of the egg. Seeing this, Jan screamed in fear, already seeing the falling face before his eyes. He watched the egg as it was about to fall and rushed towards it. Luckily, Jan managed to catch it, which saved it from being lost. But magically, the egg slipped out of my hands. Jan grabbed his head and started screaming that this simply couldn't be happening. He almost cried because he had done so much to restore it now, and it was broken so stupidly. Opening his eyes and looking forward, he saw that the egg was standing on the floor and it was not broken. Jan was surprised because the floor was broken and the egg was so strong that it didn't even crack. The sorceress panicked and said that she was very sorry because it would have been a real disaster. Jan received a notification that he had completed all the quests in the series. His stats were also increased. His leadership was increased by 150 units, and he could now capture monsters without any leadership limitation. He understood that now he would be able to summon 2 heroic rank pets at once and still retain his leadership. Yana became interested in reading what they write about this egg. He let out a small sigh of dissatisfaction because he had been looking for information about these pets, but still hadn't found any clues. The boy realized that since he now had a griffin egg and a dragon egg, he needed to figure out what to do with them. He approached the sorceress and asked her if she knew how to make the eggs hatch. The girl said that she of course knew and was surprised that Yang, as a summoner, did not know this. The sorceress began to talk about the need to find the pets that lay these eggs. Ian considered finding a female griffin in the desert, but going there would be sheer suicide. He asked her if there were any other options besides hatching the egg, because he was unlikely to find a mother for the dragon god's egg. Suddenly, the sorceress cried out that she now understood that this was not an option. But she thought about it and said that she did not know the answer to his question, but she knew a summoner who could give the answer. The sorceress said that this man had died 300 years ago, but she would open a spatial door for him so that he could meet his soul. She added that this man was named Iriel, the greatest summoner who knows many things. Jan thought that, judging by the story, this man must be old. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the sorceress asked him if she could ask him for one favor. The girl made it clear that she did not want the pets to become extinct again and asked for reproduction. He received a skill book that he can use once he completes the quest. Jan cried out that of course he would help her and would do it with great pleasure. The sorceress looked at the guy a little strangely, but was grateful to him. At this time on the normal mountain range, Karin sat by the flower and examined its smallest details. She couldn't stop admiring it and was constantly thinking about something. Suddenly, something made her laugh and she started giggling at herself. She carefully took out the flower while some huge beast appeared behind her. This beast looked like a tiger, but not an ordinary one. It roared loudly and rushed towards the girl. Hearing a loud roar, the girl began to slowly turn back. Suddenly, she saw something strange around her, an arrow that had a blue glow. Karin began to scream loudly in fear and run away. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the paw of the mysterious beast. A guy appeared out of nowhere and shouted something loudly at Karin, calling her sister. The arrow flew very fast, but the guy continued to run away. Gavain shouted again for the girl to be more careful and was already drawing the next arrow. Karin barely had time to turn her head when she saw a tiger jumping on her. She took her staff and pointed it towards the beast. The girl activated her defense, her signature shield, which the tiger hit. At that very moment, the guy released the arrow. This time, the arrow successfully pierced the beast's right in the belly. He fell to the ground with a crash and a wild roar. The guy immediately ran up to him and stepped right on his neck with his foot. Pulling another arrow, he laughed loudly, and the tiger began to roar loudly in pain. The tiger, with his last breath, roared with all his might, but it was his last roar. The guy was angry and ready to shoot an arrow. Gawain was glad that he was in the right place at the right time. The guy said that it was dangerous here. The monsters here are a couple dozen levels higher than Karin. The girl became embarrassed and said that that was why he was accompanying her and thanked Gawain. He asked how much longer she had left, to which the girl replied that in order to reach the next level in cooking, she needed exquisite ingredients, and the mountains had what would help her improve it. Gawain was a little perplexed, because he wondered why she needed so many ingredients. He assumed that it was to prepare a lot of food, and then the guy thought that she wanted to pamper him. He heard nothing in response, which made him a little wary. Karin Lee looked at him as if he were a stupid, naive boy. They remained there for some time, searching for ingredients. Yan was already at home. He started receiving a lot of notifications that there was a system message about the ancient summoner. While reading the chat, Ian noticed a message stating that the big red tiger was level 150. Ian imagined Harley in his head and was already in great anticipation of raising him as soon as possible. He realized that to do this, he needed to quickly go to this Iriel for the skill book. Without thinking twice, the guy went into the spatial door. He knew he had to be careful because no one knew who he might meet here. Jan thought that it was somehow too calm there. He didn't understand where to look for this girl because he didn't expect that everything would be simple. But hope died last. Jan received a notification that he had unlocked the Forest of Love location. His fame had increased by 2,000 points, and wedding rings had appeared. Ian read about the wedding rings, and it said that they were the same level as headwear, but their abilities were simply amazing. The ring also evolved, but he had never seen such items before. The second ring is the same, but is only suitable for men. He was at a loss as to who to give the woman's ring to. Karin immediately appeared in his head, but he immediately threw these thoughts out of his head because they didn't have that kind of relationship. Jan thought about the fact that if there was no one to give the second ring to, then all he would get was 30 points to charisma. Suddenly, some kind of animal appeared right in front of him. Jan stepped back and suddenly cried out that it could be a monster. There were 2 unicorns standing in front of him, who didn't even pay attention to him. Jan looked at them and began to be surprised at the horns they had. He was perplexed, not understanding where they came from and why they were here. And I thought about the fact that these were heroic rank monsters, because they really were level 170th. The unicorns began to snort and simply walk away in the other direction. They looked very strange, which surprised the guy. He didn't understand what was wrong with them. Ian turned his head to the Pook and began to ask why they were doing this. He walked on and still couldn't shake the question that if all the monsters here were of such a high level, then there was nothing for him to do here. The boy understood that he had encountered high-level monsters, but it didn't look like they were going to attack him. Walking further and further, he noticed that all the animals were walking in sweet couples. The main question that never left him was why this place was called the Forest of Love. Jan was already in despair, realizing that if the whole forest was like this, it would be easier for him to fight the endless monsters. A female voice appeared out of nowhere and asked the guy what his name was. He slowly turned his head back in fear. In front of him stood a luxurious, beautiful girl, like an angel. Jan did not understand who it was. Taking a closer look, he realized that this was not just a girl, but an elf. She looked at him very mysteriously, but for some reason remained silent. The guy couldn't take his eyes off her and continued to sit on the ground. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly and asked loudly what was going on. The girl asked the guy if he liked the Forest of Love. Ian said that the view was simply incredible and he had never seen anything like it, and said that it was like this because it was being looked after by such an outstanding summoner. The girl winked at him and said that she was expecting such a compliment. The guy said he had a question, adding that to get here he had to deal with many monsters. He said that it seemed like the local monsters were avoiding him for some reason. The girl began to cover her face and her expression changed. The guy said that he was very curious and if he didn't find out, he wouldn't be able to sleep, and he began to beg her to tell him. The girl, clenching her teeth, said that perhaps she would have to tell after all. She said it was because he smelled lonely. The girl asked Jan what the griefer wanted from her. Ian said she wanted him to find out how monsters reproduce. Ariel said that she could easily help him with this. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly and said that there was a small nuance. She asked Jan why he wanted to know about this. The guy began to talk at length and very emotionally about his difficult path. The girl said that he had truly gone through an incredible amount of work and realized that he would definitely need her knowledge. She said she asked him to find out if he was going to use them for evil. Hearing this, Jan was perplexed and didn't understand what she meant. She said that if she passed on her skill to him, he would be able to artificially breed monsters. But this goes against the laws of nature. Ian stood there in a stupor, still not understanding what she was talking about, but seeing her reaction, the girl clarified. She said that in nature, all animals can reproduce if they meet a suitable mate, but this takes a lot of time and her skill shortens the duration of this process. The last words about this reducing the breeding time made John very happy. The sorceress said that it could be used to breed monsters like animals on a farm, so she asked him why he needed this skill. Ian thought that if someone wanted to use this knowledge as they pleased, they could end up breeding monsters like on a farm. Ian promised himself never to abuse this skill, because these monsters are like little brothers to him. Hearing this, the girl decided that she could trust this summoner. Closing her eyes, the girl said that the guy did not yet have enough skills to learn this. She said that to learn this, he must master the art of courtship. Ian could not come to terms with his status as a single person. It upset him greatly. John received a notice from the messenger of love. His task was to connect the hearts of two fairies, the only ones left without a pair in the forest. He decided that there was no point in delaying and set off to search with the Puk-Puk. Jan thought about the fact that the quest didn't have a difficulty rating, and that's probably because the quest is so difficult that it doesn't fit into existing difficulty levels. Puk-Puk tried his best to encourage the boy, which gave him hope that they could cope. After some time, they came to some building, and Jan thought that one of the fairies must live somewhere not far away. As he approached the building, he came across a boy who asked him if he wanted to help him. Ian was outraged that the wizard would want him to make a couple of ideas. The guy introduced himself to the boy, saying that he would help him. The guy was confused because he felt a strong smell of loneliness, which was suspicious to him. The boy asked Jan how long he had been alone. Jan narrowed his eyes and said that he had been alone since birth, for about 7,000 days. The boy said that by now he had been alone for 55,000 days. Jan said that in that case he would be able to help him well. The boy covered his mouth with his hands out of embarrassment and said that he swears that Sir Whitsun will not remain alone. They set off on their journey, Jan asking the boy to lead him. Luckily for them, the other fairies had already agreed to pick mushrooms together. The boy exchanged very shy and mysterious glances with the girl with whom he was supposed to become a couple. Jan looked out from under his hood, thinking that this quest might even be easier than he thought. He watched them from a distance, but nothing happened between them. Hope was fading because the boy did nothing. He just watched furtively. Eventually, they separated, Ian furious, not understanding why he had just let her leave without saying a word. The boy was already in despair, saying that when he tried to speak, his lips refused to open. Jan realized that things were even worse for him than for himself, and that everything was much more complicated than he thought. A ball suddenly appeared on the table and began to glow from the inside. Jan immediately wondered what it was and why it was glowing. The boy began to try to say something strangely, but made long pauses. Suddenly, the boy cried out that this was a message from Madame Carroll. Ian was surprised that NPCs could send messages and did not understand how this happened. He shouted for the boy to answer exactly as he told him right now. The boy was furious, not understanding what to say. The words were mixed up in his head and he was very confused. Ian started shouting at him to just tell her that he got home without any problems. The boy said everything exactly as Jan told him. But then he said that he added a little that he was pleased to know that Madame also got home without incident. Jan thought that perhaps he should be glad that he had answered anything at all. Suddenly a message came from Madame, with a slightly angry message that since he was so worried, he might as well walk her home. They were both in despair and did not understand what to do next. The boy, with tears in his eyes, shouted that the lady was too angry with him and asked what he should do. Jan realized that everything was only getting worse, because if he said that he was very sorry, it would look pathetic. A new message arrived on the ball. The boy sent a message to Madame Carroll, asking if Madame was online. Jan looked at him in bewilderment, because they were currently communicating and did not understand why he had to ask this. The boy became even more upset, not really understanding why he did it. Jan reflected that it could have been guessed from the very beginning that this would be impossible to do. Jan turned to the boy, who looked at him in despair and fear. The guy began to say thoughtfully that since this had happened, he should act. He hesitantly said that he should confess to her right now. The boy immediately became confused and said that he would never be able to do this. Jan explained to him that if he didn't confess now, there wouldn't be another chance, continuing to shout that nothing can be done and this is his last chance. He decided to take matters into his own hands and send messages from him inviting him to go for a walk. The message was sent in an instant, which made the boy even more worried. Jan realized that he should have done it right away, just sent the message himself. Suddenly, an incoming request for a video chat appeared. The boy was confused, not understanding what to do. Ian waved at him and told him to do whatever he could to reveal his true feelings to her, and he would wait outside. The guy left the house and exhaled heavily, enjoying the fact that he wouldn't hear this conversation. He wished him luck, calling him a lonely friend and saying he was keeping his fingers crossed for him. Jan himself was in despair that they had failed this quest. He was already starting to leave when the boy ran out and ran after him. He started shouting for Jan to stop. Suddenly, with tears in his eyes and a wide smile, he cried out that everything had worked out for him and they had agreed to go for a walk together. He started jumping for joy and thanking him, saying that it was all thanks to him. Jan received a notification that he had successfully completed the quest and his ability had increased by 20. Jan returned to the big tree and immediately the sorceress appeared. Jan knew that there are no people who are born successful in their personal lives, but there are only those who succeed and those who don't. The sorceress said that as she promised, she would share her skills with him. A precious stone began to appear in her hands. She said that she really hoped that everything would work out for him in the work of ancient monsters. Ian received a notification that he had acquired the monster breeding skill, which would allow him to now distinguish the gender of any monster. He decided to see what gender his pets were. After a few minutes, he realized that all his pets were male and there were no females. Jan thought that there were many more male monsters than females, and asked the sorceress about this. The girl said that, with a couple of exceptions, all monsters have an equal number of representatives of both sexes. Jan realized that he was probably just unlucky then. Suddenly, the girl held out a glowing ball and asked to take it. She said that with this crystal ball, he could send her a message whenever he wanted. She added that she couldn't tell him this now, but in the near future, she would ask him for a favor. Jan had no choice but to refuse, because if he didn't accept the crystal ball, the quest would be automatically cancelled. It also mentioned the day of the demonic dragon Caliph, which he had already heard about. Jan understood from this message that even after becoming a master, one can still improve one's level. He decided that he would think about it after he accepted the quest. Holding a crystal ball in his hands, he said that if he could be of any use to her, he would do everything in his power to help her. The girl thanked Jan with a smile on her face. The guy went through the spatial door to return back. He was met by a sorceress who asked with a smile if he had finished cooking. The guy happily said that he had acquired the skill to breed monsters. The girl said that she knew that the lady would help him and asked him to go with her, because she had to show him something. Having entered some room, they discovered monsters. Ian noticed that she was missing a couple of monsters. The girl said that she only keeps herbivores here because they will be safer without predators. She decided to try to bring together two monsters of the opposite sex. Ian first registered them as pet monsters. For several minutes, he still couldn't figure out how to use this skill. He was already in anticipation of how it would all happen and what it would look like. He noticed the bull's behavior, which clearly did not like this idea. Suddenly, he found an icon unfamiliar to him and decided that this was the very skill. Jan received a notification that monster breeding had begun. The same icon appeared above the heads of the two monsters and began to glow. There was a flash between the two monsters that blinded Jan and the sorceress for a few seconds. Suddenly, an egg appeared in front of Jan. He realized that he had worried in vain and there was nothing indecent here. Jan received a notification that he had successfully used the monster breeding skill for the first time, earning him the title of Monster Breeding Master. A huge smile appeared on his face. He realized that he could finally finish the quest with the griffin egg. But he was also pleased that he had received the new title of Monster Breeding Master. This title may not make him stronger here and now, but it increases the likelihood of breeding great monsters, which is very useful. He said that he could do the same with all the other monsters because it interested him. But the other monsters turned out to be two males, so he was unable to carry out his plan. Meanwhile, classes had already ended in the university building. The tired students slowly began to gather and leave the classroom. Jan was in a particular hurry to leave, as he needed to finish the quest. Yuhan was interested in what kind of quest the guy was on and noted that he hadn't even shown up at the guild headquarters. Yan replied that he was on an imperial quest and time was running out soon, so he was in a hurry. A friend said that Brother Clovan worked hard to get the imperial quest, completing all the quests he could. John couldn't understand why Brother Clovan needed this. They needed someone from the guild to gain noble status in order to improve their territory, and nothing increases fame like an imperial quest. Jan thought that if he said that he had more than 50,000 fame, he would get a kick from his friend. After saying goodbye, the guy wished me luck and said that he would return when he finished the quest. Once the egg hatches, he will need to devote more time to guild affairs. Soon he found himself on the breeding grounds of ancient monsters. Holding the egg in his hands, the boy was glad that he had the egg of the dragon god himself. He was already looking forward to bringing the dragon out of him. The egg was big and beautiful. It will definitely be a legendary class. Suddenly, the monster began to hatch. I guess since it's the dragon god's egg, things should go differently. The egg began to glow and the sight was mesmerizing. However, everything dragged on and Jan became tense. He couldn't understand why it was taking so long, and the guy decided that he had made some kind of mistake. After analyzing the information, the guy decided that he needed more experience for the egg to hatch. Jan was glad that he didn't have to do another quest or look for a special item. The word unique next to the legendary class made him tense. In any case, the guy had to return to Moran and complete the quest. After some time, he was near the palace. Knights in shining armor stood at their positions. Jan approached the king, waiting for his question. A griffin's egg towered above the table. The man asked Jan if he had figured out how to make a pet griffin hatch from an egg. Ian replied that he had acquired the skill of hatching monsters from eggs. The king was satisfied with the boy's answer and praised him. Jan was worried that if he couldn't get the egg to hatch, it was scary to think what might happen. He told them that he had acquired the skill of hatching monsters from eggs, not griffins. Jan prayed that he would get it right the first time. Coming closer to the egg, he used his skill. The king was eager to see the griffin finally hatch. The egg rose into the air and began to glow. It was not pierced right now, just like the dragon god's egg. Ian decided to look at the information window to better understand the reasons for the delay in his appearance. It didn't have the uniqueness mark like the dragon god, so Yang couldn't figure out what the difference was. He asked the head of state where on the continent of Kolinar he could find the strongest winds. The emperor asked the boy, slightly irritated, why he was asking this and how things were going with the hatching of the griffin. Jan replied that he had already begun the process, but in order for the griffin to hatch, one more condition had to be met. He added that the pet griffins wield the power of the wind, and for this egg to hatch, it must absorb the power of the strongest winds in the place where they blow the strongest on the continent. The man with fiery hair wondered where these winds could be found. After some time of thought, he said that perhaps it was the celestial mountains that were being talked about, namely the top of the altar of the celestial mountains. The emperor said that the man was right, because who else but he should know about this information? The appearance of these mountains slightly frightened John. He didn't understand how he could even get there, because around the mountains there was a wasteland where monsters of level 130 and higher roamed. Going there alone could be compared to suicide, considering that he didn't even know their maximum level. Jan decided that he had to avoid this, even if it meant abandoning the quest. Looking at the man who had spoken about the mountains, an idea came to the boy's head. The thought was quite tempting, so a sinister grin appeared on John's face. He told the emperor that he had a request. After some time, the battle with the monsters began, and Biggie was the first to attack. The rest of John's pets also did not lag behind and took full part in the battle. The dragon released a powerful flame from its mouth. His lava breath was quite useful under the circumstances. The royal guard also did not lag behind for a minute. Having accelerated to maximum speed, Lu accepted the order to continue. The wolf jumped high into the air and used the bloodlust skill. Seizing the moment, he grabbed the flying bird by the neck. Bright sparks of fire flew from the wolf's fur. Yan was pleased with the result of the attack, as it managed to deal almost 15,000 damage with one blow. And the best thing was that he didn't go alone. Yang informed the emperor that he was weak and would not be able to reach the celestial mountains alone with the griffin egg, so he needed additional strength. The man thought about the boy's request. Yan added that he needed the greatest power the emperor possessed. The red-haired man watched this dialogue with confusion. Since this is a game, the expedition started one day in advance, and although there were fewer participants than he expected, the Royal Guard's level starts at 150. Looking at his companion, the guy became interested in what level he was, but he could not see it, because it was hidden information. For each defeated Thunderhawk, Approximately 10,500 experience points were awarded. Yan was surprised that despite the fact that experience was shared between group members, he still received more than 10,000 for one monster. With a sly smile, he was glad that thanks to other people, both he and his pets were leveling up. Suddenly, the man called out to him. He said that Yang wasn't as useless a summoner as he thought. Jan's pets were very helpful in battles. The guy was confused, but he was slightly offended that because of his low level, everyone thought that he would not be able to help in the battle. Suddenly, the man ordered the fighting to stop. It was decided to take a little rest and prepare for the next battle. Jan asked why this was necessary, since they hadn't even suffered any losses. When they cross this ridge, they will find themselves in a celestial desert where they encounter mummies of monks. The monk mummies are very dangerous because they are level 150 monsters, so Jan began to worry a lot. The battle with them would not be easy, so everyone had to be well prepared. A snowstorm raged near the large fortress. The defense of this base had been going on for about a month already. With these base wars, the northern continent will be plunged into chaos, and if any larger guild decides to attack, the mid-sized guilds will have a very hard time. But if you upgrade the base class from a village to an estate, it could solve the problem. With the estate class, it will be possible to place guards and fortifications, similar to towers. The girl said she didn't know this information. She added that in that case, they should avoid war until everything calms down. They could only hope that Ian would quickly complete his quest and return to help. Jan noted that he suddenly felt very cold. He assumed it was because he hadn't slept for so long and he couldn't figure out why he was feeling this way even in the game. Soon they finally reached the Celestial Mountains, but Jan did not notice the strong afternoon wind there. Suddenly a terrible monster attacked them. With one swing of his sword, the red-haired man fought back against the monster. The impact caused it to fly off to the side significantly. He said that the Celestial Mountains are extremely dangerous. There might be level 190 monsters here, so you have to be careful. Jan knew that having come all this way, Jan could not fail. Suddenly, something distracted Jan's attention. The order was given to prepare for battle, so we must move quietly and not attract the attention of other monsters in the area. The knight said that such monsters always travel in packs. There must be 4 or 5 more nearby. With determination in my eyes, the man asked me to look around carefully. In the end, he was not mistaken, and soon a couple more monsters appeared. There was a devastating explosion of purple light. Suddenly, the man became nervous. He couldn't understand why these monsters were running away. Everyone began to wonder why their captain was so nervous. Suddenly, a huge column of dust appeared right in front of the cart with the griffin egg. An incomprehensible creature, resembling a dinosaur or a bird, appeared in front of the army. It was so huge that its size was several times greater than Biggie's. Jan understood that their main task at the moment was to distract this creature from the front. The captain ordered to grab the egg and run quickly to the altar. Jan reacted quickly and ran towards the egg. The guy noted that the man is truly an incredible person who thinks clearly, like a true tactician. Jan had to hurry while the knights distracted the monster, because if he hit it with his tail once, it would be the end of him. To increase his agility, he used synchronization with Lu. When his appearance changed, he could reach incredible speeds. Without wasting a minute, he pushed off from the ground with his powerful paws. Very soon, he was already near the altar. The guy was confused by the fact that there was no wind at all. Suddenly, Ian saw a notification that he was the first to discover the source of the wind, just like he once discovered the source of the lava. But Jan had no time to think, because if he hesitated even a little longer, the knights would be significantly reduced, and the emperor would be furious. The boy placed the griffin egg in the center of the altar. A bright flash of light illuminated everything around. Jan was delighted that he was starting to get it right. The hatching process has increased to 11%, and when it reaches 100%, the egg will hatch. Hearing the screams, Jan thought. His first thought was that the knights had lost. He hoped to make it before the monster returned, but the hatching bar was growing very slowly. The guy noticed something in his inventory that he definitely didn't have before. He began to examine the new object with interest. Ian couldn't remember whether he had this before or not. Suddenly, he remembered that this was the thing that had dropped during the priest's quest. But now, for some reason, it was glowing. Suddenly, these objects were snatched from Jan's hands. Surrounding the egg in the air, they began to spin very quickly. The guy was confused because he had not given the command to use it. The glow became even brighter and soon cracks appeared on the shell. Every second, there were more and more of them. From such a bright light, Jan covered his eyes with his hand. Suddenly, the egg cracked completely and the shell flew in all directions. Seeing this, Jan began to jump for joy. But after a few seconds, the guy noticed something very strange and interesting. There was not one griffin, but two at once, and Jan decided that they were twins. They were of different genders, but there was no difference in parameters. If there was only one monster, he would give it to the Emperor without doubt or hesitation. But since there were two of them, Jan decided that the gods themselves had granted him such an opportunity. Coming close to one of the griffins, he caught it. Looking around to make sure no one was around, Jan thought there was no turning back. Suddenly, the altar began to shake terribly and the guy could barely stand on his feet. A terrible monster appeared right in front of him. Jan started running away from him and screaming for the summoner to be rescued quickly. The Emperor didn't come for a long time, and the guy decided that, apparently, he understood something. Suddenly, the doors swung open and the Emperor entered the hall and greeted Yang. The man noted that Jan had done an excellent job. The guy replied that there was no need for gratitude and that he should thank his knights, because they fought very bravely. The Emperor said that thanks to Jan, they can now present the royal griffin as the symbol of the Lucipal Empire on the day of the state's founding. The guy said that if citizens found out that the peace of the imperial family was guarded by a real griffin, then everyone would be delighted. Ian was thrilled that he had leveled up in just 3 days, and he was also given 100,000 health points. Now he understood why top players had more than 100,000 fame. When Yang was about to leave, the Emperor stopped him. He told Jan to stay for a minute because the man had not yet received everything from him. The guy became very nervous because he was worried about being caught. The Emperor said that he should receive gratitude from him because he had prepared a gift. Slightly confused, Jan replied that he would gladly accept anything from him. The man said that he was presenting this to him because it was he who had served for the glory of the imperial family. A bright glow appeared in the Emperor's hand, but it was still unclear what they wanted to give him. Finally seeing the object in his hands, surprise appeared on Jan's face. The guy received the title of Baron because he managed to complete the imperial quest with 5 points. Now he was automatically at odds with the Kaiman Empire, but the boy still didn't understand what that could mean. He should have gotten out of the imperial palace and logged out of his account before dealing with all of this. The Emperor, with a strange grin, asked Jan if he liked my gift. In exchange for it, he demanded Jan's loyalty. Suddenly, Jan, unable to control his actions, automatically bowed before the man. He said it was an honor for him, and he would certainly not let us down. The guy realized that it was the game system that was controlling his body instead of him. Despite this, Jan reassured himself that at least they wouldn't take the griffin. The fame of Jan's guild also grew since he received the title of Baron. All the guild members were surprised by this event. They just had everything ready, and then he got a new title, so now they could start improving. Jan's friend couldn't believe it, and wondered what quest Jan had completed that had immediately given him the title of Baron. The girl thought that Baron was the first title one would receive. Yuhan also said that he heard that after completing the imperial quest, one could obtain the title of knight or baronet. The boy asked if a baron and a baronet were the same thing. It turns out that Jan received one title higher than baronet, and this was only better for the guild. It was decided to immediately upgrade the headquarters to an estate as soon as Jan returned. The girl said that she might have to return Jan's position as deputy guildmaster, but the other members were against it, since Jan doesn't have enough knowledge for this and he's always busy farming. Seeing the boy's indignation, the girl only giggled. Slightly embarrassed, she asked if Sir Ian was offended by this. They told her that people like Jan most likely don't know how to take offense, and that's why this was starting to bother her now. It was decided to continue the work and preparations began in full swing. There was snow among the high mountains. Jan and his pets walked confidently forward. There was a baby griffin sitting on the boy's shoulder. He asked him if he was hungry, and when he received an affirmative answer, Jan offered him a meatball. Hearing the name of his favorite treat, Puk Puk perked up. When the boy said that he would get it too, the turtle was over the moon. Jan watched with interest as his pet gobbled up his treat. The guy thought that as soon as he returned to the guild, he would first have to develop the territory. He thought that if he trained the NPC soldiers enough and used them for farming, the efficiency would increase many times over. Since he doesn't have enough leadership to register more monsters, he needs to focus on developing the ones he already has. He didn't know when the dragon god's egg would hatch, but he was confident that he would find a way to increase his leadership by then. Jan wanted to ask his pets if they had eaten, but he noticed a very interesting picture. The griffin and the turtle were sitting on the snow, but Puk Puk hid in a tree. The guy decided that Finn was probably not as greedy for food as Puk Puk. Apparently the turtle really likes her. Jan decided not to waste time and continue on his way since there was not much time left. A man in a raincoat stood near a large building. The monster breeding farm was definitely on the right track. He thought that although it was difficult, it was worth it. While checking some data, the man realized that he would soon have to leave. Suddenly, his thoughts were distracted by something. Karin appeared before him and brought him what he asked for. He was pleased that the girl fulfilled his request and brought food for the monsters. The food smelled simply delicious, and if the professor had been hungry, he would have definitely eaten it. Suddenly, he decided to ask Karin something. The man thought that Jin's son would arrive at headquarters earlier. Turning around, the girl said that he should have told her about it earlier. Jan didn't even get in touch this whole time. He should have told Karin first that he was back. Now the girl could ask him about a joint trip to the northern continent. Suddenly, the tasks began to change, and Karin decided that it was somehow connected with John's return. Seeing the guy in front of her, the girl's eyes lit up. The guy was holding a small box in his hands. There were beautiful decorations in this box. The girl was very surprised when she saw them. Karin couldn't understand what had just happened. The sun was shining brightly outside. Yuhan asked if they had expanded the headquarters well. The guy was expecting to finally be praised. It was necessary to inspect everything first before improving the estate, because if this were done right now, internal errors could appear. Jan said that the first thing they should build after the upgrade is a training center. Yuhan said that it was risky and that they should first build barracks to increase the estate's defensive capabilities. Low-level soldiers are suitable for training, and even if there are hundreds of them, a single mage can incinerate them with a spell. Yuhan didn't deny Yan's opinion, but said that if they built the guild properly and assigned high-level NPCs to command, then the military might could be increased and more powerful characters might appear. The girl agreed with Yan and said that first they needed to build a training center to train an NPC who would drill the soldiers and thereby increase the level of their troops. If they have a suitable player above level 100 and who has 800,000 fame and a title above baronet as the owner of an estate, then they can build a suitable guild headquarters. Yuhan agreed with this and suggested not to delay. A moment later, he had already activated the upgrade to the estate. All conditions for improvement were met and the process began. The Lotus Guild headquarters has been successfully upgraded and its appearance has changed significantly. No one even thought that it would all look exactly like this. The title of landowner automatically passed to player Yang along with the title of baron, and Yuhan quickly accepted it. Jan was pleased with this turn of events and decided to begin managing the landowner's internal affairs. He remembered that he had to talk to Karin and entrust her with the management of the kitchen, and also give her something else. The boy showed his friend a small box that was his reward for the quest, and he could not give it to anyone except Karin. Seeing Jan, the girl's eyes filled with joy. The guy also noticed Karin. A moment later, the guy held out a half-open gift. At first, the girl was surprised, but then an expression of mild horror appeared on her face. Jan realized that the girl most likely did not perceive his gift as he expected and hastened to explain. But he couldn't fix the situation, and he said it was hers. Karin froze in amazement. Ian asked the girl if she could use the item as a favor. Karen began to think that perhaps this was just a useless trinket as a gift, and she was seeing too much in it. The guy nervously added that she didn't have to accept it if it was too much for her. Confused, Karin replied that everything was fine and that he had imagined something. After looking at the properties of the item, it was discovered that it was called a wedding ring. The girl asked if he had the same ring. When the guy took out his ring, Karin visibly fell into a stupor. The pleased girl said that she would definitely wear it. At this time, Jan was pleased that he had gotten rid of the level 50th ring. After looking at the characteristics, the guy noticed that they had increased significantly. Since he gave the ring to Karin, it turns out that he has a girlfriend. The girl realized that she had been wrong to think that he was not interested in her. It was an extremely uncomfortable scene for the lonely ones. The boys felt like they had forgotten all about them. The guild estate was illuminated by bright sunlight. Yuhan was sitting at a long table and doing some important things. The guy noted that the new building was simply gorgeous, and soon Yuhan asked him to help since there was a lot of unfinished business. When asked about Jan, the deputy lord replied that he had gone to the Forlan Basin with Fiolan to clear the dungeons. The guy said that they should sort everything out quickly and follow Jan. Yuhan didn't really like the idea of going there together. He argued that he was a tank class, and unlike warriors, he dealt almost no damage. The guy reassured him that even if they died, the penalty would be small, and in any case, this dungeon was time-limited, and soon Yuhan agreed. He had no idea what summoners were like in combat, so when asked if Ian could completely clear the dungeon, the boy refrained from answering. Yuhan was confident that Jan's pets would be able to protect Fiolan if anything happened. Now their task was to get their affairs done as quickly as possible. Screams were heard in the dungeon. A huge, scary monster with bright red eyes swung its weapon. Fiolan froze in place in surprise. Suddenly, a tiger appeared behind the monster and growled menacingly. With one confident movement of his paw, he struck at the monster. Jan ran up to the girl and told her to step back. Fiolan said that if she waited another minute, she would run out of cooldowns, and then asked to distract the monsters while she used her magic. Jan agreed, assessing the situation around him. Not wanting to waste time, he got down to business. The battle between the huge monster and the tiger continued. The guy noticed that he might be in danger and shouted. Hearing his name, the tiger turned his attention to Jan. The summoner prompted him to dodge just in time, and a couple of seconds later, the monster struck the spot where the tiger had been. The enraged monster let out a deafening roar. Jan watched his further actions closely. The guy, gathering all his strength, directed a stream of magic straight into the monster's belly. This action only enraged the monster, and his scarlet eyes glowed even brighter. The monster tried to strike back, but Ian managed to jump back. Jan already had a ready plan for his next steps, so determination was visible in his eyes. The boy shouted at Harley to keep attacking. At the moment, his main task was to attack on the move. Having crept up unnoticed, the tiger pounced on the monster from behind and tried to stun it. He managed to do it, but this only enraged the monster even more. The successful stunning of the enemy made Jan happy. He wondered what would happen if he continued to attack and how best to do it. Suddenly, the monster began to gradually come to his senses. Ian was shocked that he woke up so quickly and realized that his defense against stun was too strong. There was no other choice, and Jan realized that he would have to attack further. The girl called out to Jan and asked him to distract the monster a little longer. Fiolan's eyes filled with a blue light, and Jan thought that she was preparing to do something deadly. Jan was pleased with this and decided that he needed to buy her some time. Meanwhile, the monster finally came to its senses and was preparing for a new attack. Ian shouted at the monster to turn its attention to himself. Suddenly, he noticed that a hole had appeared in the middle of the monster's belly, emitting blue light. The guy assumed that it would be extremely powerful magic. He should have avoided it. But then he remembered Fiolan. If Jan dodges, the entire attack will go towards her. She couldn't move while casting the spell. Ian realized that in order to protect her, he would need Puk-Puk's help. The monster let out another roar and magic began to emerge. Jan walked up to Fiolan and told her to continue casting her spell while he tried to stop his blow. A powerful stream of magic soon erupted from the monster. Jan did everything he could to protect himself and Fiolan. The guy activated Puk-Puk's innate ability and he was able to restore his health. He had never used it before and now was the moment. Soon, Fiolan was ready to continue participating in battles. She was able to fight back against the monster's next attack on her own. At this time, Jan summoned all the pets and ordered them to attack. After some time, the dungeon was cleared. Yuhan was in the apartment calling his friend to join him for dinner. Jan said that they would now explain the rules of the war for territory. The boys gathered around the TV waiting for information. Soon, the familiar faces of reporters Lucia and Heinz appeared on the screen. At that moment, they were on the battlefield of the Brave, where guild wars take place. The battlefield of the Brave was the virtual space of Kailan, which is not indicated on the map. When a guild war begins, all guild members participating in the battle are moved there. And now it's time to sort out the rules of the war for territory. Yuhan said that they should listen carefully and perhaps even take notes. After listening to the rules, the guy said that this would be more difficult than the usual turf wars. Jan remembered that one player can only participate in 2 battles against one guild. Yuhan added that even if he was strong enough to single-handedly influence the outcome of the battle, he would not be able to win alone. The boys decided to continue their meal. Jan looked through his notes and realized that during a territorial war, not only the skills of the guild members were important, but also the NPCs. He had the title of Baron, which meant he could register a maximum of 20 NPCs for service. Since he knows this, it was necessary to register the NPC for service as soon as possible. Somewhere among the rubble of buildings, Limlong finished clearing. The red-haired girl thanked him for his help. She asked Limlong why he hadn't joined a guild yet, since with his skills he could have joined even the top guilds. When she heard his answer, the girl said that if he still decided to join something, she could recommend their Kaiser guild. Upon hearing the guild's name, Lim Long asked if it was among the top 10 guilds. The girl confirmed the information and said that they had previously ranked 8th. Lim Long said he doesn't want to join anything for now. Selena replied that she was sorry to hear that. The guy added that if he changes his mind, he will let her know about it first. As she left, the girl was glad to hear this. Lim Long thought that perhaps now was the time to join some guild, but for him, this was tantamount to a loss of freedom. To avoid this, you need to develop enough to have enough influence in the guild. Suddenly, the guy realized that he had come to the Hall of Fame. He decided to see who had the best score for clearing the dungeon. He was surprised that this dungeon could be cleared in half an hour. After reading the name of Jan's guild, he became interested in what kind of guild it was. The Dark Rune and Titan guilds are always neck and neck in pursuit of first place, but he's never heard of the Lotus Guild. He was ready to swear that he had heard somewhere about a player named Ian. According to Lim Long's calculations, Yan should have been around level 100 or so, and he couldn't understand how he could have gotten to first place. The fact that the loser ranked higher than him really hurt the guy's pride. Suddenly, Lim Long grinned mysteriously. He decided that he couldn't sit idle. The guy pulled the black mask back onto his face. The summoner's determined gaze often appeared in his memories. He couldn't wait to meet Jan again. The city was as noisy and lively as always. Jan walked confidently down the street. He was asked what he had decided to come to. Someone said that it was an honor that the gentleman deigned to come in person. Soon, Jan noticed the professor and asked about the monster breeding farm. The man said that it turns out there are quite a few summoners and there is no end to the number of clients. Ian asked the professor if NPC summoners came to him, and the man turned his attention to the girl. A cute girl stood next to the monster. Jan thought that maybe this NPC was giving some kind of quest. The man said that she often drops by the farm, but like an ordinary cute NPC girl. Suddenly, the professor remembered something. He promised to tell Karin when Jan arrived. The man quickly informed her about the guy's arrival. When Karin asked what Jan was doing, the professor said that he was talking to a nice girl. He soon regretted his answer. He decided that perhaps he had simply expressed himself incorrectly. However, he thought that it would somehow resolve itself, and it was not his problem. At this time, John decided to continue the work he had started. First, he should have understood what kind of NPC she was. Having studied the information about the girl, the guy realized that he couldn't find a better option. Jan approached her carefully. After greeting each other, John asked if they had seen each other before. He added that he came here to talk to her. Hearing this, the girl was seriously confused. The guy thought about it. He could register her as a subordinate with the seal of dominion. A moment later, he handed her the amulet and asked if she would accept it. Siri excitedly asked him if he really wanted her to help him. The girl hesitantly asked him if he really thought she could be useful to him. Jan replied that he had no doubt about it, which is why he was making her such an offer. Siri's eyes lit up. She added that she happily agreed to his proposal. A moment later, the girl had already accepted his proposal. It turned out that Siri had a heroic talent class, which greatly surprised Ian. He asked her to serve him faithfully. Soon they said goodbye and were about to go their separate ways. Ian waved goodbye to Siri. Karin watched his actions closely. Suddenly Jan took part, which suddenly brought a chill. An enraged Karin began to ask him who it was. Jan hastened to explain and said that this was just an NPC that he took as his subordinate. Having heard about the NPC subordinate, Karin calmed down a little. Jan confirmed his own words and said that this is exactly what he does. Karin was very interested in why he chose a pretty girl as his first subordinate. Subsequently, John had to explain this incident for more than half an hour. A bright light from the tower illuminated the space. While the guy was trying to calm Karin down, he realized that he was quite tired. Suddenly, he noticed a sorceress who probably had a very high rank. Jan thought that he would hardly be able to take her as a subordinate, but he decided to try. The girl said that she had recently heard news about him. When Jan heard about this, he was at a loss. The girl replied that she had connections in the royal palace, which is why she knew this information. Ian couldn't believe that Griffer had connections within the royal palace itself. While the girl went to make tea, Jan decided to quickly look up information about her. He couldn't figure out what level she could be since it wasn't even displayed. He thought that she might be at the same level as Halim. Jan realized that he could not have someone under his command whose title was higher than his own. When she returned, the girl said that the previous emperor had granted her the title of countess. Since then, she sometimes helps the wizards of the royal court. Ian noted that she was simply incredible. The guy was still upset that nothing worked out for him. Sunlight streamed into the windows of the estate. The new interior looked quite aristocratic. The guild members gathered around a round table. Fiolan said that the protective period will end and a war for territory will begin. Yuhan said that due to the level of their territory, there would be many contenders for them. The guy asked if anyone had any information about the Polaris Guild. As it turned out, there was information after all. Unlike their guild, Polaris has a constantly changing membership. The girl did not understand how this information could help them in the battle. Jan said that it seemed that even if some of the members were really strong, the others weren't so much. Yuhan said that it would be easy to defeat them. But Yang disagreed. Most of the defending guilds surrendered during the Battle of the Brave and instead focused their forces on defense. Ian thought this was the most classic strategy with minimal risk. However, he had an idea. They could act contrary to established strategies. Everyone was shocked by his words. Jan watched the boys, waiting for a reaction. Fiolan didn't understand his idea. Yuhan was surprised that Yan decided to participate alone. Jan decided to calm them down and said that NPCs would fight him. The guy had a certain plan in his head. Soon they moved to the battlefield of the brave. Jan stood confidently among his subordinates. Each of them had its own class and level. The guy moved a little further away. Now he had to manage not only pets, but also NPC subordinates, which required more attention. Suddenly, Yan noticed that the opponents had arrived without even hiding their level. He hadn't seen anyone above level 100. The guy thought that since he was the only player on his team, they were underestimating him. Milan said that she didn't think that the Lotus Guild would surrender so easily on the battlefield. Everyone was eager to begin the fight. Fiolan said that the average level of her opponents is 90. Yuhan believed in Yan's victory. The battle was about to begin. Everyone was preparing to attack with serious faces. Jan decided to just pretend it was a simple farm. Immediately after the start was announced, Yan began to look for options for attack. First, he summoned Lu and Rake. Then it was Jaika and Harley's turn. A second later, all his pets were summoned. Nobody understood why Jan didn't summon Biggie since he was his best tank. Jan grinned mysteriously. The guy shouted to his subordinates to listen to him carefully. He gave the command to begin the battle. The opponents were shocked that Yang was a summoner. There was not a drop of doubt or fear on Jan's face. Suddenly, his opponents jumped up and ran to attack the summoner. Jan wanted to let them get closer to do something unexpected. A moment later, he finally summoned Biggie. A huge golem stood behind him. Everyone was extremely surprised when they saw Biggie. With one movement of his hand, Jan began giving orders to his pets. Biggie was the first to use his bottomless abyss skill. A huge lump of purple magic appeared in his hands. After a couple of seconds, he released it. The opponents had a hard time moving. They all had a slow motion effect applied to them. At this time, the other pets came to the rescue. Wolf Lu ran slightly ahead. Jan shouted for everyone to attack. First, he called Rake. The huge dragon used its fiery breath. Absolutely all opponents fell under this fire trap. One of them said that he took off half of his health with one attack. Jan decided it was time to release the griffin. Finn's pet's innate ability has been activated. The rivals began to ask for salvation. No one could understand where Jan got these monsters from. Suddenly, Jan shouted for everyone to retreat because the ranged fighters would attack the golem first. Everyone shouted loudly at the same time that now was the time to attack. Biggie defended the attack as best he could. Although he was quite strong, he also received a lot of damage. Jan thought that even though he had enormous defense, half of his health had already been knocked off. But he understood that this was all within his expectations. Ian turned to Ciri to do as they had agreed. Ciri used summon healing and restored 60% of the pet's health. The realization came that this was simply not possible because they had spent so much effort on it completely. Lucan shouted, "Why is this fool here again?" looking towards Jan. Jan suddenly screamed at him to catch the gift. He was furious and directed a large attack to the side. The guy stood there stunned, unable to move, watching the attack flying straight at him. He remained standing in place, which exposed him to a strong attack. The guy received a message that Lucan had dealt almost 8,000 units of damage. Jan also received a notification that he had hit the enemy directly and restored 5 units. Ian suddenly wondered why this fool was still fighting because it made him feel uneasy. He stood silently and simply watched everything that was happening. But suddenly something happened that really caught his attention. Suddenly he realized that this was not an attack and asked himself what it was. The guy stood as if rooted to the ground, not moving. He noticed his pets, Finn and Jake, together. The guy stood there in bewilderment, as he had never encountered anything like this before. Jan thought that this would not affect the outcome of the battle, but it did not stop worrying him. The guy shouted to everyone to concentrate now. They all began to surround everything that was happening there. Jan realized that everything would end even faster than he expected. He noticed the red-haired girl Milan and chuckled that she was there too, because he didn't even notice her. Jan cried out, calling for his pet Finn. Finn was right there and was ready to attack the girl. Ian stared at his pet, expecting defeat. He shouted loudly for the bird to kill the girl. Immediately, the Finn headed straight down. A blue glow began to surround the girl, which scared her quite a lot. She stood there in bewilderment, looking around, not understanding what was happening. But she still managed to release the storm arrow. Finn began to emit microwaves that were directed straight at the girl. But then Jan received a notification that the pet had been damaged by a wind elemental attack. The Wind Guardian's innate ability was activated, increasing Finn's strength by 30% for 3 minutes. The girl was both furious and panicked, not understanding what to do next or how to save herself. There were shouts from the sidelines about how incredible Yang was for a top-notch summoner. Jan received a notification that all members of the Polaris Guild had been defeated, and he had received 100% of the battle reward for this. Night fell, complete silence reigned, and the sky sparkled with a huge number of stars. A meeting was taking place in one of the large buildings in the town, and John was also present. There were 6 people sitting at a round table looking at each other strangely. Yuhan was also there and whispered in his friend's ear that he was delighted with him, because beating everyone single-handedly was a talent. One of the guys said with a dissatisfied face that he had not counted on Jan at all, but was surprised by his abilities. Jan, with a smile on his face and a sarcastic expression, said that he warned them, but they didn't believe him. The boy suddenly made a surprised face, preparing to say something. Everyone noticed this and stood in bewilderment and anticipation of what he would say. He said that in this battle they lost only 5 fighters, which is considered to be practically no losses. The guy said that Jan had won their first war for territory, and he felt much calmer knowing that they were 1 victory ahead. To this, Folian replied that she thought they could count on a second victory. The guy responded that it was necessary to field the participants before the second battle, but their opponents would not have time to recover their strength, so the second battle would be easy. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, Yuhan spoke up. He said menacingly that there was no need to think that it would be easy. Everyone fell silent, not understanding why he said you and expected at least some kind of explanation. The girl anxiously asked him what he meant. Yuhan became noticeably nervous. He put his hand on the table, but it didn't obey him. Jan looked at his friend in bewilderment as well and said that the battle would not be as easy as the first one. He added that he was able to win so easily only because he came alone and they greatly underestimated him. The guy was sure that they would be much more careful in preparing for the next fight. Karin asked anxiously, could they really lose this round? Jan, passing by her, said that this would not happen no matter what. The guy's eyes seemed to light up and he said that this time he would show his strength much stronger, clarifying that it won't be that easy, but he will definitely cope. The next day, Jan and Yuhan went to the university as usual. The corridors were surprisingly silent, and the sun was shining brightly outside. Jan went up to the second floor. He looked rather strange, his gaze fixed on the floor, not even noticing Yuhan right away. Yuhan said with a sneer that he was very surprised that Yang was paying attention to his studies today. The guy said that Professor Jin Wook said that if he continued to sleep in class, he would give him absences for all the classes he missed, which he kindly forgave him for. Yuhan laughed at his friend, saying that he was right, because he did have a good reason. Ian shared with his friend that they could simply leave the turf war after the third battle tomorrow. Just surrender and still come out on top. He argued that if the opposing guild spent all their strength on the first 2 battles, they would have nothing left for the third battle. Jan would of course like to participate more in the war for territory, but since one player can only participate in 2 battles, there is no choice. The boy had no idea that the hatching rate of Karsi's egg increased with victories in the territorial war. Just 2 victories brought a whopping 5%. He wondered if it was the energy that was increasing the hatching rate. Thanks to this, he now only needs another 11%. Jan turned to Yuhan, who handed him a bottle of water, asking if he wanted to drink. The guy chuckled and said that he actually wanted to ask him about something. Yuhan became a little nervous and began to listen carefully while trying to open the bottle. Jan said that he remembered that Yuhan once said that he was experienced in relationship matters, and out of surprise, his friend even spat out water. The guy started wiping his face and asked why Jan was asking him about this. Jan began to remind them of their conversation, that Yuhan had never been alone and that he had a girlfriend in high school. Jan asked him if he hadn't been alone since birth. Without waiting for a response from his friend, he immediately said that he had something to talk to him about. Yang, after a slight hesitation, asked Yuhan if he thought Harin liked him. The guy seemed lost in his thoughts, starting to talk about how the girl gives him breakfast in boxes and also feeds him with a spoon. Yuhan panicked when he heard this, not understanding how his friend could be such an impenetrable idiot. The guy thought about the fact that Karin had been speaking openly about his attitude towards him for a long time now. He didn't say what to answer, so as not to reveal all the secrets, and he exhaled heavily. Yuhan, with a trembling voice and trying to avoid eye contact with Yan, said that there was such a possibility. These words made the guy very happy. He cried out with joy, raising his hands and clenching his fists. He shouted loudly that spring had finally come to his street. At this time, in a small hangar in the town, Puk Puk looked very strange, as if there was something in front of him that was making him go crazy. It was simple. He was looking at the plate of meatballs, already getting ready to pounce on them. Karin sat next to him, asking him if he wanted more. Puk Puk was already reaching for another ball, when suddenly the girl's words made him stop. Karin asked Puk Puk if he would have time to eat everything before Jan arrived. This question made the little boy very nervous, as if Jan was already standing in front of him. Puk Puk began to nod his head anxiously, approaching the plate as close as possible. Karin said that Jan would be angry if he found out that she gave him so many meatballs, adding that for this very reason, he would have to eat them very quickly as soon as possible. Karin looked at the baby and decided that at least Puk Puk was clearly very pleased. Next to Puk Puk stood Finn, who for some reason did not even touch the food. Only after Karin's permission did the bird grab a piece of meat, which touched the girl very much. Finn didn't even notice how he swallowed the meat. It was so delicious, and he was already looking at the girl, waiting for more. Karin was very pleased that her dishes were so appreciated and suggested Fink something else. Finn was already in anticipation of what the girl had prepared for him. The girl carried a whole chicken on a plate, thinking that she really hoped that Finn would like it because he was a picky eater. At this time, Jan approached the hangar, and various sounds of pleasure were heard from the hangar. He began to slowly open the door. Puk Puk noticed this and froze in place. Jan slowly began to walk inside, loudly and happily saying that he was finally back. Puk Puk already imagined the guy taking the plate of delicious meatballs from him. He slowly turned his head towards the guy, showing all his displeasure. Karin was slightly surprised to see Jan. She didn't expect him to return so soon. Jan greeted her and immediately began to tell her something about the internal systems. But he was interrupted by a frightened and quickly eating meatballs Puk Puk. He looked at him in bewilderment, asking the girl what was happening to him. Puk Puk ignored the guy, which even upset him a little. Jan slowly walked straight towards him. Puk Puk heard his steps and froze in fear. The boy asked the little boy if he liked the delicious lunch, and Puk Puk only started twitching in response. His mouth full of meatballs prevented him from hiding in his shell. Puk Puk was furious that John had finally noticed that he was eating. Ian grabbed Puk Puk and lifted him up, asking what he was trying to do. The guy asked him if he had really eaten everything and left nothing for his wonderful owner. They spent a long time trying to decide something between each other. After some time, when the pets were full, Jan and Karin came out of the hangar. The guy hesitantly turned to the girl, who was beaming with happiness. Jan asked Karin if she wanted to go somewhere with him. The girl was very surprised and put her hands on her chest, wondering if this could really be a date. She stood there for a while and didn't know what to answer. But then, overcoming herself, Karin gave an answer. Jan started talking about the mountains, about the next most interesting task, a battle with another monster of incredible size and strength, from which John barely managed to escape, but it amused him greatly. The guy enjoyed every task, even if it was too difficult. As always, Jan cleverly outwitted the monster and delivered his signature blow. The monster fell to the ground with a crash, indicating that it was defeated. Karin was very upset at first. She didn't expect this. After all, Jan suggested that she go farming not in the Norman Mountains, but on the Poreless Plateau. Jan said that even though the monsters there were of a very high level, he could easily protect her. These words melted the girl's sadness. She just thought that he would protect her, and this even gave her butterflies in her stomach. Suddenly, Karin made a short pause in the conversation, which made Jan a little nervous. She asked the guy if it was normal for Puk Puk to walk around all alone. Jan said that even if he was beaten by monsters all day, he wouldn't lose even half his health. He explained that this happens because its characteristics are completely focused on defense. But still, Jan asked Puk Puk to hide if he came across monsters. Karin decided to ask the guy why he didn't let Puk Puk eat his fill of meatballs. She asked if there was any good reason for this. The guy just grinned in response, and the girl immediately demanded that he immediately tell her what was going on. Karin asked what? Was he really just making fun of and offending Puk Puk for no reason? Ian immediately began to deny it, saying that he loved him very much and had no reason to do this to him. He said the thing was, he didn't have enough of her meatballs to begin with, so he wanted to save them. But when he began to give Puk Puk more of them, he began to rapidly gain weight. He added that this made it a little heavy to carry on his shoulder. Karin responded to this by saying that Puk Puk was simply unlucky enough to meet a terrible owner who doesn't let him eat meatballs to his heart's content. These words touched John, and he said that they needed to quickly check Puk Puk because he thought that he had met someone or found something. Karin said that then it was definitely worth hurrying. Suddenly Finn took off into the sky. Jan extended his hand to the girl so that they could fly on his back together. The girl began to worry that it would be hard for him, but Finn told John not to worry. They mounted Finn and quickly set off forward in search of Puk Puk. Karin enjoyed spending time with John, even if it wasn't a date. Finn flapped his wings so fast that feathers fell down from him. They flew fast and quite high, and at times the girl felt quite scared. At this time, the Lotus Guild wins the battle in the territory war. Hera said she thinks they have another week before the next territory because the week before the war is the headquarters defense period. Yuhan said that they would have a third-level army, and the defense system would be completely ready by that time. And in a week, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves even against stronger guilds. Johan said that John came up with everything himself, and they simply followed his plan. But in any case, thanks to him, the guild has already reached 2 ranks. He also added that Jan suggested continuing and attacking other guilds to take over their territories, which greatly surprised the girl. She said that key players will not be present during these attacks at this time. Johan said that in any case, they shouldn't farm harder now because he will soon catch up with them in level. Johan checked and realized that he was only 1 level ahead of Jan. This made him a little angry. He thought that Jan had been playing all night long and had not slept, calling him a blockhead. The girl looked at him with a smile and chuckled. At this time, Jan and Karin flew onto some rock. After walking a little forward, he realized that Puk had found a strange cave. Jan received a notification that they were the first to find the Bloody Path dungeon. Over the next 5 days, he should receive double the experience and the chance of finding items will be doubled. Ian was delighted at his luck, deciding that perhaps even lucky players' pets found dungeons. Ian looked at the girl and suggested that she start going through the dungeon right now. The girl happily agreed, asking if he would protect her, and if so, she was for it. Jan felt a little uneasy. He became embarrassed and said that of course he would protect her. Without thinking twice, they began to go inside the dungeon. Yana was even a little scared, and Karin walked right behind him and constantly looked back. Jan summoned Lu, who immediately appeared in a second and carefully stepped onto the ice. They looked at each other with a menacing fart, and Lu even growled. Something strange happened in front, as if some small explosion had occurred. Out of nowhere, a strange monster with red eyes and an incomprehensible build appeared. Lu growled, showing with his appearance that he was already ready to attack. This monster was of enormous size, and it began to rapidly move toward the boys. Ice fragments flew from him in all directions, which Lu watched closely. Lu became very angry because of this. His eyes filled with blue light and he rushed forward. They ran quickly towards each other. Lu jumped and attracted attention, his sharp claws hitting the monster, which roared loudly throughout the cave. Jan noticed that they had already come so far, but there was still no end in sight. Ian was a little annoyed because he wanted more monsters. He wondered why so few of them appeared at a time. He said he needs to farm as much as possible while they get double exp, but it's too easy. Karin was perplexed at how he could call this farm easy, given that the monsters here were above level 120. After walking a little further, they suddenly stopped because they heard a loud howl. They stood for several minutes without moving, listening to the sounds around them. Silhouettes of wolves appeared before them, a huge pack with red eyes. Jan thought that he had never heard this sound before and became wary. From afar, paws with sharp claws appeared, and he realized that this was still something familiar. It turned out that they really were wolves, who, upon noticing the boys, stopped abruptly. Jan was furious. He didn't understand how this could be, and even more so where there were so many of them. These wolves had red manes. They began to bare their teeth and growl very loudly. Ian noticed that they looked exactly like Lu. Ian hoped they were recently lost relatives or something. Karen was very surprised, wondering if it was really possible to meet the Lu's relatives in the wild. Ian told the girl to be more careful this time and asked her to move a little further back. Ian took a closer look at them and noticed that there were 7 of them, but he knew that more could appear during the battle. Suddenly, he shouted something and a glow appeared around him. A pack of wolves rushed straight at them, growling loudly and running at incredible speed. Ian called Biggie and ordered him to move forward. The pet quickly reacted and began waving its arms, heading straight for the pack. He skillfully and quickly threw the wolves in different directions. The attack was fast and even scared the flock very much. Jan cried out that he knew they would go in the direction of the attack, and now they were all in one place. He took advantage of this moment, and Biggie exploited the bottomless pit. The wolves looked at this with horror, not understanding where to go. They flew apart in different directions with a loud, terrifying squeal. Lou growled loudly because he knew that everything was going according to plan. Immediately, Jan called Finn and Rake. They appeared in an instant and were already ready to attack. Finn quickly headed towards the flock, flying very fast. Rake used flame and it spread in seconds. As soon as he flew up, the flame seemed to envelop the entire cave. Ian ordered Harley and Lou to go to the others as well. Harley's pet used the Wind Guardian skill, which increased the pet's agility by the amount of all other stats combined. Harley growled loudly, echoing throughout the cave for a long distance. Ian found himself right on Harley's back, who was about to jump on the wolves. The guy only had time to shout for Lou to run to the side. Although the battle seemed terrible from the outside, Jan clearly enjoyed it. The guy put his hand forward and shouted something, and a glowing ball appeared near his hand. Lightning began to fly out from this ball in different directions. He directed the ball straight into a group of wolves, who scattered in different directions. At the last moment, Harley growled loudly and rushed at another wolf. He quickly and bloodthirstily bit out his throat. Ian stopped and watched as his pets skillfully dealt with fairly strong monsters. It looked very epic because the wolves were either growling, running, or scattering in different directions. No matter how hard they tried to escape or try to defend themselves from the attack, they failed. Ian noticed that no matter how much they attacked them, not a single one of them died. They only breathed heavily. The guy let out a dissatisfied sigh, realizing that they really did have a fairly high level. But suddenly a great idea came to him. He screamed sharply so that all the pets would gather together and then nothing would be able to save them. At this time, Karin stood to the side, turned away with her eyes closed. Jan screamed for everyone to rush into the attack at the same time. Something incredible was happening. The guy started receiving notifications that they were destroying the red-maned wolves one after another. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen that he had received a blood orb fragment. But there was nothing about it in the information window. Jan turned to Karin and asked her to cure his pets. Ian thought that perhaps he should have taken his subordinates with him, because if Siri had been here, she would have easily restored the pets to full health. Karin asked with displeasure, was her emergency treatment really no longer effective enough? Jan felt uneasy and simply said that she had misunderstood him. He felt very awkward and didn't know what to do with himself. Karin said with displeasure that she simply sensed someone in his thoughts. Jan didn't know what to answer her, looking in different directions. He began to justify himself, saying that he had not thought about anyone else. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Karin's face and she said that she believed him. Ian was glad that everything worked out and breathed a sigh of relief, saying that it was very good that they were just NPCs. Walking through the cave for quite a long time, almost nothing around changed. Suddenly, something caught their attention. They noticed that the path was closed, without understanding why. Karin was surprised and asked if they would really have to go back. Jan said he didn't think so because something must be closed there. These words frightened Karin, and out of fear, she even began to cover her mouth with her hand. Ian asked Finn to try using the spray on the passage. Finn gathered all his strength and used his skill. Many small particles appeared around. Finn began to flap his wings, directing all his power forward. The glow was so bright that Jan even had to turn away. They started coughing because a lot of small particles were flying through the air. As soon as the particles settled down, Karin suddenly looked forward in surprise. Coming closer, Jan said that it looked like some kind of temple. Jan didn't understand what this meant, but he decided that once they unlocked the secrets of this glass ball, the stone wall would open. Jan received a notification that he could use the blood sphere item. He took advantage of this, and a red sphere with a skull appeared in his hand. Jan received a notification that the House of Blood had been fully restored, and the seal on the blood gate had been broken. The sphere hovered in the air, and a red glow slowly began to appear from it. The gates began to open slowly, and the wolf statue was illuminated in a menacing red light. His eyes suddenly turned red, and a low roar was heard in the cave. Karin and John watched everything that was happening carefully so as not to miss anything. Karin's eyes lit up and she asked Jan if they could look at it. Ian immediately ran up to her and pulled her back, saying that there was something inside. The glow became much brighter and more blinding. The boys covered their eyes with their hands and squinted hard because it was quite painful. Jan didn't understand what it was, but some silhouette appeared, which Jan thought was a werewolf. Suddenly, he cried out that this could really be the dungeon boss. In front of them stood a level 128, heroic rank blood Fenrir. He didn't understand why he was so huge. With his piercing gaze, the Fenrir seemed to be devouring, and he also growled very loudly. He stood right in front of John and suddenly began to slowly approach. Ian summoned Biggie and sent him into the attack. Biggie immediately headed towards the monster, taking a few steps forward. The werewolf, with his bloodthirsty paws, with huge, long, and sharp claws, reached forward. They were ready to strike the first blow. They were already very close to each other. Biggie managed to do it. He hit him right in the jaw. But then the bloody Fenrir struck back, also hitting him right in the head. Jan received a notification that the pet had received a critical hit, and the pet's health had been reduced by 13,000. Biggie decided to use the bottomless pit to at least buy himself some time. The homeless abyss was activated, but the monster managed to bypass it. A barking dog immediately appeared nearby and rushed to attack. He ran from the side of the bloody Fenrir, already preparing to attack him. Jan received a notification that his pet Lai had dealt a critical hit, which reduced his health by 6,000, but that wasn't enough. Ian was shocked that although this monster did not specialize in defense, its level was simply incredible. Lai tried to attract the monster's attention and growled loudly. The monster immediately turned its attention to him and was about to attack him. He stretched out his long paws in an attempt to touch the wolf. Nothing was particularly clear because the attack from both sides was quite strong. Jan understood that the bark would soon be dead. If his hit had been critical, he would have already died and canceled the call of the bark. This made Jan very angry, and out of anger, he immediately called upon Rake and Finn. Immediately, the Finn flew up along with the Rake, heading straight towards Fenrir. Rake used flames, which greatly angered and enraged the monster. Jan only watched the silhouettes of his pets and the monster. There was a lot of flame and flying particles in the air around. The guy noticed that the monster was pretty battered and didn't have much health for a boss. But suddenly he noticed something strange. His claws on his paws seemed to have turned red, which looked quite dangerous. Jan received a notification that his pet, Rake, had received a critical hit from a bloody Fenrir. Immediately, he received a notification that the blood Fenrir absorbed the Rake's health and restored almost 45,000 units of health. Jan was perplexed as to how this was possible. He even began to think that this was some kind of cheating. The guy immediately canceled the Rake summoning, and the bloody Fenrir's eyes seemed to become even redder. The guy understood that he didn't have much strength left and he couldn't waste any more attacks. He shouted for everyone to retreat, waving his hand to the side. Turning back, Jan saw that Karin had been strengthening them all this time. He realized that if Heron helped with treatment, Biggie would be able to withstand these attacks. But he also understood that from this point of view, it was time to use speed tactics and to defeat him before he recovered his health. He screamed for Biggie to block him from the front, and Karin continued to heal him. Biggie tried his best, but it only enraged the bloody Fenrir even more. Karin also tried her best, constantly restoring her health. Blood flew in all directions as Biggie diligently struck the monster. At that moment, Ian summoned Harley and used Wind Guardian. Guardian of the Wind, this is his innate ability. Thanks to this attack, the blood Fenrir was stunned for 1 second, which made Jan a little happy. Harley spun around him, damaging him. The attack was quite strong, and at times it was difficult to unsee something because everything happened so quickly. Biggie became very angry. His eyes even began to dim slightly from his anger, which flared up again. He stood for a moment as if preparing for another attack. Approaching the bloody Fenrir, he dealt him a rather stylish blow. Jan realized everything and cried out that he knew about it. At that very second, he rushed forward using maximum power. The guy shouted that all his spirit magic was gathered together and directed it towards the bloody Fenrir. The blow hit the target, knocking him back hard. Jan stood and watched as the bloody Fenrir growled and waved its paws in different directions. The blood Fenrir was defeated, for which Ian received almost 1 million experience. Jan said in fear that they almost died. He turned away abruptly and said that we needed to wait a little, that he needed to check something. The guy received a notification that he received 30,000 gold from the bloody Fenrir. He also received the blood Fenrir necklace, which had a wolf pendant hanging from it. But the most important thing that we managed to obtain was the red sphere of the Fenrir spirit. Jan looked at the sphere in bewilderment, not understanding what it could be used for. The sphere hung in the air, a slight glow emanating from it. This sphere was consumed by madness, and another wolf began to emerge from it. Jan stood there, bewildered, watching what was happening. This monster looked even more sinister than the bloody Fenrir. The guy stood with his mouth open and was afraid to even move. He just stared at one point. This monster asked who was standing in front of him and did not understand. Karin was very surprised that the wolf could talk. He began to introduce himself, that his name was Harlot, that he was the leader and guardian of the blood tribe. He sternly asked them not to compare him with ordinary wolves. Suddenly, Harlot looked sharply at Ian and said that he was a summoner, which greatly surprised the guy. Jan agreed with the wolf and said that he was a summoner. Harlot reflected that he was clearly up to something. Jan looked at him and understood that in the end, it was he who killed him. Suddenly, the wolf said that first of all, he wanted to thank the guy. These words confused Jan a little because he did not understand what they were talking about. The wolf began to thank the guy for freeing him from madness. He said that he was sorry that among his pets there was no one of his kind. Otherwise, he could have been of great help to him. Jan was very interested in this and asked what kind of help. He said that depending on the nature of a particular beast, he had the ability to make members of its kind stronger. Jan suddenly wondered if Harlot was hinting that he could evolve into Lu. Jan said that maybe Lu belongs to his family because he is a red-maned wolf. Harlot said that if a wolf with a mane belongs to a blood tribe, he may be its direct stream. He said that if he had such a pet, he would be happy to help. But looking back, Harlot said that he did not see his pet anywhere. Jan said that he couldn't summon him right now, but if he waited about 20 minutes, he would be able to summon him again. Harlot said that unfortunately, he could only maintain this form for 9 minutes, after which he would be forced to go to the spirit world. Jan looked at Karin and didn't understand what was going on. He got really angry, yelling that he didn't understand why they made the game like that, since he almost knew how to evolve Lu. Harlot said that thanks to him, his spirit was freed, so he would thank him with something commensurate. Jan received a notification that he received the bloody sign item. He thought that since the name was written in purple, it meant that it was a heroic class item. Harlot said that it was a symbol of the blood tribe and asked to handle it with care. Jan waved his hand and said that since the job was done, it was time for them to say goodbye. Harlot asked if he was really going to go through this tunnel to come out the other side and asked if he could do him a favor. He said there was another spirit that needed to be released, but his category was C. Ian didn't understand that if this category was with him, he once saw a post about how a level 130 player failed such a quest. Looking to the side, the guy decided that he had no time limit and decided that he could give it a try. Harlot was glad that the guy did not refuse him. He said that he hoped that he would be able to free his brother, who had been in captivity for over 100 years. Harlot added that if they walked along this tunnel for about 10 minutes, they would come out onto the coast behind the cliff, and if they went north along the coast, they would reach the town, and there they needed to find Ikael, because she knew where to look for his brother. Jan thought that if his brother had spent more than 100 years in captivity, then that man was unlikely to still be alive. Harlot said that he was sure that this man was still alive, because he was their only friend. He bared his teeth and said that he was still the one who had conquered his destiny. Literally a few seconds and Harlot disappeared before our eyes. Jan and Karin stood rooted to the spot and were silent for several minutes. They followed the path as Harlot had said and came out onto the coast. The view was certainly beautiful. Upon closer inspection, they saw a small town. Jan was surprised, not understanding how there really were settlements in such a corner of the world. The guy thought about what if no one had yet found this city, and it would be surprising if it did not belong to some country or guild, and decided to check it out. After a few minutes, he realized that this city really didn't belong to anyone, and therefore he could register it as the new guild headquarters. Suddenly, Jan received a notification that the coastal town could not be established as a headquarters. 3 conditions had to be met, one of which was met. The second conditions were to have military strength superior to that of the chosen settlement. And the third was that the chosen settlement had to have a loyalty level of over 70%. Jan understood that it would not be possible to quickly raise this loyalty level above 70%. They decided to continue their quest in the hopes of finding the most effective way. Karin decided to go first and disappeared. Suddenly, Jan decided to see what items he received. He began to read about the blood sign and realized that he had never seen anything like it, because it was a special item for summoning. The guy finally decided to call on Lu. They started hugging each other very sweetly because they missed each other quite a lot. Yan held the bloody sign in his hand and didn't understand how to use it. Suddenly, a bloody mark appeared near Lu's head and a red glow appeared around it. Lu began to growl loudly and tilt his head down. This bloody sign ended up on Lu's head and the boy realized how it was worn. After this, John decided to check if his pet's characteristics had changed, and they were simply incredible. He was wondering if he could get more summoner items and if he could find them on the auction house. According to the information, what he was told was that he approached that very house. Entering inside, John asked if anyone was alive and asked if this was really Ikael's house. A woman appeared out of nowhere and said that it must be a guest who had arrived. Jan was very surprised and stared at her. Ian noticed that she looked too much like a griefer. The woman smiled very strangely and did not look away. He remembered that very sorceress and she was literally standing behind her. Ian thought they were griefer twin sisters. Ikael said that he understood everything correctly and she had no need to lie to him. Ian reflected on the fact that the griefer looked like she was no more than 30. But this granny is clearly quite old, and are they really twins? Ikael turned to him and said that it seemed like he still didn't believe her. The guy said she just looks a little older than the griefer. She said that her sister is a dimension sorceress and she is able to control time, so it does not affect her much. After some time, John said that this already seemed like an explanation. They talked a little, and from the guy's story, Ikael learned that Harlot had been freed. She asked if he had told him that she knew where Orville was. The woman said that first she wanted to thank him, adding that he saved her very old friend. Ikael said that she, Harlot, and Orville were heroes who had saved the city from dark magicians long ago. Harlot and Orville prevailed, but were cursed with a curse that bound their spirits. She said that before the madness fully took hold of them, they decided to seal themselves away. But as soon as Ikael started talking about Orville, she began to act very strangely. Jan noticed this and tried to understand why. She began to growl, saying that even if he managed to defeat Harlot, if he was not confident that he could defeat Orville, she would not tell him where he was. Jan became indignant, saying that he didn't know how to convince her. Ikael asked him if he was really a summoner. Jan immediately confirmed her words without hesitation. Suddenly she started laughing strangely, saying that it was wonderful and just great. Jan decided to tell one of his favorite stories from the battle. The battle lasted quite a long time but was powerful. The guy used his strong attack, which dealt heavy damage to the monster. Ikael said that not long ago a great old summoner arrived from across the sea on the eastern continent, and if he could find out the mysterious ability he possessed, she would believe him and tell him where Orville was sealed. Jan was very interested in this. He did not understand what mysterious ability was being discussed, but he had a good feeling. But it wasn't that simple. He couldn't find out its special ability after capturing it. For that he needed to kill 100 monsters. After some time, there were already many more monsters. Jan understood that he needed to capture all these monsters and bring them to the summoner. He was glad that he had an artifact that removes the restrictions on captured monsters. Jan was glad that a start had been made, and all that was needed was to bring this absurd matter to an end. After walking down the street for a while, he approached a building and decided that he had come to the right place. As he walked inside, he saw a man sitting on a chair and asked if his name was Dam Cheon. The man turned around and said it was him and asked who was talking to him. Ian gave his name and said that he was a summoner. The man looked at him with a smile and said that he understood everything. Turning away a little, he said that it was very good that he had come to him. He said he was sure he would need more space to give him what he brought. Jan felt awkward because he didn't quite understand how it would all happen. They came to the coast, where the sea waves were loudly beating. At that very second, Jan summoned all those he had captured. But he ran into a small problem in that he couldn't summon more than 20 at a time. Dam Cheon chuckled and asked him if he had brought more. Jan said with a smile that he caught exactly 100. Dam Cheon said that usually everyone catches a few at a time and then comes back again. But what Yang did was incredible to him. The man began to use the creation of spirit spheres. A slight wind arose, many signs and a blue glow appeared. Ian received a notification that he had completed collecting the white spirit orbs and completed the summoner ability quest. Yan didn't understand what this spirit enhancement or retention ability was. Dam Cheon said that now that he knows how to restrain spirits, he will tell you about strengthening the spirit. Jan listened attentively to the man. He said that he should watch his hands carefully because he would not show them a second time. The guy began to worry a little, hoping that he would remember everything. Dam Cheon began to wave his arms in different directions with different movements. After a few seconds, signs appeared. It all looked very mysterious, but incredibly interesting and fascinating. Jan stood there, perplexed as to what was happening and how he was doing it. The man suddenly cried out that he had succeeded. There were blue spheres hovering above his hand. He said that this was the strengthening of the spirit. Ian watched carefully and realized that the blue spheres were of a higher rank than the white ones. The man handed him one sphere. He said that now he should try to do it himself. This greatly puzzled John, and he even felt a little panicked. Dam Cheon said that he would succeed and that it was worth trying. Jan didn't know what to do, telling himself that he was terrible at drawing. There was no other way out, and Jan got to work. Yang waved his arms in different directions, trying to remember exactly what movements Dam Cheon had used. The guy was shocked that his body was moving on its own and he couldn't control it. He received a notification that he had received the Spirit Enhancement ability, thus completing the quest to draw the enhancement symbol. Dam Cheon congratulated Yang, saying that she had learned quite quickly and that he could now talk to spirits. The boy received a notification that he was the first to successfully master the specialization of a soothsayer who speaks with spirits. Ian called Finn and they took off, with Ian shouting for Orville to wait for him. The guy thought about how he needed to prepare everything and at the same time test the ability he had mastered. Having landed, Jan sat down on the ground and began to study everything, starting with the creation of the amulet. It took 3 spheres to create it, and Ian figured he could make about 30 amulets. While drawing, he understood that since he had already started, it was worth trying hard enough. Looking at his drawing, the guy decided that it was simply a masterpiece, but he received a notification that the creation of the amulet had been unsuccessful and the process was cancelled. He was told that he should draw with soul, which greatly puzzled the guy. There were quite a few attempts, and in the end he was left with only 1 sphere and not a single created amulet. And then the guy realized that this was not an easy task after all, but he couldn't shake the thought that he was good at many difficult things. He recalled his battles and strong attacks, both from his side and from the monsters, which he also successfully overcame. Jan found a solution for himself. He called Miss Michelle, who graduated from the Faculty of Design, and asked for help. Returning to the same place, he decided to himself that he would try 100 times to draw the symbol that Miss Michelle had made for him. Jan really put a lot of effort into trying to draw. Suddenly, after a few hours, he finally succeeded, and the process of creating amulets began. Jan received a notification that he had successfully completed the creation of the amulets, which made him very happy. The guy summoned Lu's first pet, and he slowly began to bring the leaf to his head. At first, nothing happened at all. Lu didn't change at all. But suddenly, the very symbol that the boy had drawn began to shine on the wolf's head. It was already night when John returned back to Ikael's house. Ikael said the guy had done a great job and she was willing to tell him where to find Orville. She began to say that no matter what happened, he should go there during the day because Orville becomes stronger at night. Ikael told him to go to the southern edge of the Poreless Plateau, to the peak of Moonlight where Orville was imprisoned. Jan flew to one of the rocks, which had no top and a symbol was drawn in the middle. The guy immediately summoned his pets, Lu, Rake, Harley, Biggie, and Pook Pook. He remembered Ikael's words about placing the sphere she had given him on the altar. As soon as John brought the sphere to the altar, it flew into the very center of the altar on its own. The rock suddenly began to crumble, and Jan almost fell through, barely keeping his feet. Ian immediately summoned Finn and canceled the summoning of Biggie and Reka. He ordered the rest of the pets to be extremely careful. After a few seconds, the rock collapsed quite hard and a lot of dust appeared. Lu, Harley, and Ian on Finn watched the events from a safe distance. Jan was a little scared, but after exhaling, he thought that it was all over. But suddenly, from inside the collapse, a red glowing sphere flew into the air. Everyone started looking around in different directions, as if the red light was enveloping them. The sphere began to shine even brighter. As if from nowhere, a menacing and huge wolf appeared. Jan immediately thought that it was Orville. The sphere suddenly flew into the air and fragments of stones began to fall from it. One of the fragments hit Lu directly, and Jan was very scared for him. The guy received a notification that the pet's condition was critical, that the dark Orville was using the innate ability of spreading darkness. It suddenly became dark. The world plunged into darkness. Jan did not understand what was happening, that there was no point in coming during the day. He told himself to calm down, asking Lu to stay away until he recovered. Jan noticed that he was level 120, but even though he was a legendary class, he thought he could defeat him. Orville roared very loudly and jumped up. Jan used his staff to protect him from the huge paw with sharp claws. At that moment, Jan managed to summon Finn, who attacked from behind. The guy looked at Orville receiving it with a smile. This made Orville even more angry. He stared at the guy with his bloodthirsty eyes. He howled very loudly and spread his paws to the sides. A notification came that Dark Orville used his innate ability of darkness advancement and his movement speed was increased by 50%, and his attacks dealt critical damage and he ignored 70% of the damage received. The darkness spread throughout the city. The whole sky was red. Iriel looked out the window and realized that it was like darkness was coming, wondering if Orville had gathered his strength again. She desperately understood that this was a serious problem, and now Jan would not be able to defeat him alone. Ian used a shield against Orville's attack, but he was already quite tired. He only summoned Rake and Biggie, but then canceled the summoning. But he didn't understand how he could deal with it. He knew that if he wanted to defeat him, he had to do it before he went on the offensive again. He noticed Orville's paw, which held a glowing red sphere. He threw the sphere straight towards Ian. Ian only had time to blink before the sphere flew straight at him. Orville himself followed the sphere, which threw the guy off to the side. Jan began to panic greatly, not understanding what to do. He flew quite a long distance, screaming in fear and pain. He fell to the ground and hit a rock. At this time, another identical sphere appeared in Orville's other paw. Jan already understood that it was probably the end for him, and was counting on a 24-hour fine. But in his head, he only kept in mind that he had not yet evolved into Lu. But everything turned out differently. Lu managed to recover a little and pounced on Orville from behind, biting him right on the paw. Jan began to panic because he was very afraid for his pet and canceled his call. Jan received a notification that the conscription could not be canceled. Orville struck with his second paw. Jan received a notification that Lu had 0 health left, and he started screaming for what to do. Jan closed his eyes because he understood that he had no health left at all. Suddenly his expression changed, wondering why he hadn't received a message about the death. A strange glow appeared around Lu. He thought that this was evolution and decided that if this was so, then there was still hope. Ian noticed that that bastard Orville doesn't attack while Lu is evolving. A huge dome appeared before our eyes in which Lu was located. Suddenly Orville whispered the name Harlot, which surprised Jan. The light became very bright and blinded Jan greatly. Ian received a notification that the red-maned wolf Lu had evolved into a blood Fenrir and responded to Orville that he was not Harlot. Jan was very surprised why Lu was also talking and why he was standing on 2 legs. Orville stood and grinned at Lu. Looking at him again, he cried out loudly that he should die since he was not his brother. They were very close to each other, clasping their paws. From the swinging of the paws, a red glow appeared. Lu was able to easily evade the attack. Ian knew that he was now beyond his powers. He called on Harley and Finn to help him. Harley immediately rushed forward and dealt damage with his paw. Phil immediately used spray, which greatly interfered with Orville's precise actions. Ian realized that this was not enough, and thought that he would not be able to defeat him even after he evolved. Suddenly, Lu cried out that he would free Orville's soul. Ian received a notification that Lu was using Bloody Justice, but due to his low health, his stats were actually increased. When the enemy's health drops below 50%, damage will be restored to health and the Bloody Justice will last for 5 minutes. Lu rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow to Orville. Suddenly, the wolf began to fly out like a soul. Something incomprehensible was happening. Everything happened very quickly and little was visible. Suddenly, when the smoke cleared, Ian saw Orville lying on the ground with Lu standing on top of him. He received a notification that he had defeated Dark Orville and received 1 million experience points, along with which he received Abil's 2-handed sword and Orville's spirit. A blue sphere hung in the air, from which a spirit began to fly out. Suddenly, Orville's spirit appeared, thanking Jan for freeing him. And he knew they were about to die, and he couldn't stop thinking about how Lu had finally evolved. Orville said he was sure he had already gotten 1 relic from the Blood Tribe and said he would give him another from the Dark Tribe. The guy thought about his words and became very interested in what it would be. Orville pointed somewhere and asked Jan to look in the direction he pointed with his hand. Above their heads were 3 spheres, red, white, and black. Orville said he hadn't seen a moon sign in 100 years, but compared to this, its power paled. Jan didn't understand what was being discussed and asked what the moon sign meant. Orville said it was the power of the moonlight that spread across the continent. White rays began to appear from underground. They rose straight into the sky, towards the spheres floating in the air. They reunited and descended to Earth. Ian received a notification that the blood sign item was absorbed by Ian's pet. Everything began to sparkle so brightly that Jan had to cover himself with his hand to avoid going blind. He tried to see at least something, but he couldn't. He had just received a message that the blood Fenrir was evolving into a royal Fenrir, which was the first time he had ever received a pet that had reached its highest form. Ian thought that if this was the highest form, it meant he had reached his final evolution and he couldn't stop admiring it. Jan cried out in joy that the quest was worth it. Suddenly Lu spoke and congratulated his master, which made Jan very happy. Jan stood right in front of him and asked if he really was talking like that now, to which Lu agreed. Jan walked up to his pet and began to stroke his head, telling him that he had defeated Orville and could talk, calling him a good boy. The guy looked away and said that he thought it was time to visit Ikael now, thinking that maybe she would give him a related quest. They immediately went to her home. The woman had already met the guy, saying that he had received the royal Fenrir and congratulated him. They were drinking tea, and suddenly she said that she had a request. Her request was for Yang to deliver an imperial document to the emperor of the kingdom of Lucipal. Jan agreed to complete the quest without hesitation, but the kingdom was quite far away. Jan approached Lu, saying that since he had evolved, he wanted to farm with him, deciding that they would start with a dungeon. Suddenly, Johan called Jan. He said there was a new mass event and sent him a link. The event involved uploading a video of a dungeon run to the event board, which would reward him with a high-end capsule that increased his sync by 2%. Jan ordered his friend to immediately gather everyone from the guild. He said that they needed to train urgently, and even if they trained all night, it might not be enough. After finishing the conversation, he turned to Lu, saying that it was time for them to go because they needed to get down to business. At this time at the university, the professor was late and there were students in the classroom, all busy with their own affairs. One of the girls was sitting at the computer and reading something attentively. After going to a website, she saw a 15-minute video about the dungeon from a player who had completed it. She was shocked, saying that even though she was above level 100, she wouldn't be able to reach the third phase even in 50 minutes. Suddenly, she decided to look and slowly directed the mouse cursor to launch. A notification came that this is the entrance to a dungeon. Everyone gathered around her, realizing that she was playing Kaylin, and everyone started asking what her level was. They saw that very video and told her to turn it on quickly. The sounds were very loud, and Lu's name could be heard. Everyone started saying that it was simply unbelievable. Someone started saying that this summoner looked very familiar and suggested that it was the one who always slept in the back of the class. Taking a closer look, they realized that it was indeed John there. He had completed the dungeon in 15 minutes. At this time, the company is in development. The girl asked the young man if he would watch the video, and he suggested watching it together. They watched Jan's every move carefully. Everyone was amazed at how well he fought. The girl said that he had taken out those mobs in the first phase with a single attack. The guy wondered what he would do in the next phase. In the next phase, Yang summoned his pet Lu. As soon as he appeared in the frame, everyone screamed loudly. The girl started screaming that this was a royal Peri and that this was the final form of wolf evolution. The battle was very fast and powerful. Jan was not alone, but with his guild, he gave them various tasks and orders. Suddenly, the door began to open. A huge, scary monster emerged from it. The girl used the unification and continued to remain in place. The union lasted only 2 seconds, but it was still a good help. This monster was already half in the ice. Jan looked at him and said that would be more than enough. Lu rushed forward. He ran with incredible speed. Lai made several jumps, pushed off from the giant, and seemed to fly. He was very aggressive. Even the owner himself was afraid to look at him. This jump greatly affected the monster's stability. It began to fall backwards, causing the ice to fly apart in all directions. The girl, watching all this, could not believe what was happening on the video, saying that it simply could not be possible to cope with this in less than 15 minutes. At this time, John, as usual, sat and read various game forums. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that the runs had turned out quite well. The guy decided to play some more and complete the quest, where he had to deliver an imperial document to the emperor of the kingdom of Lucipal. Ian decided to take Siri with him just in case, because he didn't know what quests might be related to the kingdom. He came to the girl with an offer to go to the royal palace, as Siri immediately said that she would go anywhere with him. Jan was a little embarrassed. He was pleased to hear that, but he did not forget about the jealous Karin, and began to look around, hoping that she could not hear this. The boy arrived at the royal palace and handed over the document to Helaim. Helaim asked the boy if he knew a place called the Pascal Archipelago. He added that although John was a great adventurer, he was unlikely to have visited a state that was at odds with him. Ian asked Helaim if he meant the Kaimon Empire, and it turned out to be exactly that. The Pascal Archipelago consists of 18 small islands, one of which contains the Pascal Prison, a prison of the Kaimon Empire. There are prisoners of war there that Helaim wants John to free. He asked the boy to make a special effort to free the swordsman named Caesar, because he is one of the strongest swordsmen in the Lucipal Kingdom. Jan quickly familiarized himself with the quest and immediately agreed, which is what Helaim was counting on. Helaim told John that Pascal's dungeon would be difficult to find because they did not know which of the 18 islands it was on, adding that even if he managed to find it, there would be many soldiers inside, and the dungeon was very intricately designed. He immediately warned that it would be very difficult, but he had no one else to ask about it. John kept repeating Helaim's words in his head that it would be difficult, but then a smile broke out on his face because for him, if something is difficult, it's always fun. Helaim also told the boy that in 10 days, the fog over the Calabius Valley would clear. And when that happens, at that moment the war with the Kaimon Empire will continue. He said that Jan must bring the prisoners of war before that happens. Suddenly, Jan remembered that a new update was coming out in just a day. Helaim said that he would send 3 galleons and the mighty knight Pollen with the boy, asking him to return unharmed. After some time, the 3 galleons set off on a journey that was not expected to be fast. The journey was difficult for Jan, and he felt quite ill. He couldn't understand why seasickness had to be added to the game at all, since it was quite annoying. Puk was nearby. He felt sorry for his owner. He was worried about the guy. With a little indignation, John told his pet that he wasn't getting sick just because he had summoned him. Puk clearly didn't like this and became indignant, thanks to which Jan learned that sea turtles don't get seasick. Jan didn't argue with him and simply agreed, but the pet, offended, began to leave. Literally a few minutes passed and some boxes began to appear in the water on the horizon, and Yana was already being kept company by Puk, who also felt very ill. They didn't notice how sunset had already arrived due to their poor health. Ian was outraged that he would most likely have to return alone. The knight said that he was not alone at all, but clarified that the cargo boat could accommodate a maximum of 5 people. Jan looked around and began to list those who would go with him. He also named the captain, but he immediately refused, which upset the guy a little since there was no one stronger. Without arguing, they set off from the galleon to the shore, which was a bit difficult to do because the waves had gotten very rough during the night. Having stepped ashore, the boy immediately began to thank his pets, Finn and Rake, thanks to whom they easily found the right place. Having set out to search, they came to a rock face with a grate on top. With Finn's help, Ian and the others quickly climbed up to it and carefully looked inside. The first thing that caught his eye was the large number of guards, not understanding why they were there in such numbers. The guy told Pollen and Siri that the entrance was the most obvious and suggested that they use it, because if something happened, they could easily escape. Jan suggested that Pollen, one of the guards, be left alive so that he could lead them, to which the knight replied that the boy should leave it to him. Literally a few seconds later, Pollen skillfully knocked down the grate with his hands. It looked as if he had simply opened the door. The guards didn't expect this, and at that moment they simply froze. The roar was very loud. One of them shouted for everyone to get ready for battle. The guards immediately reacted and pointed their spears at Pollen. Pollen just laughed, and with a few skillful movements of his hands, he scattered the guards in different directions. With a smile on his face and his eyes closed, the knight turned towards the entrance and said that he was finished. Jan was delighted with the work done and asked Pollen if he would like to come into his service. Coming closer, the guy got a little lost because no one was left alive, for which Pollen apologized, saying that the guards turned out to be very weak and he miscalculated the strength. Jan cried out that it didn't matter and, pointing forward, he said that since Pollen was so serene, they had nothing to worry about. Suddenly, something caught the guy's attention, which made him go into a stupor. It was clear from his face that there was something in front of him that he clearly did not expect. There were 7 passages ahead of them, and the guy immediately suspected that something was wrong there. A certain man in a mask told the very same Caesar whom John had come to free that everyone in Lucipal had already forgotten about him, since he had been sitting there for 10 years already. He added that there was a recent prediction that the fog over the Calabius Valley would clear, and if they unite, they will be able to unite the continent of Kolinar. After listening to him, Caesar paused briefly and smiled without raising his head. He said that although he was not in Lucipal, Halim and Griffer remained there, thanks to whom Lacromio would not even get close. Lacromio clearly did not like this statement, and he hit Caesar in the face. He cried out loudly, asking Caesar if he still thought he was the strongest swordsman in the empire. Lacrymeux said in all his anger that he would simply rot and the rats would eat what was left of him. At this time, Jan and his small escort team stood in front of the 7 passages. Siri asked excitedly what they should do now, to which Ian replied with a smile that there was no need to worry because he had a plan. The guy called Puk and slowly lowered him to the ground. The pet did not yet understand what was required of him, but was already a little scared. Jan ordered him to go ahead and find someone. Everyone was very touched by Jan's faith in his pet. Puk immediately set out to search. After just a few minutes, Jan was screaming with delight that his pet had managed to find a bunch of people. These were not the prisoners they had come here to take, but just another guard. Pollen suddenly cried out that these knights were much stronger than those who stood at the entrance, and it would be difficult for him to cope alone. Hearing this, Jan called for Rake and Lou. A few minutes later, the entire floor was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the guards. Having gone further, they had only 3 passes ahead of them and they had no room for error, since their time was quite limited. The boy picked up Puk and asked him to find the captives this time. But the pet again discovered a large number of knights, which was already greatly upsetting everyone. Pollen said that it will never end, and the deeper you go, the stronger the guards become. Puk suddenly started trying to say something to Jan, pointing upwards. Jan looked up and saw some holes in the plant, which interested him greatly. But a smile spread across his face, as if he had guessed what it was. He told everyone that he would be there and back in a flash, leaving Lou and Rake with everyone. Finn and John went upstairs. He looked at everything carefully. A few seconds later, they flew out, quickly rising to a sufficient height from the ground to better understand what was happening. From above, holes in the ground were visible, and suddenly Jan cried out that he thought so. They descended to the ground and approached one of the holes, where a guard stood near some door. The guy told Finn to use the spray when he came down. He wanted to attack from below, and Finn wanted to attack from above. Finn began to worry about how the guy was going to get down there, but Ian calmed his pet down. Having jumped into the pit, Ian immediately called Harley, and his face showed how much pleasure he was getting from everything that was happening. Ian was already on Harley, and the guards started shouting that there was an intruder inside. At the same time, Finn used a spray, which greatly weakened the guards. Jan also did not stand aside and used a mana sphere that was very bright. Something strange was happening. It was hard to unsee anything. There were a lot of flashes and screams. Looking around, Jan noticed cracks in the wall on the side of the door. He carefully climbed off Harley and slowly walked towards the hole. Looking inside, the guy discovered a prisoner who looked very emaciated. Jan began to look at him intently, thinking about something, trying to understand what kind of character this was. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the guy heard the player's voice saying that Ian looked like a player from the kingdom of Lucipal. The guy was already walking towards Jan and asking him if he really had a quest here. Ian thought that this guy was from the Kaimon Empire, and if they had to fight, it would be a real pain in the ass. Jan suggested that they not fight, but simply complete their quests, adding that it was pointless for them to fight anyway. The guy said with a smile on his face that it sounded interesting, but right now he wanted to have fun. After these words, they really started fighting. The player used a sword, but Jan defended himself with his staff. It was still unclear where this would all lead, but it was clear that the guy was not going to back down. Ian knew he needed to deal with him as quickly as possible, so he summoned Harley and ordered him to use the wind guard. The guy thought that apparently this type of class is a warrior, but Harley had increased agility, with which Ian should win. The guy suddenly said that he didn't think there were summoners who used Harlehans as pets. Ian was already on Harley, and because the player was distracted, he missed his blow. The guy noticed that when he missed, his sword cut through the wall like butter, and he realized that under no circumstances should he catch even one blow. Jan told himself that he needed to finish the fight in 2 minutes while the Wind Guardian was active. A strong attack was directed towards the player, but he managed to jump back. Harley rushed towards the guy and dealt him a lot of damage with his paw, causing him to fall to his knees. Ian noticed that the message said he was a ghost void instead of his name, and thought that this guy was not in his main body. The guy said that his tactics impressed him greatly, and he offered to show what he was capable of too. He suddenly cried out that he would use the Mortal War Strike. Jan stood in a stupor, but he understood that if he got hit, it would be the end for him. He called Finn, who immediately headed towards his master. They flew up, thanks to which the guy could not harm him. Watching from above, he thought that this guy was hitting quite far, and if it weren't for Finn, he would have definitely hit the target. But he takes quite a long time to recover, which Harley took advantage of. Harley swung his paw hard and growled loudly. Jan shouted for him to strike right now, and he used the manosphere. The guy managed to get up from his knees, but when he raised his head, he saw an attack that was flying straight at him. There was a loud explosion that was visible even from outside. The player was shocked. He said that he didn't think that a summoner could be so powerful. He added that he was very sorry, but he had finished his quest and was disappearing right before our eyes. At the last moment, he winked at Jan and said that they would definitely see each other again. Ian didn't understand why he had gotten into a fight in the first place if he had no intention of finishing it. Turning around, he noticed a menacing look from Caesar. Jan was quite scared by this, thinking about how long he had been looking at him. Caesar said that there was little time left and told Jan to bring the key to the shackles. Jan freed Caesar's hands and he tore the shackles off his legs with his bare hands. Caesar said that they could now get down to business and asked him to give them the key. Jan didn't understand what was being discussed and asked what business he was going to move on to. Suddenly, new knights appeared, one of whom said that Caesar would stay here. It was Lacromiu, whom Caesar had not expected to see and who made him tense a little. Everyone has received a new notification about the event of the beginning of the naval battle between the empires of Caimon and Lucipal. At this time, Harley and Ian were busy freeing the prisoners by tearing off the locks with their paws. Jan told everyone to go south, and there was already a galleon moored there. They were almost finished. Jan was glad that he had signaled the ship in advance that they were ready. Jan received a message about a sudden event. He needed to stop the naval reinforcements of the Caimon Empire. The guy was puzzled as to how they found out, since the whole operation was classified. At the same time, the struggle between Lacromiu and Caesar was going on. Neither of them was going to give up. Their swords clashed against each other with a loud clang, each staring intently. They both jumped back as if they were each planning something. When the knights from the side tried to intervene, Lacromiu immediately told them to retreat. Lacromiu shouted at Caesar that he would defeat him one-on-one today. He screamed loudly and swung his sword, causing a red streak to glow. Caesar defended the blow skillfully, but it only seemed to anger him more. Caesar seemed to be steaming and looked quite menacing. Lacromiu asked him if he was still fighting with a broken sword. Caesar's sword was indeed covered in cracks and large chips. The guy held the sword in front of him and blue light began to fly out from it in different directions. He swung and cried out that this was more than enough. He struck Lacromiu, the light illuminating the entire dungeon, and a short cry of pain was heard. There was a ringing sound as Lacromiu's helmet flew off, bouncing off the floor a long distance. Lacromiu said with a smile that he was impressed that Caesar had cut through his armor with a broken sword. Caesar was already leaving when Lacromiu said at the end that he really was the greatest swordsman of the empire, holding the broken sword in his hand. The guy said that Lacromiu wasn't that bad. Ian noticed that Lacromiu had already finished and asked him to help, because the empire's fleet with reinforcements was already very close. Caesar asked John with displeasure to bring him a new sword. Ian was shocked, because it was an excellent sword, he said with indignation that the summoner does not always have a bunch of swords with him. Caesar turned away and said that he couldn't help, but then Ian remembered that he had the sword that he had received from Orville. This sword had a legendary class, and when Caesar saw it, he said he liked it. The guy clarified that he could give it to him, but it was made in such a way that it would return to him. And after thinking a little, he said that he probably wouldn't be able to use it until he began to serve him. Jan decided that it didn't look like Caesar wanted to join his service and decided to look for another sword. But suddenly, Jan received a notification that the invincible swordsman Caesar wanted to join his service. Jan accepted him into service and received the message that Caesar had a mythical level of talent. Caesar said that they needed to hurry and not chatter. At this time, the Empire's fleet had already arrived to help, ready for battle. One of the men laughed and asked, "Really, Caesar himself is here." Caesar and the boys stood and just looked at them, not understanding what was going on. The man told Caesar that if he was standing here, they were a little late, narrowing his eyes. Caesar's face broke into a smile as he said that they were very late. He stepped aside a little and swung his sword in a random circle. Caesar thrust his sword into the ground, and a glow spread across the earth from it. He told this man, named Roster, that if he crossed the line, he would be finished. Roster told him not to be so arrogant and asked if he really thought he could handle it alone. Roster yelled at him to look more closely and noticed that the odds were not in his favor. He immediately shouted to the knights to attack and punish every scum of Lucipal. Ian quickly reacted and summoned Biggie, and with his help, the bottomless pit. At that very moment, Caesar seemed to fly up and swung his sword with all his might. He swung it in different directions, eliminating everyone in his path. Everyone started screaming very loudly from the damage they were receiving. Ian was amazed that Caesar had barely managed to obtain the ability from the sword, but had already mastered it. They successfully completed everything, after which John decided to finish, as he was very tired. But Jan needed to successfully complete the quest and rescue the prisoners of war, so he decided to start right now. He immediately went to the ships to protect everyone from the Imperial fleet. The guy called for help from Lu, who immediately began the attack. This video quickly went viral and became very popular. Jan really wanted to rest, but no one stopped attacking. He understood that he couldn't leave everything like that and fought to the last. One of the men approached the boy and said that the fleet of the Lucipal Empire was approaching. Looking ahead, he noticed many ships and decided that he would not die today after all. Immediately, the Kaiman bastards began to retreat, which Jan was very glad about. Having already returned to the city, all players received a general notification that there will be technical work for the update and you need to exit the game. Jan was glad about this because he was already very sleepy, and the quest had just been completed. The guy understood that he needed to get to bed, but he didn't even have the strength to get up. At this time, Karin came to visit, having already been trying to get through to the doorbell for quite some time. Jan slept exhausted, hearing nothing around him. The girl thought that he was not at home, even though he said that he was not going anywhere. She decided that she wouldn't wait and would go in herself since she knew the door code. Karin looked into the room and was surprised that Jan was sleeping. Not long ago, some time before the recent events, Jan looked at his new capsule with almost tears of joy in his eyes. The guy happily even hugged his friend, thanking him for helping him connect. Karin stood to the side and said that she didn't even have the old model of the capsule. Ian offered the girl to take his old capsule, surprised that she still didn't have it. Yuhan was shocked, because if Jan had sold the old capsule, he would have earned at least a couple of million. Karin said that everything was fine, that she had money, but her father just didn't want her to have the capsule. Jan decided that he could then sell it so that it wouldn't go to waste. But Karin suddenly suggested leaving her so that she could come and play. The guy said that then he would give her the door code so that she could come at any time. As soon as Yuhan said that he would tell everything to Father Heron, he immediately flew into the wall. Karin said that she would call and let them know when she was going to come. That's how Karin got the code to the door of John's house. The girl walked to the bed but did not see anyone there. She began to go everywhere, asking where he hid and why. She ran around the capsule and was already losing hope of seeing him. Suddenly, she looked at the capsule and thought that maybe he was lying there. Having opened the capsule, Jan was indeed there. But due to lack of strength, he decided to stay there. Karin leaned towards him and asked why he was lying there since it was uncomfortable. Jan, in his sleep, pulled Karin towards him, squeezing her tightly around the waist. He laid her down next to him and hugged her. The girl was a little shocked. At this moment, the girl thought that he was not sleeping and asked several times. Jan didn't answer, but only snored loudly. Karin realized that she would not be able to wake him up because he was sleeping very soundly. Deciding that she couldn't do anything, she hugged the guy back and smiled. She decided to stay for a while, hoping that Ian would wake up soon. Jan woke up and found a soft toy rabbit in his hands and was surprised. He sat up and didn't understand why this rabbit was with him. Jan looked around the room and saw a white box on the table and wondered what it was. There was a note on the box from Karin telling him not to forget about his studies. Opening the box, the guy saw a packed lunch inside. Even before the end, without waking up, he only realized after a few minutes that Karin had come. Jan wondered whether he should go to university today or not. After some time, he decided that he was already missing too much and went to class. Jan walked along the corridors and tried to find Karin. He decided it would be easier to call her when Yuhan started running towards him. Yuhan shouted that it was very good that he came, grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Rushing into the assembly hall, Yuhan said that Yang was participating in the university's esports tournament. Yan stood there in bewilderment, saying that he hadn't even registered, but Yuhan had already done it for him. He began to scratch his head awkwardly, adding that he simply forgot to say so. Suddenly, the opening of the Korea University esports tournament was loudly announced. Jan participated for the virtual reality department. Their rivals were the Faculty of Narrative Design. Some player was running along the paths, as if looking for something. Jan took a running start and jumped from behind straight onto him. He did this right in front of his opponent, who stood in a stupor after that. Yan hit his opponent with a kick right after that guy. The audience was shocked as they watched everything and tried to figure out if they had seen John anywhere before. One of the boys shouted that this was the guy who had won first place in the new mass event. The virtual reality faculty won, of course, and the best player was John. Everyone greeted him with loud cheers and applause. Yana even felt a little awkward from all the attention directed at him. Everyone wanted to take a photo with him, asked to be accepted as a friend and give him an autograph. The guy even had to run away from the crowd. They were quite persistent. Jan hid behind the corner and tried to understand what had suddenly happened to everyone. He reached into his pocket for his phone, which rang sharply. It was Sojin, who said he was uploading videos to Ucast. He added that someone had uploaded a video of a guild war where Jan was fighting 30 opponents at once. Sojin said he edited the video a bit and re-uploaded it, which made him some money, and he called to share the profits. The guy said he made 3 million won, which was about 10% of the total profit. Sojin also told him that Yang could send him videos and he would upload them, and together they would earn money. After closing his phone, Ian realized that this was a great idea to make money just by playing the game. Because he closed his phone too loudly, one of the fans heard it and was already standing around the corner. And John again had to run away from the crowd, demanding at least a photo. The Central Continent was updated. It was the first one without a penalty for killing players. There was a war between the guilds again, and the opponents were already ready to attack. The guy said that the first rank was too easy. The Titan Guild was already at the second rank. The leader told the others to drink more often because they could easily get the thirst debuff. The Majesty Guild was in the building, discussing how reaching the Central Continent would be more difficult than expected. The Oakland Guild discussed how once the other guilds had paved the way, they would only have to follow it. The Lotus Guild, where Ian was already in the desert. Finn and Ian were floating in the air. Caesar was with him and showed him the way, which was a very good bonus. Jan received a quest where he had to find a cup faster than a player from the Kaiman Empire. Jan was the first to discover the historical site of Sikar. The guy was happy, saying loudly that this was a great start. At this time, another player arrived at the historical site of Sikar. As soon as he realized that the place was already open, cries of incomprehension began to be heard. It was Ganji Hong who was screaming in rage, not understanding who had come before him. He began to grit his teeth in anger, moaning loudly and screaming that he would destroy this player. Ian felt a strange chill on the back of his head and tensed slightly. Ganji Hong didn't know where to go, but he walked forward quite confidently. Hong said he preferred to follow the trail of darkness. A sphere appeared in front of them, from which a purple glow emerged. It was as if the darkness was coming out, which pleased Hun. He put his hand forward and addressed the darkness, asking if it desired him. Suddenly, the glow moved towards his hand, which scared him a little. The sphere appeared right on his hand, with some kind of emblem on it. At the same time, inside Sikar, John and the knight were walking through long corridors. Caesar said that they would soon enter a tomb with a mid-level boss. After a short pause, he said that there was someone in the tomb. Jan did not understand what was said, because they were the first to enter the historical site. He looked straight ahead and didn't understand how this was even possible. Taking a closer look, someone came out from around the corner, which alarmed Jan quite a bit. It was Hong, who screamed that Yang was just an asshole. Jan clearly didn't expect to see him again and was stunned. Hong was also not happy to see Yan and frowned deeply. Jan immediately remembered their battle, which he had received great pleasure from back then. Ganji Hong stood and laughed hysterically without moving from his spot. Caesar stood there in bewilderment and asked Yan if he was a fool. Hong cried out with a smile that he finally had the opportunity to pay back for the humiliation. Suddenly, he knelt down right in front of Jan and raised his hands up. Yang then, during their battle, told Hong that if he did not want to be dead, he needed to kneel down and raise his hands. The guy thought that Hun was stronger than he thought and decided that he knew a lot about this dungeon. Yan addressed him, which slightly tensed Ganji Hong, who was still kneeling. He said he thought it was cool, to which Hong immediately asked why he started saying that. Yan added that Hong had captured all the monks, so it could be concluded that he was quite smart. Ian sat down with him and said that he would like to work together and asked if he had any suggestions. Ganji Hong immediately said that he would not give up Holdrum's crown to him. Jan started laughing, saying that then he would take all the rest of the junk for himself. Hong agreed with the guy, saying that he didn't need anything else except the crown. Jan happily began to leave, saying that it was time for them to go to the dungeon boss. They came to a strange hole in the wall, behind which some symbols were drawn. Yan immediately thought it was the gate, and the one who accompanied Hong said that the boss was right there. Suddenly, Ganji Hong said that he began to feel the darkness more and more. Hong inserted that very sphere into the wall, after which everything began to rumble. As Jan thought, the wall moved apart before his eyes in different directions. They stood and looked beyond the opened wall. Hong laughed, saying that the dark force had done its job. From behind everyone's backs, darkness began to fly straight beyond the wall. Thanks to the darkness, Holdrim, who was level 270th, appeared to everyone. Jan immediately noticed the cup in his hand and did not take his eyes off it. At this time, Ganji Hong was staring at the crown. Hong told Yan not to worry about Holdrim being so high level. He added that Holdrim was an ancient emperor of the giants of the central continent. Holdrim was a great ruler who brought an era of peace to the continent. But he became the immortal's puppet, and by the end of his reign he had brought darkness to the central continent. The immortal wanted to get the crown to regain his power, because Holdrim's crown contains all the dark power he has been collecting for many years. Ganji Hong cried out that he had come to take this power away from him. He added that he was the heir of the Dark Immortal and had come to fulfill the contract made 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, Holdrim began to squeal loudly, and darkness began to fly out of him. Hong said with a smile that this was the least the heir of darkness could do. Jan cried out that the boss needed to be defeated quickly and then everyone would get what they came for. Holdrim emerged from behind the wall with small skeletons climbing up his legs. Biggie looked like a small bug compared to Holdrim, but he tried his best. Lu also did not stand aside and rushed straight towards the giant. Lu, skillfully pushing off from different parts of Holdrim's body, was already almost at his head. Holdrim was furious because he couldn't keep up with the wolf and he screamed loudly. Suddenly, a very bright glow appeared from his mouth. Jan understood that he was indeed very tall, and even together with Caesar, they were no match for him. Suddenly, the guy looked around and realized that Caesar was gone, not understanding when he had disappeared. Walking through the hall, he found him lying on a stone with his eyes closed. Caesar told them not to bother him for a weakling like Holdrim. He added that until he had legendary armor or something like that, he wouldn't help. Jan showed him the legendary armor with indignation and asked if he liked it. Caesar just had a smile on his face and thanked the guy. In an instant, Caesar found himself in beautiful and powerful armor, and as he left, he said that he would return soon. He clearly enjoyed what he was about to do, and the smile never left his face. He swung his sword with all his might, creating a streak in the air. A second later, Holdrim's skull was split in two with a loud roar. He simply disappeared before our eyes, and the cup and crown flew off to the side. They looked very powerful. Everyone was already ready to take them. Jan took the cup in his hands and couldn't take his eyes off it, enjoying the moment. While Ganji Hong held the crown in his hands, his eyes almost lit up with joy. Suddenly, a notification appeared that Holdrim's crown had chosen the strongest person in the room as its new owner. The crown appeared on the head of Caesar, who was beaming with joy. Ganji Hong froze in bewilderment at what had just happened. Everyone stood silently. No one knew how to react to this. Caesar said that this crown truly knows what a man is worth. Ganji Hong Yul was furious, saying that if he didn't have Holdrim's crown, he wouldn't be able to complete the quest. He started shouting that this was not what they had agreed on, waving his fists. Jan thought about how he had never imagined that things would turn out this way. The one who accompanied Hong said that they could complete the task differently. He said that the crown was the tool with which the immortal controlled Holdrim, and if you stay near the owner of the crown for 100 days, then Hong will be able to absorb the aura of darkness, placing it in a wooden amulet. Caesar told him not to dare come even a meter closer to him. He began to look menacingly at Hong, showing with his whole appearance that it was not even worth talking to him. Hong was furious, not knowing what to do next. He cried out that Caesar did not dare to say such a thing to the future Lord of Darkness, who would gain the power of the most immortal. Yan approached Caesar with an offer to help Hong at least once. The guy whispered in his ear that Hong had already been unlucky in life, and that it was obvious how abnormal he was. Caesar said with displeasure that he would only think about it if Hong accepted his condition. Ganji Hong asked, almost with tears in his eyes, what condition they were talking about. Caesar said that Hong would have to serve him, and if he became stronger, he would give him freedom. Hong cried out that he had no choice, but he would definitely gain power and rub Caesar into the dirt. He was already ready to send an application for service, although he really didn't want to. Puk Puk watched all this from the side. A scent wafted from somewhere, which the turtle instantly smelled. The aroma seemed so delicious to Puk Puk that he even started drooling. He walked towards the direction from which the smell was coming. Some kind of passage appeared in front of him, but because of the darkness, it was not clear what was there. There was some kind of powerful explosion in the Titan Guild. That same guy from the dungeon was fighting with someone, which is why he caused the noise. The battle was with the mummies. With his sword, he cut them into many pieces. He coped with his task skillfully, taking advantage of his insane speed. With just a few jumps, he destroyed an entire crowd of mummies. Heads, arms, and legs flew off separately. This guy's name is Chakran. He is the head of the Titan Guild. He walked over the heads as if they were just stones without noticing them. Ceylon's deputy chief said he couldn't believe they came first. The girl from their guild said that she was sure that the Dark Rune Guild was here. One of the girls, looking through binoculars, screamed that there was something in front. Ceylon happily said that they had really found that historical place. But the girl said that this was not a dungeon, and Chakran's face changed. The girl cried out with joy that she saw the Tower of War. At this time, at the guild headquarters, there is a dark rune on the central continent. The girl turned to another girl named Solane, asking if she had found anything about the cup. Solane said she found it and looked ahead. The leader of the Dark Rune Guild was Li Rahan, who asked where he was. Solane replied that it was in the central region, in a historical site called Huldren's Tomb. Rahan gave the order for the girl to take 30 people and move there, as Solane said that there was a problem. She said that there was a player who went there before them, and judging by the banners, his guild was from the Lucipal Empire. Rahan wondered if there was anyone in the Lucipal Empire who could reach the central region so quickly. Solane said that the sooner they left, the sooner they would get the cup, to which the leader replied that there was no point in rushing at all. As she left, she said that they had plenty of time. She clarified that the main task now is not to lose their trail. Rahane said the Lucipalians needed to be dealt a blow as soon as they came out with the trophy. At this time, Jan was quite depressed. Everything he managed to get turned out to be trash, except for the cup. The only thing that made him happy was the completed quest. Jan received a message that there are others who can easily steal the cup. He looked at the others and tried to assess the situation. Ian knew that if they set up a headquarters, the cup would be stolen from them, so he decided that he needed to level up in case the quest failed. Jan shouted to the others that they should move on. Ian tried to cancel Pukpuk's summoning, trying to figure out where he had gone. But he was unable to cancel the call, which made him nervous. The guy began to look around, calling his pet. At this time, Pukpuk was talking to himself that right now he was going for a walk. He could still smell the treat and continued to walk towards it. Looking up, he realized that it was too high for him and froze in place. Pukpuk decided that he had to climb up there, no matter what it took. He actually climbed up. There was only a little bit left, but he was quite tired. As soon as he climbed in, he discovered flowers that emitted a delicious aroma. Pukpuk moved closer to the flower and enjoyed the pleasant aroma, reaching for a berry. Suddenly, Pukpuk began to disappear. He received a notification that Jan was trying to cancel the summoning. Pukpuk just screamed that he needed to eat and started to resist. Jan received a notification that the summoning cancellation had failed due to the power of the 1,000-year-old rainbow flower. Pukpuk collapsed to the ground. He told himself that he had a terrible master, because while he was eating the flower, he tried to cancel the summoning. Thanks to the power of the flower, he is still here. But suddenly he heard a voice. He looked around, and the voice said that he had never seen such a beautiful turtle. He was shocked and did not understand how this was possible. Once, when Pukpuk first appeared at Jan's, he told him something. That on the northern continent there is a turtle named Buck, and they say that it is the most beautiful turtle in the world. Jan couldn't hear about this calmly because he considered the fart to be the best. He always told everyone that there was no one cooler or more beautiful. He said that maybe Back got his title because Pukpuk got too fat, so he couldn't give him many meatballs. He asked to be patient a little and he would make him the most beautiful turtle in the universe. Pukpuk didn't expect to find him in such a place. Back was truly a very beautiful turtle. They stood in front of each other and looked at each other intently. Suddenly, Jan came running along with his pet Lou and the rest of the boys. Jan said that Lou had picked up his scent and that's how they found him. Jan noticed a turtle in front of him and was stunned. He screamed, not understanding what kind of turtle it was. From the words of the Pukpuk, he understood that this was the same turtle Back. The turtle said that the boy reminded her of her name, and as a sign of gratitude, she would give him treasure. Jan didn't understand what was happening and dropped to one knee, holding out his hand. A small yellow sphere appeared on the turtle's tongue. Of course, Yana wasn't entirely pleased, but he took the ball in his hands. The guy received a notification that he had received the spirit of a turtle. This sphere contained a portion of the spirit of the ancient legendary golden turtle, which allows the ancient turtle to ascend and become a dragon turtle. Jan imagined the image in his head, which even gave him goosebumps. Back said that he had been sleeping for a very long time, so he didn't remember much. He asked Jan to help him restore his memory. Ian really wanted to know how Pukpuk evolves, but he gave him a whole quest. Of course, this made Yana very happy. At this time, only Caesar remained in the same hall. He put the crown next to him and just lay on the floor, thinking about something. Caesar was thinking that everyone had gone off to look for the ridiculous turtle, and he was bored. He decided to go outside and get some fresh air. Stepping outside, he stretched, enjoying the bright sun. Someone was watching Caesar from behind the building, as if that person knew that Caesar had to come out sooner or later. He kept a close eye on Caesar and did not let him out of his sight. Suddenly, a few minutes later, the mysterious man ran straight at Caesar with a knife. But he didn't manage to strike, as Caesar turned his head, hearing rustling sounds behind him. Seeing a knife next to his face, he immediately ran away. The unknown person was shocked by such speed. Caesar adjusted the bandages on his hands, thus showing that he was ready for battle. The guy deftly and very hard hit the unknown man on the arm with his elbow. The pain even brought tears to this man's eyes. Caesar swung his fist resolutely, preparing to deliver the next blow. But the unknown man didn't have time to react and received a direct blow to the face, causing even his mask to fly off. A double knife fell from his hands and flew upwards while spinning. Caesar successfully caught it with his hand, right by the handle. This unknown person lay on the ground, trying to at least see the one who managed to do all this to him. He only saw Caesar in front of him, who was still holding his hand up with the knife. Caesar turned around and raised his head up. There was a whole crowd standing on the rock, and without thinking twice, he asked who these people were. Soylen was also standing in this crowd, closely watching everything that was happening. They were all shocked at how strong they were to have passed this dungeon. Since Caesar received no answer, he repeated his question. Selene told him very sternly to give them the cup. Caesar smiled and told them to try to take it away. Hearing this, Selene ordered him to be killed and the crowd rushed down. Caesar was already ready to accept the attack. It was unnoticeable how he moved. Literally a second and he was gone. He jumped high enough and struck several opponents. They didn't understand how he managed to do it so skillfully and quickly. A lot of screams of pain and misunderstanding could be heard. But Caesar only enjoyed the process, periodically covering his face with his hands. Another push from the ground, sand flew away from his feet. Solein was already standing in front of him, looking intently into his eyes. They rushed straight at Caesar, but he stood absolutely calm. Solein repeated to everyone that they needed to kill this bastard as soon as possible. These words only made Caesar laugh, and a sly smile appeared on his face. But suddenly, his look changed dramatically. He became quite angry. He moved very quickly, striking everyone and taking their lives. No one even managed to run to the side or dodge. Solein was shocked at how easily he dealt with such a crowd. But she was not ready to give up and clenched her teeth in anger. She jumped up and landed above Caesar, screaming that she wanted him dead. Caesar stood motionless, waiting for the attack. Solein kept in mind that while the lady was on the way, she needed to detain him, no matter what it cost her. She understood that she had to do this at any cost and was already ready to attack. Caesar could only stand and laugh at such actions. Solein couldn't do anything. The sword passed the guy. He hit the knife straight on, which was very expensive. He bounced back and pierced Solein's heart. With her last breath, she turned to Caesar. Caesar said with a smile on his face that he forgot to warn that he did not have and never had a cup. He watched as everyone began to disappear one by one. Solein apologized to the lady for not being able to take possession of the cup. Caesar was a little upset because he broke his weapon again. Having thrown it away, he decided that he would go to the Lord for weapons. Later, this incident among the members of the Dark Rune Guild became known as the Nightmare of the Central Continent. At this time, in the guild, there is a titan near the war tower. They headed towards it, getting closer and closer. Chakran thought that it was very good that they had that quest. He remembered that in the last quest, Lacromio had told him about the war tower. He remembered that battle and Lacromio's empty gaze, while Chakran stood and looked at him haughtily. Moreover, he said that since he was killed, he probably would not be able to achieve his goal. But in return, he decided to tell about the war tower. He said that you can hunt monsters, or buy rare items or artifacts. But to enter the tower, you need to have at least 5,000 service points. The item that needed to be found was the Pharaoh's banner. It looked like an ordinary banner with a pharaoh painted on it. An artifact that doubles the training experience of soldiers at headquarters, and once he gets it, the Cayman Empire will win the war. But suddenly something really caught his attention. He saw the Desert Warrior's Will Skill book. He understood that if he got this book, he would be able to raise his stats very well. But to take it, he had to spend all his service points, and then he would not be able to get the Pharaoh's banner. But he understood that he would not have another opportunity to stumble upon this skill book. He stood like that for several minutes and just looked at her. After some time, he finally acquired the book. losing 12,000 points. He had very few of them left, but the book was already in his hands. He understood that one way or another he would become stronger, and with him everyone who was a member of the guild. The only thing that remained in his head was that then he would definitely defeat anyone. After leaving the war tower, they went somewhere forward. Chakran walked and thought about something the whole way, but there were many different artifacts in the war tower. One of them stood in a completely inconspicuous place. It looked like some kind of badge, but it was known to be of legendary class. At this time, John, Pukpuk, and the other guys were standing waiting for the others. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard off to the side. It was Johan, who asked with a smile how long they had been waiting. Jan said with a smile that they had finally arrived. Johan asked if they had missed anything. Jan said with a smile that he took the cup, but he was much more interested in something. He said that he needed to find the magic pearl of a turtle named Back. The girl said that she had heard about this for a long time and that there are characters that only appear if you have the right class. Johan said that perhaps it then became clear why the hidden characters' names fit the situation. Suddenly, Hong said that his darkness was pulsating and he wanted to meet the enemy as soon as possible. Johan looked at him with displeasure and asked who this stranger was, looking at Hun. Jan looked at him and said that he served Caesar. At that moment, he realized that Caesar was no longer with them. Hong shouted that they were all arrogant fools and that when he became the Lord of War, they would regret having treated him like that. As they went forward, monsters appeared in their path. Jan summoned the rake, and with it the fire breath. Rake was already ready to attack, and Scorpion stood opposite the guys. The rake breathed out a huge amount of flame. The scorpion's tentacles were so powerful that they pierced stones. The flames didn't seem to frighten them much. They stood in place, not moving. Suddenly, something appeared at the top of the cliff. It was Johan, who was already ready to attack the scorpion from above. He made a rather decisive jump down. At the same time, the girl also joined the fight. Based on her skills, she decided to use the blessing. Thanks to this, the attack power was increased by 30%, which helped to deal with the scorpions. Hun called upon the Death Knights with the words that the farewell of darkness would give the enemies agony. Yan decided it was time to summon Lu to once again display his incredible abilities. Lu appeared, looked closely at the scorpion, and was about to attack. Lu was irresistible, jumping in different directions with incredible speed. Jan checked and realized that most of the farming was already behind him. He looked at Pukpuk, who was clearly puzzled by something else entirely. Suddenly he started shouting, saying that something was coming. Jan looked at him in bewilderment but became a little nervous, and the knight also caught the eye along with the others, already being the focus of special attention. Rake didn't understand what was happening, but he felt something strange in each of his eyes. There was some kind of big explosion. It was unclear what it was. A huge paw began to appear through the rock. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, but they still stood there in bewilderment. It was some kind of huge monster. Yan received a notification that this was the Terror of the Sands, a hidden level 200 monster that possessed a magic pearl. Just looking into his eyes and seeing the pearl already made me feel scared. Jan was stupefied, not understanding what to do. This monster was indeed huge, but it was only half outside. He swung his huge paw sharply, already preparing to strike. Yan only managed to shout for Lu to dodge, which saved him. The wind was very strong. It felt like Yana would be blown away. Jan understood that he had to be dealt with as quickly as possible. He shouted for Johan to come up with something. Johan used a defense, saying that blocking all this debris was too hard and Jan needed to do something. Ian stood there in bewilderment, realizing that he was too high level to win without Caesar. Hun suddenly screamed that this monster was crawling out of the hole. When this monster came out completely, it was clear that it looked like a lizard. Opening its mouth, a glowing sphere appeared from there. Jan thought that he was about to blow fire, and if he hit, he would die instantly. He shouted to everyone to run away, seriously scared. Jan received a notification that Fiolan, due to the effects of the fire breath, along with Ganji Hun, began to turn to stone. Another fireball appeared in the monster's mouth. He used fire breath again and turned his head in different directions. It looked really scary. Here comes a notification that Jan has also been affected by the fire breath. Jan didn't understand what to do because the monster was literally blowing him away. Suddenly, Jan received a message that the effect of the pet turtle spirit Puk was activated. The fart began to swell before our eyes. Just a few seconds later, a huge amount of water flowed out of his mouth. Jan realized that Puk was now a water turtle, a skill he had received from Bak, and he was completely protected from the fire breath. Hong was shocked because just a moment ago everything was on fire, and now water was dripping from somewhere. Hun thought that the Pukpuk's water breath was causing the rain. Jan admired his pet very much, saying that he was better. Jan heard a voice from the side that said that the Pukpuk was quite good. It was Caesar who specified that. Does he really mean about the turtle? He said that he put the armor and sword in his inventory so that sand wouldn't get on them because he didn't expect it to rain. Jan said that it was very good that he came and asked her to deal with Godzilla. Caesar said that it was the terror of the sands that had absorbed the power of the magic pearl, although not completely. He said he wouldn't do anything, but if Jan gave him something in return, he might change his mind. This made Jan very angry because he was constantly sucking things out of him. Jan looked at Peskov's fear and decided that he would deal with it himself. After all, in any case, he had already found a way to defeat him. A plan appeared in his head and Jan called the Finn and ran, realizing that this is the moment when they will do well. He immediately canceled Rake's summons. A staff appeared in his hand and he was already ready to attack. Biggie used the homeless gap, which gave him quite a lot of time to create a distraction. Biggie screamed loudly and directed all his power at the horror of the sands. The abyss seemed to swallow him up before his eyes, causing the stones to fly in all directions. Johann cried out with joy that the debris was being carried back, which gave him the opportunity to fight too. Jan shouted for Johann and Biggie to work together now. Immediately, Jan ordered Hong to distract him with his ball and skeletons, saying that they would be of great help. Hong said that he usually doesn't take orders from those weaker than him, but since he needed his dark powers, he was all for it. He summoned his minions, and many skeletons appeared and began to attack. The attack was powerful. Everyone was united at that moment. Jan told Fiolan to put on a buff. Once everything was done, everyone used all their power. With incredible speed, Jan rose up on the Finn. They watched the horror of the sands from above, but even from there it looked quite large. Jan looked at him and wondered what the right thing to do was here. He understood that even though he was a level 200 terror of the sands with a magic pearl, if he hit everyone at once, everything would work out. He started receiving notifications about how many health units he was losing with each hit. Horror Peskov was already covered in bruises and had little strength left. Everyone was preparing for an incredible attack. At that moment, John summoned Jaiki. Ian used electricity control in the sphere, and on top of all that, rain. The guy raised his staff high up, from which lightning flew in all directions. He could control small particles of water, which he sent straight into the horror of the sands. Ian watched and realized that the electrically charged manospheres were penetrating straight into all of the monster's wounds. Even though he was watching everything from a distance, a tremor appeared in his body. It began to glow because the electricity had absorbed it. He squealed very loudly, rushing from side to side. After some time, only smoke came from it. Jan received a notification that he had defeated the hidden boss of the Sands Horror and was the first to do so. Ian earned the title of Dragon Slayer and ended the evolution of the Sand Horrors. The guy was a little confused, not understanding what this meant. There was also news that the magical pearl of the golden dragon turtle had been restored with its family. Ian reached for the pearl, saying that this was what the backpack had spoken of and that it could change the pet's evolutionary capabilities. Taking it in her hands, she began to shine even brighter. He realized that now that he had it, he could evolve into a Puk-Puk. But he understood that he should first take a good look at her. After reading a little information, he realized that it was not in vain that he had gone out of his way to get it. Suddenly, his stomach began to rumble loudly, and the boy realized that he had not eaten for a very long time. He said that he wanted to have a snack, and everyone should figure it out for themselves. Hum didn't even have time to ask why he would do this before Jan disappeared. The capsule shone throughout the room as the owner closed the game. There were already tears in his eyes from how much he wanted to eat. He didn't notice that Karin was in the room at that time. He heard some rustling and turned his head. Before Karin could understand anything, he rushed to hug him. She looked at the guy with displeasure and asked why he was so surprised, since he himself said that she could come whenever she wanted. Jan couldn't think of what to answer and asked if she had come to have lunch with him. Karin thought for a moment, because that wasn't the reason. She said that today she would get him out of Kaylan's world no matter what it took. The guy didn't understand what they were talking about, but Karin told him to get dressed immediately, after which she said that they were going on a date, which left Ian dumbfounded. The word date did not leave his head, and his cheeks instantly turned pink. They went out to the amusement park, where Jan did not feel entirely comfortable. The guy asked Karin if she really wanted to go to the amusement park. Karin looked at him with shining eyes, saying that she loved skating. She suddenly grabbed Jan by the hand and pulled him along with her. Pointing to the Ferris wheel, she asked to go there. Since he liked Karin, he, of course, could not refuse her anything. After riding, they bought some snacks. Jan looked strangely at Karin because she was not acting as usual. She dragged him onto some scary ride, which made the fearless Jan feel uneasy. While Karin was enjoying herself, Jan did not let go of her hand. The guy imagined in his head that he was flying on a fin. Time flew by quite quickly and it was already getting dark. Holding hands, they watched the beautiful fireworks display. Suddenly, Jan said that he had something to say. The girl already thought that he had finally decided to confess his feelings. Jan asked Karin what she would do if she found someone's thing, but she really needed it herself. Karin was upset because it was not a confession. She said that no matter how much you need it, it needs to be returned to its owner. Jan clearly expected a different answer and was a little surprised. But a smile appeared on his face. He agreed with her and said that she was absolutely right. Karin smiled and felt a little embarrassed. It was already late. They stood opposite each other and said goodbye. Ian said that he was very happy to spend the day with her, to which the girl said that she had had a fun time too. She asked if he would play all day tomorrow. Jan became a little embarrassed and said that he still had some unfinished business. The girl intriguingly asked the guy what he would say about today. Jan laughed and said that he had already said that everything was really cool, but Karin said that was not what she meant. She tucked her hair behind her ear and asked him what he would say about her. Ian was a little embarrassed and said that she looked very cute. The girl was pleased to hear this. She thanked him and said that it was time to go. Ian stood and watched the girl leave. The smile never left his face. He really liked everything. But time said it was time to go home. He walked with his cheeks burning with embarrassment. His eyes sparkled with happiness, and the smile never left his face. As soon as he came home, he immediately went to bed. Already in the morning, Jan immediately climbed into the capsule to play properly. The guy returned to that same turtle tank. Bakbak was very happy to meet the guy and cried out that he was glad that he had finally returned. He noticed a magic pearl in his hands and asked what had happened to it. Jan held out the pearl and said that he had brought it to her. Bakbak immediately began to thank the guy. But suddenly the backbone's face changed. He looked at the guy and asked if he really decided to play a joke on him. Jan said that he really wants to give it to Puk Puk, even though they agreed, but he returns it to her. Holding the pearl in his hand, he said that he could not do this because it did not belong to him. This greatly surprised the tank, causing the turtle to become stupefied. He said that Jan is indeed a very good and honest person. Jan expected the Bakbak to be furious and was a little surprised by the calm reaction. Bakbak said that he almost lost his patience and could hurt him. He said that it is easy to control the mind, but not easy to cope with emotions. But Ian rejected temptation and personality. The turtle cried out that she could now regain her former glory. The glow was very bright and I even had to close my eyes. Suddenly, a large paw appeared and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Jan opened his eyes slightly due to strong interest in what was happening. His face changed dramatically. He was very surprised, even a little scared. He understood that this was simply incredible, because in front of him stood a three-headed turtle. Jan thought that this is exactly what a Bakbak actually looks like. He knew that if he had used the magic pearl on the Puk Puk, he would have become the same. Jan received a message that he had completed the quest. As a reward, he received armor made from dragon turtle scales. Suddenly, Bakbak said that he had a proposition for him. He said that his kindness touched him and that Huldrum's soul was no longer there and he had no need to guard this place. Bowing their heads to the ground, the Bakbak asked if he could join him. Jan received a message that a golden dragon turtle wants to become his pet. The guy was once again convinced that his fight for the magic pearl was not in vain. But nothing would have worked out if Karin hadn't given him advice. Jan smiled and was already preparing to answer. He said that, of course, he would welcome her with open arms. The current situation on the central continent, the guilds of the Kaiman Empire, Dark Rune, and Titan remain. Living up to their reputation, they occupy first and second places among the guilds, occupying and developing bases in their territories. On the other hand, the guilds of the Lucipal Empire created an alliance and began to equip their bases. But this is a new continent in lifeless deserts. It is incredibly difficult to develop here due to the scarce resources and food, because these guilds spend money from their own headquarters. The Kaiman Empire, whose guilds occupy the top 2 spots in the rankings, turned out to be incredibly strong. At this time, Jan's guild stood and discussed something. Johan said that things were very bad because the other guilds had already set up bases, and they had only just created an alliance. Johan was a little excited, as events happened one after another. Jan said that they wouldn't have been able to do anything anyway, even if they had hurried, since the bridge on the central continent was somewhere around level 130. Jan approached the backpack and asked if he knew any bases. He thought that the backpack did not understand the phrases that only players used and asked if he knew of any villages in which many people lived. Buck said he knew that and wasn't sure if they still existed. After some time, they arrived at some village. Jan understood that there was no base here, but his face was quite thoughtful. Jan received a message that he had discovered a military trading post. Jan understood that no matter how sad it was, they were only winning, because he had figured out the meaning of the service points that he had been receiving all this time. Looking at Bakbak, he realized that he was really useful, because he knew the central continent, even though sometimes he could act like a puk-puk. The stats of the backup tank were simply incredible, and its class was legendary. Jan said he was expecting some kind of ancient item or artifact, and all that could be traded was food or resources, which would only be useful if we had a base. Suddenly, Caesar asked the boy if he meant the war tower, adding that he lived on the central continent until the Empire captured him. Hearing this, everyone was simply shocked, not knowing what to say to it. Jan cried out, "Why didn't he say this before, but only now?" Caesar said that there is a place called the War Tower where you can exchange your service points for aging items or artifacts. He said that it was impossible to go there because the war towers were in the western region, that it was captured by the Kaiman Empire, and they couldn't get there. At this time, a discussion was taking place between Chakran and Rohan at headquarters. Rohan was outraged, saying that this was not what they had agreed on. Chakran, with a smile on his face, said that he did not understand what they were talking about. The girl said that this was a battle between two empires and didn't they agree to share information? She added that she couldn't even imagine that he would single-handedly capture the tower. Chakran said that he felt like the Dark Rune Guild was so focused on taking over territory that he forgot to mention it. Well, at that time, he understood that they were simply keeping them away so that they wouldn't catch up. Rohan's expression changed and she stared intently. She said it was okay if she used the towers right now. Chakran understood that their losses would be much greater if he refused this bastard and the Dark Rune turned away. And he also couldn't forget about the Empire of Lucipal. He understood that he needed to keep himself in hand. Rohan knew that if it hadn't been for Selene's mistake, they would have captured the tower first. They devoured each other with their eyes. Chakran found it hard to control himself. His legs were shaking on their own. He understood that things were not going well, even though they had not been able to properly examine the war tower. But if they get artifacts or a legendary item that they missed, things will be bad. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and turned his head to the side. Rohan said it looked like they were late and there was nothing useful to exchange. As she left, she said that they would see each other next time. Chakran breathed a sigh of relief because they hadn't found anything. But moving a little further, Rohan laughed because Chakran believed it. She was amazed that he had missed such an incredible thing. It was the badge of Magellan, who had a legendary class. At this time, John clearly showed everyone what the current situation was. Johan said he didn't think they could take the base now, to which John replied that they had waited long enough, and the longer they waited, the greater the gap between them and the Empire. The girl said that the rear territory had already been captured and asked if it would be better for them to wait and capture the base when it was destroyed. But Jan didn't agree with this. He said that it was worth capturing territory on the front lines. Everyone was in shock, not understanding what we were even saying. The girl said that he knew that it was dangerous if they were drawn into battle, it would be the end for them. And she said that the competition was small and they wouldn't have to spend a huge amount of effort to capture the base, because the Empire was on their side, so they wouldn't have to worry, they would just have to fight off the Kaiman Empire. Johan cried out that if the Kaiman Empire continued to attack them, they might suddenly find themselves without food and resources. But Ian said he had a great idea about all this. There were 4.5 hours left to capture the base. Johan said that thanks to the Holdrim Cup, construction progressed quite quickly. The girl said that Jan's efforts had paid off, but she was unsure whether it was worth building a base on the front lines. Ian said that everything was fine and they should just trust him. He added that his subordinates had arrived and he would go and greet them. They cried out with joy, saying that they were finally here. The knight said with a smile on his face that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jan listed each one by name and thanked them for coming. Ian asked Ciri if she had a little leadership. He said he had a new pet but lacked leadership and asked if she could keep Biggie. Jan thought that since the backbuck was powerful, the Biggie wouldn't be of much use. He knew that if he did this, he could use it as a second one if Ciri was around. The girl looked at the guy with a smile. Apparently, she was only happy to help Jan. Ian called Biggie and asked if he would mind staying with Siri for a while. He looked at him and said that he would come back for him when he became stronger. Finally, he told him to listen to the girl and not create problems for her. At this time, the base was almost ready. Rohan and Solane watched all this. The girls decided that they were just idiots after all, building a base on the front lines. Rohan said she was pretty bored, so they were the perfect victims for this. Solane said that if they attacked the base now, the guilds from Lucipal might come to their aid. And then she suggested using Magellan's badge from the war tower. Rohan said that Solane doesn't understand this because she was defeated by some strange person. So she and all the guild members are now low level. She added that this was also not bad, and they needed to test Magellan's badge to check the strength of these desert warriors. This badge is an item that a player can only obtain when they are recognized by the desert warriors of the central continent. The one who receives the answer is protected by the desert warriors, and all NPCs on the central continent will become their allies and the allies of the faction they belong to. This person also gains the ability to command desert warriors. Rohan ordered the desert warriors to wipe the base off the face of the earth. They looked quite frightening, making sudden movements and saying something. One of them swung his sword, causing a purple glow to appear. Solane was shocked, not understanding where he came from. She noticed just from his appearance how powerful he was. Suddenly, a bell rang at the Lotus Guild base. Jan cried out that these were desert warriors and everyone needed to prepare for battle. The warriors ran quite quickly, and it seemed as if rage was flying out of their eyes. Jan and the boys calmly watched the crowd moving towards them. Jan asked Caesar if the desert wars were not neutral. Caesar told John about Magellan's badge, which allows him to command warriors. When John asked Caesar if he would help them, he said he was leaving. Caesar said that he owed a lot to the desert warriors. It was then that Ian began to think about the fact that Caesar's loyalty rating was only 3. Jan thought that there was nothing that could be done, and they would have to somehow stop the desert warriors themselves. He immediately summoned Lou, Harley, and Buckback. All of them together were already ready for battle. Siri was delighted as soon as she saw the Buckback. The warriors were already standing not far from the base when a backback came out of the gate. Everyone was shocked to see the golden dragon turtle. They understood that if the golden dragon turtle that guarded Huldrum's treasures was wandering the world, then they had defeated Huldrum himself. One of the warriors turned to the others and told them not to relax because the enemy was quite strong. Jan had been wanting to try something new for a long time and decided that now was the perfect time. The guy, slightly excited, sent Lou into attack. The warrior had already raised his sword, preparing to deal damage. But the warrior didn't succeed. The skill of the backback, the protection of the dragon turtle, was activated, and the sword did not pierce or even injure Lou. The warrior screamed in rage, not understanding what had happened to his ball. The damage that was done to Lou was absorbed by the backbone. Following Lou, Yang sent Harley to attack using Wind Guardian. Jan received a message that Lou had started using Fenrir's Wrath. Lou entered a rage mode, and all stats increased by 50%, and the critical strike chance increased by 20%. Lou growled in rage, opening his mouth wide. The warriors were shocked that they were just pets. They couldn't understand how an ordinary pet could do such things. As he stepped onto the ground, the earth began to crack under his paws, the cracks extending over quite a large distance, literally a second, and he was already off the ground with such force that sparks even appeared from his paws. Using his agility and speed, he easily dealt with the warriors. They didn't understand how he was able to defeat all the desert warriors so quickly. One of the warriors realized that they couldn't cope and that the summoner needed to be killed. He swung at Jan, but Pauline immediately joined in the attack and defense. The warriors were shocked that they had everything under control and planned. Pauline looked at Jan with a smile and said that they were indeed heading towards him. Jan smiled because he was proud that he had such a close-knit team. After some time, all the warriors were killed without exception. Solane understood that they lost to the guild in the 107th place, asking what? Were they really that weak? Solane noticed the veins on Rohan's face begin to bulge. She literally began to scream with rage, but that was where it all ended. She fell silent and stood for a few more seconds looking at the base. She didn't understand what was happening, because first Solane had lost, and now the desert warriors had. The series of defeats continued. Rohan understood that this was a disgrace for the Dark Rune Guild. She ordered a message to be sent to the Titan Guild that when the time came, they would begin. Rohan meant that they were starting a hunt for the Lucipal bastards. The soldiers lay on the ground, covered in bruises and bleeding. Darkness began to rise from their bodies. It turned into spheres that floated in the air. Darkness enveloped Jan, and from misunderstanding and a little fear, the guy simply closed his eyes. Jan received a message that the hatching process of Karsay was already 91% complete. He said that everyone needed to return to base. The guy walked to the base and thought about what had happened. He understood that it was very good that he was nearby, because without him, it would be difficult to defend the base. Jan decided that he needed to develop a plan as quickly as possible. Johan thanked Jan for doing everything himself, and they didn't even have to interfere. Jan asked if it was really good that nothing happened. Hearing no response, the smile disappeared from his face. He was thinking about something and was about to say something. He said that these desert warriors turned out to be stronger than he thought, and if Bakbak and Pauline had not joined them, they would have lost. Jan said he had something to do and asked Johan to look after the base. Johan agreed, and Jan finally said that he would return very soon. At this time in the Empire, Lucipal is in his personal city of Moran. One of the knights shouted that the queue for the quests from the central continent was here. Jan was shocked to see the huge queue, not understanding where so many people came from. They announced that adventurers heading to the central continent should line up. Jan realized that the line was too long and realized that he would spend too much time on this. One of the knights approached Jan and asked his name. The guy introduced himself and asked why he was asking. The knight said he wasn't sure he remembered him, but he was with him during the search for the griffin and the rescue of the prisoners of war. The knight asked what brought him here. Jan said he wanted to go to the continent, but the line was too long. The knight cried out to him to leave it to him, saying that he would take him straight to the captain. This made Jan very happy, because he would not have to waste a lot of time. Two guys were watching this from the sidelines. One of them said that apparently even in the game connections decide everything. But suddenly, the face of one of the guys changed, as if he was surprised by something. His eyes widened as if he realized something. He said that the guy's face seemed familiar to him, as if he had seen him in a top video. Another guy told him that he seemed to have a nickname like Jan or something like that. Looking at Jan, he said that he didn't look like someone who would be in the top one. The boy said that it hardly matters, but he thinks that his level is not very high. Someone behind me said that Jan's level was now above 130. It was a mysterious stranger. They immediately asked who she was and how she knew it. The girl reached for the hood to remove it from her head. She introduced herself as Lauren. The girl was officially the top one summoner. The boys were shocked and started squealing with joy. The girl said that summoners can be judged by their pets. People may not know this because Ian adjusted his parameters to hide his level. But according to unofficial data, Yang is the most powerful summoner. At this time, the knight kept his promise and brought Jan straight to the captain. The captain shouted that Jan was the hero who had done the most to hatch the griffin and free the prisoners. Jan turned to Halim and said that he wanted to go to the central continent. At this time, Johan was very thoughtful and seemed upset about something. He said that he didn't understand Jan, no matter how hard he tried. The girl told him not to worry and just smile. She added that everything would be fine, because he had never let them down before. At that time, the war between the empires continued. In these battles, the Cayman Empire continued to win, while the Lucipal Empire suffered defeat after defeat. So Jan had to go back to guard the base again, but he achieved what he wanted. Jan managed to complete the construction of a fortress with 3 rings of walls and a military trading post. Jan and Johan stood and watched their base. Johan turned to him and said that thanks to Jan, the construction of the base had been successfully completed. But he was quite interested in how he did all this. Johan said that even though he had a lot of status points, he would not have had enough money and manpower to build a fortress of such a size. Jan said that where there is a will, there is always a way, and laughed. Jan asked to explain to him the most important part about money. Saving money is the hardest thing when you find yourself in the middle of a free desert. Therefore, all the other guilds used their headquarters to expand their fund base. Of course, they basically did the same thing, but one difference was the difference in the attraction. Some time ago, he founded a monster breeding nursery together with a professor. Johan was shocked and asked how many summoners there were in the game. Ian posted all the guides on how to become a summoner on the information board, along with the secrets of evolution and the monsters everyone needs to summon. Plus, pets can be found in the monster nursery. As a result, the growing number of summoners sharing our lands has caused a sharp influx of money. They also opened a second monster breeding facility in the town he had recently spotted. It was all pretty simple. The main thing was to have a plan. Johan thought this was simply unbelievable and asked about the workers. Then Lauren appeared out of nowhere and smiled. She shouted that she could explain everything to Johan. She looked a little strange, and seeing her distrustful look, Johan winked at her. It was only after a few seconds that Johann realized that this was the famous summoner Lauren. He asked what such a beautiful creature was doing in such a hole. The girl said that, to get straight to the point, the labor force was provided by her golden summoners. Johann and Jan stood and listened to her attentively. Johann didn't understand what golden summoners they were talking about. The golden summoners are a group of approximately 20 summoners. They are incredibly talented and also highly skilled, making them a dream team for any summoner. But in fact, there was something that played no less an important role. These are secret fans of the unofficial top one of Jan's summoners. There were a whole bunch of such fans who were ready for anything. The girl said that the organization has become actively helping since John posted on the information board. Johann couldn't believe it, because Lauren was the favorite of all the players, and that's why she founded his fan club. The guy asked if she was doing all this for free, but she immediately said that they were compensated accordingly. Jan said that he gave them some amulets, and they all had a fart on them. The girl started running from side to side, shouting that these were amulets with Jan's most famous pet. Johann said he secured labor when he met Lauren in Muran and made the village of Olivia, which was short of soldiers, part of his holdings, and was building another monster breeding farm to provide additional funding. Lauren started acting rather strangely. The guys looked at the girl in bewilderment. Johann no longer found her attractive at all. Suddenly, Jan heard some rustling, and a lunchbox fell not far from them. Ian slowly turned his head towards the noise. Karin stood on that side as if rooted to the ground. She was furious. She didn't understand what was going on and why Lauren was pestering Ian. Jan was quite scared, because he understood how strange it all looked from the outside. He started shouting that it was not at all what she thought. Karen was very unpleasant to see this, and she was already reaching for the door handle. She said she didn't care and wished Ian a good time. Ian was confused as to what she was doing here, as he thought she wasn't at the level yet to get here. Johann stood there and said that she was tired of the peaceful domains and she wanted to come to them. This made John very angry because his friend didn't say anything about it, but it was too late. At the same time, but in a different guild. In the Dark Rune Guild base, tense discussions were taking place again. Chakran said that it looks like it will snow on the central continent tomorrow. With a wry smile on his face, he said that he didn't think Rahan was interested in the Lucipal Empire. Larahan didn't answer, but it was clear that she didn't like it. She knew that she couldn't talk about their losing streak, because as soon as they found out about it, they would immediately try to overtake them and take first place. Chakran said he liked the idea, and if they hit them with a united front, they wouldn't need a strategy. But Rohan said that their guild would attack from the front of the Titan Guild and go around, and then take on the Oakland and Greatness guilds. Chakran looked at the girl in bewilderment, not understanding what they were talking about. He said that if the Dark Rune Guild attacked without them, there would be significant losses. Rohan screamed that it would just be a massacre and they would stick to strategy. The next day arrived and the commentators greeted all the viewers. Commentators Heinz and Lucia will continue to tell you all about it. Heinz said that there is a battle for the central continent between the empires of Cayman and Lucipal. He added that today, the guilds of the Cayman Empire announced the invasion for the first time. Lucia said that the Cayman Empire is making steady progress, and they believe they will be able to completely take over the central continent. Heinz said that now they will be able to see the number of fighters of the Cayman Empire, because this is the top one guild of the Dark Rune and Desert Warriors. They imagined that the leader of this guild was Li Rohan. Lucia said that it was surprising that the Desert Warriors joined the battle along with the Dark Rune Guild, and that the rumors about Rohan owning Magellan's badge must be true. Heinz said that on the other side is the Lucipal Empire. They were wondering which guild owns the base on the front lines. They also said that the Lotus Guild is in 95th place. A certain man was watching all of this online from the side. It was clear that he was quite interested in everything that was happening. Samuel, the guild leader, said that of course they would send reinforcements. He turned to Martin, the head of the Greatness Guild, who agreed with him. He said that it was useless for the guild in 95th place to send reinforcements, since it would achieve nothing. But another man from another guild reacted to this in a very strange way. He looked away and simply remained silent. At this time, Johann, together with Jan, stood and observed the situation. Johann asked Jan if he really thought they could stop them. Jan said that there would be no reinforcements from other guilds, and there was no need to worry. Suddenly, the guy smiled and said that they had everything, without going into details. The military opponents were already halfway there. Rohan handed Solane the sword and told her to be sure to take it. She said that this sword was enchanted to summon. Rohan added that she should attack the back gate with this sword. The girl told her to listen to her command carefully. A few minutes later, Rohan screamed at the entire army to simply crush the base and everyone present there. Johan clenched his fist and said anxiously that it was all starting. He was very worried, and he only thought that they would lose, because the battle would be very difficult, because it was a dark rune. Jan saw his friend's anxiety and put his hand on his shoulder. He told him to enjoy everything, because it was just a game after all. This really helped Johan calm down, and a smile appeared on the guy's face. His eyes lit up and he cried out that it was time to begin. He raised his hand up and shouted to the fighters to prepare for battle. He frowned and shouted for them to launch the towers. At this point, all the towers were already ready, and the work was proceeding quite smoothly. The cannons were loaded with powerful cannonballs. Rohan stood to the side and watched everything that was happening. She saw arrows hitting her fighters, but they barely moved from their place. Jan's guild coped with the task quite skillfully and with dignity, so Jan ordered them to fire the first cannon. This shot was very powerful. The sounds carried over great distances. At that moment, the opponents all raised their heads up and watched where she would land. Due to the powerful shockwave, even those who were at a great distance from the base were also affected. This scared them very much. They were not prepared for this. The warriors stood in a stupor, not understanding how to proceed further. Before they could comprehend what had just happened, they heard more shells flying. One by one, they gave birth to a very large number of people. Rohan understood that their defensive tower was not just a tower. They had pumped it up to the maximum level. She knew that this way they would lose half their strength before they got past the gate. Suddenly, something appeared above Rohan's head that caught her attention. She activated her defense to take the attack. The projectile flew straight towards Rohan. It looked even more terrifying. There was a loud explosion, but the projectile hit her defenses. The girl stood there in bewilderment. It didn't affect her, but it made her very wary. Rohan grabbed the leash with all her might, and she rushed straight to the base. With a strong jump, she found herself above the gate. Rohan, at that very moment, decided that she would use the magical technique. She used ghost magic, which looked very powerful. A message has arrived that Lee Rona is destroying the Lotus Guild's base defense tower. She understood that thanks to this, her troops would now be able to enter. But ahead of her, an even greater number of such buildings awaited her. Seeing this, she thought that they were sick because they spent a lot on this base. She also immediately noticed the defensive towers in the center, but she had never seen them before. The more she thought about it, the stronger the chain reaction in her head became. Her face changed every second and more anger appeared. The most important thing for her now was to destroy them all. Jan stood there and said that this was to be expected from the head of the guild. The guy was absolutely calm, realizing that everything was under control. He knew that he couldn't just let her break down the walls anyway. Jan loudly asked everyone if they were ready to go to battle. Everyone was preparing and getting ready for the fight. Ian jumped on Finn, holding a staff in his hand and enjoying what was happening. The bird flew at incredible speed. It was hard to unsee. The explosions and attacks continued. At this point, Heinz the commentator also joined in, looking at everyone with shining eyes. After some time, there were many dead soldiers lying around the base. There were simply too many of them to count, because the guild suffered significant losses. Everyone sat there lifeless, both those from the Lotus Guild and the rest. They had no strength at all. They lay on the ground, trying to understand at least something. The pets were also already quite exhausted. At this time, Soylin and her army were already standing at the back of the gate. She kept in mind that Rohan should give the signal once they were inside, but nothing had been heard yet. Suddenly, she noticed some guy and decided to look through binoculars. "This is the most terrifying man I've ever seen in a long time," hinting at Caesar. She felt uneasy and goosebumps ran across her skin because he was defending the back gate that she should attack. Caesar stood with a completely calm face, preparing himself for a bloodthirsty battle. She heard someone shout that the gate was open. It occurred to her that there was still a tiny chance of winning. Suddenly, she remembered that she had with her the sword that her mistress had given her. The gates were indeed open, but there was a pile of dead soldiers near them. Johan, dressed exactly like the desert soldiers, shouted that the gates were open. He shouted for the fighters to move forward. At his signal, the troops immediately began to run straight there. Johan realized that everything worked and he didn't even expect it. Removing the mask from his face, he exhaled with ease. Looking at the fleeing crowd, he said that now everything was in John's hands. The army ran inside and Rohan noticed them, but she had no idea what was happening. She understood that the Lotus Guild still had too many defensive towers for their forces to break through. Suddenly, something caught her attention. In the sky, she noticed a huge bird. It was Finn, and on him was John. She learned that it was the key member of the Yang Guild, who looked down on everything with a smile. The soldiers looked at each other and did not understand what was going on. One of them cried out that the gate had closed, and they noticed that there was another wall behind the wall. They knew they had to get through the walls, but they were expecting a fight. Rohan looked at them and screamed at them to do nothing and stay where they were. But John, holding his staff in his hand, told her that it was too late. He shouted that this was retribution for his guild members. The statues on the base's territory suddenly began to light up. A blue bolt of lightning appeared over the base and struck right in the middle. Notifications began to arrive that the desert warriors were receiving very heavy damage. After some time, the statue's eyes went out and deathly silence fell. There were dead troops lying on the ground. One of them, very slowly, tried to go somewhere. But he was as if saturated with electricity. He walked, bleeding. Ian realized that he had managed to stick his swords into the ground and deflect the electricity, thanks to which he took half the damage. Ian was shocked by this, thinking that he had a pretty good reaction. Jan understood that the guys from the guild were not in a position to fight him now. A smile appeared on his face as if he had something in mind. At that moment, he called upon Pauline, who was already happily preparing to attack. The warrior's eyes glowed bright red. Pauline swung his sword at him with all his might. That guy could barely stay on his feet trying to move. The knight's face changed literally in a second. He didn't expect this. With a piercing and intimidating gaze, Pauline asked him if he had really come to lose again. The opponent said his face was surprisingly well animated for someone who would die in one hit. He used the will of the desert warrior and shouted that he would never lose like that time. There was a flash, and with two swords drawn, the desert warrior ran straight towards Pauline. Pauline only had time to think that it was already too late because he had run too fast. During the electric shock from the back gate, Soylin only managed to cover her face with a cloak. She realized that there were no more doubts, and this was definitely a signal. She ordered the soldiers to prepare for the attack. She shouted that the signal had come from the mistress and they had to break through the back gate. The girl knew that the sword that the mistress gave her contained a pet. She looked intently at Caesar and screamed that even he could not resist him. Running closer and closer to the gate, she summoned the pet from the sword. A bronze giant appeared above her head, with a terrifying appearance and a loud roar. This giant was level 207 and looked very angry. Compared to him, everyone else looked like bugs. He immediately used the Dark Runes Guild magic. In response to this, Hong used the Abyss of Darkness. Due to this, the bronze giant's movements were slowed by 30%. Caesar also joined the attack, his sword beginning to glow red. His eyes lit up and you could see how much rage was in him. This scared Soylin quite a lot because she had seen such a look before. Literally seconds later, with his sword and a wild cry, Caesar cut the giant in half. Soylin didn't understand how he was able to cut down the bronze giant so easily since he had a very high level. The giant fell to the ground with a crash, falling in pieces. Caesar was a little shocked. He was quite curious about what his level was. Hong stood next to him and didn't know how to react to this. He knew he was being very stupid to realize that even if he got the power of an immortal, he wouldn't have a chance to defeat this asshole. Caesar admired himself because he had a hidden level all this time, and he was level 300. While Pauline thought that everything was already lost and was saying goodbye to life, suddenly something happened. Johann rushed to his aid, putting his hand under the sword. It looked very epic from the outside, because Johann literally appeared out of nowhere. He skillfully jumped to the side as his opponent hung in the air. Johann landed on the ground and received a notification that the will of the desert warrior reduced the damage taken. He realized that he had done too little damage. At this moment, the rescued Pauline joined in the work. He launched his spear straight at the enemy. It was already too late as the spear was a few centimeters from his eye. It successfully pierced the enemy and he died instantly. At that moment, Pauline was proud of himself more than ever and was grateful to Johann for saving him. Rohan remained in the same place, and the veins on her forehead were almost bursting. She was so overwhelmed with emotions that she couldn't put a couple of words together. There was no limit to the rage at that moment. Ian realized that she was using a magical technique and became stupefied. Something strange started to happen. She used ghostly magic. Unfortunately, Finn died from one hit from this thing. Jan immediately summoned a backpack, which saved him from falling. Having descended to the ground, Jan began to thank his pet very profusely. Jan immediately realized that he couldn't cope so easily and called on Lu. Following him, he called upon Puk Puk, realizing that together they were capable of much. They stood right in front of the tower where Rohan was. Seeing this, she was a little surprised, trying to imagine what would happen. The girls screamed at them that everything was useless and that they should not count on anything. Jan didn't understand what to do because things were really going badly. He understood that she had enough strength to kill the Finn with one blow. Based on this, one could forget about manospheres and air shots. But he knew he had Rake and his defense was weaker than the Finn's, so the same thing awaited him. Yang used Wind Blessing and Barbarian Blessing at the same time to strengthen his attack. In this way, he protected the Dragon Turtle and used Fenrir's Wrath. Once Jan was sure that Lu was maxed out, he decided to give it a try. At that moment, Rohan realized that things had become even more difficult for her. She decided that she would use the Sorcerer's Blessing. The girl's entire body began to glow with a purple glow. Besides herself, the sword and armor began to sparkle. It was as if a frantic force had appeared in her hand. Everyone received a notification that all of Rohan's stats had been increased by 80% for the next 3 minutes, and her damage had been increased by 100%. Even the commentators were shocked by Li Rohan's skills. Jan grinned and simply agreed completely. The guy looked at her with burning eyes and decided that he would probably have to take the layers of the word back. The commentators were horrified and did not understand what would happen next. Lucia said that Rohan had turned into something very scary. Heinz confirmed this and said he was sure some viewers didn't understand either and began to explain why this happened. Rohan has a hidden class called the Sorcerer, which allows her to wield both magic and swords. It was still unknown whether she belonged to the mage or warrior category, but he said that the top 1 swordsman Shakran might lose his first place. Rohan's appearance has changed because the sorcerers use dark magic, which may have transformed it. But Heinz clarified that this was just his guess. Celia said that she was quite scared, but it was not because of dark magic. Clutching her hands close to her chest, her voice began to shake violently. She screamed that it was simply incredible power. Puk Puk was more scared than ever. He covered his head with his paws. Lu was already sitting near the wall, completely exhausted. Back had minor abrasions and wounds. Jan also sat there, exhausted and bleeding. Rohan stood right in front of him and was silent for a few seconds. She said that up until now, he had really caused her trouble. Suddenly, she creaked that now it was time for him to die. From behind Rohan, Ian saw a staff and heard someone's rather familiar voice. It was Karin who used the shield for John. The girl had already swung, but before she could land a blow, she noticed that something was protecting the guy. He didn't understand where this support came from. Ian activated the skill of the Forest of Love's wedding rings, and, with the help of the elf's blessing, he summoned his partner, Heron. Jan began to smile and said that she was in a hurry because they had just started. Karin stood to the side and watched everything that was happening. Ian only thought about how good it was that he apologized to her when she was offended by him. Rohan found it suspicious that there wasn't a single support player in the entire guild. She thought they were hiding them for just such an occasion. Lucia asked why the attack couldn't overcome the priest's skill, since they had a big difference in level. To this, Heinz said that sorcerers use dark magic, but the priest's magic seems to be a hidden countermeasure for sorcerers. Compared to Rohan, Heron looked like an angel of God. Rohan started screaming that Ian was a complete idiot. Rohan asked why Ian thought he could counter her with a priest. She swung her sword and struck the shield with all her might. She said that even despite the incomparable difference in strength, the shield began to crumble before her eyes. Rohan shouted that when she broke his defense, she would bury him along with the girl. At this moment, Haran used magical enhancement. This set Rohan back a little. By this point, the sorcerer's duration had expired and its effect was ending. Jan looked at the girl with a smile and asked what to do now. They anticipated that things would turn out this way and maintained high-level support. Jan shouted that now they had the advantage and every chance of winning. Jan already had 2 supports behind him, in the form of Karin and a guildmate. This made Rohan even more angry, and she told him to shut up. Double defense was immediately directed at Jan, because it was clear that every action made her more and more angry. Jan cried out that now was the time to change places. Suddenly, the Puk Puk, who was sitting to the side and couldn't even move, began to disappear. A second later, a Puk Puk appeared in the place of the guy, who even squealed from fear. Seeing Rohan swing her sword made him even more afraid. Out of fear, he decided it was best to hide in his shell. Rohan struck the armor with her sword with all her might. The blow was pointless. She collapsed to the ground, saying that Jan could, of course, always escape. She was shocked that the Puk Puk only received 3 points of damage from such a blow. Ian screamed for Puk-Puk to use the water curtain immediately. The turtle began to swell before our eyes, just like last time. Water began to squirt out of his mouth in a powerful stream. All the water was directed straight into Rohan, making it difficult for her to stand on her feet. She couldn't see anything at all and couldn't even open her eyes for a second. Support from Jan used enchantment and the legacy of sacred elemental magic. Jan raised his spear up, which immediately began to glow very brightly. The guy decided it was high time to call on Jake. Nothing could be seen because of the bright glow to the side. Jake was already flying straight down. He used powerful electrical control. A wave of electricity flew straight towards Rohan. She stood there and didn't understand what to do now. Suddenly, an arrow charged with electricity pierced her hand, which immediately paralyzed her. The commentators screamed that they had hit her and were shocked that Jan had managed to turn the game around in an instant. Rohan stood in place and was already preparing to say something. She said he only hit it once, and did he really think he won? Jan couldn't help but agree with her. He really did hit the mark once. But suddenly, the guy said with a smile that only one hit separated victory from defeat. For a few seconds, everyone was silent, not understanding what Jan meant. Caesar understood what was being said because Rohan was the only one left. Rohan noticed Caesar off to the side, and she realized that since he had appeared, Soylent was defeated. At this time, Karin used healing for everyone, both pets and guild members. First, she healed Pauline and Johan. Rohan understood that she was paralyzed and everyone was already defeated, and it would be very difficult for her to fight alone. She couldn't believe that she had lost and started laughing hysterically. Her laugh was quite terrifying. It sent shivers down my spine. It looked quite strange. She looked up and just laughed. She started shouting that today she was admitting her defeat. Jan didn't understand what was happening to her, but she continued to scream that she swears to pay them back for such humiliation. A certain leaf appeared in her hands, which she grabbed tightly with both hands. She tore it apart, which meant a return. Rohan literally began to disappear before our eyes. Following her, all the troops also began to disappear. They were all illuminated with a bright blue light. Around the base, they all seemed to dissolve into thin air. Jan was shocked, because this was a paper, a roll of the guild's general return, which cost 600,000 won. He agreed with this decision and collapsed to the ground. With a smile on his face, he said that it was finally all over and exhaled. The commentators stood in shock, not understanding how this could have happened. The entire Lotus Guild was gathered in one place. Heinz cried out that they had managed to defend themselves against the top one of the Dark Rune Guild. They were simply overwhelmed with emotion and shouted that it was like a miracle. They couldn't calm down because it really was an incredible battle. Heinz shouted that all of this happened thanks to the top one summoner. He said that it was Jan, who was a member of the Lotus Guild, and it was all thanks to his unusual strategy. Jan felt a little embarrassed and realized that this was indeed his strategy. The guy understood that initially he had hoped to simply survive, but victory is victory. Jan clenched his fists and said that under no circumstances should he relax. He understood that the Dark Rune Guild held the top spot for a reason. A Puk-Puk came out to meet Jan, and it was clear from his expression how much he admired himself. Jan thanked him, saying that it was only thanks to him that he survived. It was brilliant. Instead of Jan, they swapped places. Although Puk-Puk was very scared at that moment, he was glad that he was able to save his owner. But he decided to show his true face. He came even closer to Jan and swung with all his might. He hit him in the face, showing with offense how scared he was. From such a blow, Jan received only 3 units of damage, but he pretended that he was in great pain. Jan wondered when he would grow up and evolve and become stronger. Jan, hearing a voice from behind him, covered his face with his hand, and the backpack approached him with a question. What does he know about Puk-Puk? Jan thought for a moment and said that it was a big-headed turtle and that he liked meatballs. Backpack asked to be allowed to tell everything from the very beginning. Puk-Puk belongs to the creation of the abyss of deep-sea creatures that lived in ancient times. The dragon turtle, upon ascension, becomes the dragon turtle deity and a true divine entity. Since Puk-Puk belongs to the city of deep-sea buildings, he will be able to easily control the water element. Ian asked if there was any way to become stronger without the magic pearl. Backpack said that he needed to collect 3 turtle spirits and bring them to the water altar. The turtle spirit could create a Puk-Puk, or it could be given to him by someone else of their kind. That was all he knew. Ian knew it would be difficult to make him stronger, but he had to strengthen more than just Puk-Puk. After so many battles, he once again felt that the summoner class was too weak to fight against players. Having opened the inventory, he decided to see how things were going there. Ian noticed that the hatching progress was already almost 94%, and he thought about the fact that this time he hadn't killed anyone himself, and Rohan had been able to leave, which meant that it wasn't over yet. He decided that he would first restore the base until next time. At this time, Rohan appeared at her base. Chakran met her and said that she had returned almost without losing everything, including her own soul. Chakran asked why he was angry with him when she was the one who lost. He said that during their last meeting, her behavior seemed suspicious to him, and he decided to dig deeper. He began to list that she released the crown when the desert warriors died and received a fine, that she resurrected them only to have them destroyed. Rohana told him to shut up and say what he wanted. Shakar asked if she was here to destroy the Dark Rune Guild and take first place. He said that if they were to fight for the top spot now, rumors would start to spread. He asked if she wasn't interested in how they managed to win without being a top guild. Rohan paused briefly and asked him to tell her story. Chakran said they had monopolized the military trading post. He said that he would lend her his troops to strike back and she should capture this post for them. At first, all he received in response was ridicule, which he did not understand at all. But Rohan, pulling the arrow out of her hand, agreed. She understood that Chakran was being cunning, but he knew too many details. She also understood that there was a traitor among Lucipal. At this time, it was discussed that the lotus was indeed protected by dark runes. One of the men said that he thought it was too early to talk about it and asked why not start helping the Lotus Guild with reinforcements. The man said it was too late for that, and that was the worst part. The man asked if it would be helpful for them to block all enemy forces on the front lines, to which I received the response that they were quite high up in the rankings, and since they stood on the sidelines while the guild in 90th place fought on the front lines, everyone was now throwing mud at them. He said they were getting even stronger in a week, going from 100th to 90th place. They understood that very soon they would devour them too. Not understanding what to do, they became quite nervous. Panic and deathly silence filled the room. Finally, a voice rang out that everything was very simple, that they had to strike first. It took Jan a whole week to repair the base, but at least they got service points and glory for the victory. Jan even suggested that they could aim for the top guilds. And he added that he thinks that now all that remains is to raise the level. And he pointed out to the Puk Puku that he should find the hidden dungeon. Bakbak laughed and said that Puk Puk did not have such an ability. Jan felt awkward and said that he found it last time. Suddenly, Caesar appeared and asked if he wanted to level up. Caesar said that he had regained his memories and remembered something. Caesar began to talk about the altar of Salamis. Hearing this, the Bakbak seemed to remember something too. Caesar said that the tribe of the Middle Ages consists only of summoners. They all looked powerful, and that was the altar. Jan cried out that this was simply unbelievable, and his eyes immediately sparkled. Jan thought that if this was the altar of the ancient summoners, then there should be a bunch of legendary artifacts or legendary monsters there. Caesar's smile fell, and he asked if everyone was okay with leveling up. Without waiting for an answer from Jan, he said that everything was decided and they were going to the altar. Jan tried to say something, but Caesar didn't listen to him. Jan shouted out that he really was going to go out looking like that, adding that he looked worse than a homeless person. The guy looked at himself and didn't immediately understand what was being discussed. After the battle, Caesar was very shaggy, which made him feel uneasy. He realized that Jan was right, and he looked terrible. Caesar was resting on one of the buildings, admiring the beautiful view. Suddenly, he heard someone climbing towards him. It was Hong, who indignantly asked why he was having fun here. His assistant, who held him, helped him in this. Caesar turned away, showing all his displeasure. Caesar turned to him and asked how he was feeling. It was clear from Hong's face that he was uncomfortable talking to him. He clenched his fists, realizing that he was following him day and night to obtain the power contained in that wooden amulet. But for his next quest, he needed to free himself from it. Suddenly, Hong shouted for Caesar to fight him right now. Caesar clearly didn't expect to hear this and was stunned. Caesar laughed and asked if he had really decided to try to free himself from slavery. He began to rise and said that he agreed. He looked at him and told him to show everything he could do. Yan asked if he really lost to Hong, and that's why he looks like that. Caesar was perplexed and asked why he should lose. During the battle, Caesar was absolutely calm, but Hong was very tense. Hong decided to use Darkness Cleave first, but Caesar very skillfully resisted such a seemingly strong attack. He cried out that he was too kind to him if he wanted to free himself. Hong knew he was blocking a deadly attack with a mere novice's dagger. Caesar laughed and said it was his turn. He admired Caesar's ability to strike without hesitation, but this was not to his advantage. At that very moment, Hong used the abyss of darkness, hoping that everything would work out for him. Suddenly, Caesar's feet began to sink into the ground. He began to wave his arms to the sides, not understanding what was happening. The ground went out from under his feet, and he delivered a crushing blow instead of a short lunge. The knight and Hong were stunned by such force and could not move. They were thrown a great distance, so that even everything was covered in dust. He was unconscious, because the blow was really very strong. Opening his eyes, Hong screamed, not understanding what had happened. Caesar sat next to him and said that it was only because of him that he got dirty. Tears were already welling up in his eyes. He understood that he couldn't do anything. The guy decided to look into his inventory, hoping that he would find what he wanted there. He began to aggressively pull out a rope from his inventory. It was very long. Caesar looked at him in bewilderment, asking what he was doing. He tied up his knight and began to leave. With tears in his eyes, he told Caesar not to look for him anymore. Caesar continued to not understand what was happening and simply remained silent. But at the end, he cried out to him that he did not know where he had gone, but asked him to return within a week. Hong walked with the thought that when he received the power of an immortal, he would take revenge, and it did not matter to him at all what it would cost. Caesar continued to sit on the ground and then watch as Hun walked off into the distance. He didn't understand anything, but he didn't intend to do anything about it. He told John about all this, which left the boy very shocked. Having thought it over, he said that they had fought just like schoolchildren. Suddenly, Caesar looked into the distance and said that they had already arrived. Jan's face changed abruptly. He even felt a little uneasy. The guy looked ahead and saw only sand rising into the air in front of him. Jan was furious and started shouting loudly that it was just a desert and he had lied. Suddenly, Ian began to fall, which caused a smile to appear on Caesar's face. A huge hole appeared in front of Caesar, into which John fell. He looked down into the pit and just smiled. Caesar pushed off the ground quite forcefully and jumped. He jumped into the pit after Jan. The landing was very unpleasant because John hit himself hard. Caesar landed quite successfully and said that they were there. He quickly looked around, the smile never leaving his face. He pointed to the doors in front and said that this was the altar. Jan was amazed at how huge this place was. It was so mesmerizing that it made him feel a little uneasy. Caesar extended his hand to Ian, which surprised the boy greatly, as this was not at all like him. Jan thought that Caesar was not so evil that he even decided to help him. Caesar told Ian to apologize for doubting him, but added that if he didn't want to apologize, he should put something valuable in his hand. Jan immediately realized that he had made a mistake and apologized. Caesar said that we should first go inside the altar. Caesar wasn't particularly pleased that Ian simply apologized and didn't give him anything valuable. Approaching the doors, Jan asked what they should do, since it didn't look like the gates were opening on their own. Caesar placed his hands on the doors and said that his forces were useless here. But suddenly, he turned to Jan and said that he would open them, to which Jan simply silently agreed. Caesar applied a lot of force, but nothing changed. Suddenly, some kind of glow began to appear from the doors. A smile appeared on Caesar's face. He admired himself for having managed to do this. The hall was filled with bright light. The doors were open, but still nothing could be seen. Ian closed his and Pukpuku's eyes because the light was shining into their eyes. Suddenly, he realized that the light had disappeared and opened his eyes a little. Caesar exhaled easily, closing his eyes slightly. Jan began to look around inside the room that had just opened. He immediately noticed the book on the stand. They went inside and Ian received a notification that he was the first to discover the altar, the place of the ancient summoners. Jan's stats, leadership and affinity, as well as combat stats, have increased by 10. In the distance, Jan noticed a creepy man who was staring at them.